Thank you, Chair. We are now recording live to YouTube. When you're ready, would you like to start the meeting?
Thank you, Wendy. Good morning and welcome to East Devon District Council's Virtual Planning Committee on Tuesday, 26th of July 2022. I'm your Chair, Councillor Eileen Wragg. Based on a decision of the Council to continue virtual meetings until 31st of October this year, I would like to remind both members and public attending or watching that this Council has delegated much of its decision-taking power to our senior officers. We will continue to adhere as closely as possible to the procedural rules detailed in our Constitution. In the event of a break in the internet connection, please bear with us as we try to reconnect. After 15 minutes, if we're not able to reconnect, we will consider the meeting adjourned and reconvene at a later date. If you wish to comment, please raise your electronic hand and wait to be called. Any members of the public can view the agenda by visiting our website at www.eastdevon.gov.uk. And we'll start by doing a roll call of members here present. Wendy, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with you, Councillor Wragg.
Present.
Thank you. Vice Chair, Councillor Chamberlain.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Bloxham.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Davey.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Desarum. Councillor Gazzard.
Sorry, Wendy. Bruce says he's going to be late. He's at a school meeting at the moment, so we'll be in about half an hour.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. Councillor Gazzard.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Howe.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Key.
Present, Wendy.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Present, thank you, Wendy.
Thank you. Councillor Pook. Councillor Pratt. Councillor Rylance.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward. Thank you. I can confirm we're quorum for today's meeting.
Thank you, Wendy. Now, as Councillor Chamberlain has been off for a little while and wasn't able to attend the briefing for this meeting, I asked Councillor Davey. With the agreement of the committee, I'd like to ask Councillor Davey to vice chair this meeting, please. Is that all agreed? I see no hands up objecting, so that's fine. Okay, you can sit back a bit now, Sarah. Agenda item 1, the running order for today's meeting and the speakers list can be viewed under agenda item 1 on pages 5 to 7. Item 2, minutes of the consultative meeting held on the 14th of June 2022, pages 8 to 14. If anyone has a comment on these minutes, please raise your electronic hand. If there are no raised hands, I will take this as an indication that you're happy that the minutes are noted. I see no raised hands, so those minutes are noted. Item 3, apologies. Wendy.
We have 2 apologies, Councillor Pook and Councillor Coleman.
Thank you. 4, declarations of interest. Over to you, Wendy.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll start with yourself.
No declaration of interest, but I will say I've had a number of letters, around about a dozen or so, and I expect others will recognise this. Lobbying for the first planning application on the agenda, and that's the solar farm at Peridon Farm. But it's not, you know, I'm just saying it's not an interest really, but I just thought I should mention it.
Thank you. Councillor Chamberlain.
Thank you, Wendy. I'm exactly the same as Councillor Ragg. I've got no interest as such, but just the lobbying letters that I've received for the first item, the solar farm.
Thank you. Councillor Bloxham.
No declarations of interest, Wendy, but the same for 21/320 M4. I've received at least 14 letters and many emails as lobbying regarding the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brown. Councillor Brown. Come back to Councillor Brown. Councillor Davey.
None, Wendy, apart from the same as everybody else.
Yeah, I've received.
Letters.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah, the same letters, both for and against.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Councillor
did you want?
Brown?
Yeah. Yeah, I've received 13 letters, all in the same handwriting, but different addresses. So it could be fraudulent in some way. And I'm also the ward member for item 17. So that's a non-declarable interest, isn't it?
We don't declare ward members anymore,
Right.
Councillor Brown.
Okay. All right.
So you don't need,
Thank
Councillor
you.
Brown, you don't, sorry, Wendy, you'd only need to declare anything for that item if you felt you were affected in some way.
No.
The flow chart applied. No.
I don't
okay.
think I'm affected.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Gazzard.
None, thank you, Wendy. Like everybody else, I received all the emails for and against on item 1.
You. Councillor Key.
Only lobbied on item 1 by letters, Wendy.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Yeah, just the same as everybody else, but I have spoken with a couple of people. I've had phone calls as well as emails and the letters. And I don't have to declare that I'm a neighbouring ward member, do I?
No.
Do I? No.
No.
Thank you.
Do we have Councillor Pratt yet? I know he is meant to be here. Maybe he's running late. Okay, Councillor Rylance.
Thank you, Wendy. Okay, so like everybody else, I've had lobbying contact with a number of different people, both for and against this, the first item on the agenda, by letter, by email, and also by messenger. I'd also like to declare an effects NRI on the basis that my daughter was at school in Clistheiden, and therefore I know some of the parents and some of the residents of Clistheiden better than I know others. And so I don't think it will impair my judgment in any way, but I just need to declare that I do know some people better than others in Clistheiden and some of the affected parishes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
I'm going to be the same. Obviously, I've had lots of lobbying letters. I've had several phone calls from all sorts of different people. Obviously, I'm the ward member, so therefore I would bound to get those, wouldn't I? I've met many people for over a long period of time to do this application just for on a knowledge basis, as anybody would contact their ward member in a proper manner as an elected member for such applications. It doesn't affect. I've met people from both sides of the fence, people for, people against, and I've also attended some parish council meetings, of course, where obviously this was application is fairly high on the agenda, and also meetings that were presented by the applicants themselves in explaining to villages and neighbouring villages exactly what their proposals were. So I've been lots of meetings with people over many months, but all of these things I believe they don't affect my judgment other than gaining knowledge, and which one obviously should do as a councillor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rylance, you have your electronic hand up.
I do. I just wanted to ask that in the agenda it says that this application is in Tale Vale. It's not just in Tale Vale, it's Tale Vale and Broadcliffe wards.
Yes, I did contact the other ward members to ask if they wanted to speak. So yeah, they were aware.
No, I suppose I'm just pointing out that it's listed as Tail Vale, but actually it should be listed as Tail Vale and Broadclist. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Okay, so now that we've done committee members, are there any other councillors in this meeting that would like to declare an interest?
You skip me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't mind, but you know.
Sorry. Do you have any interests?
No, I don't, funny enough. But like everyone else, I've been lobbied, so that's fine.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Councillor Howe.
I won't take offence. Thank you.
Okay. Have I covered all committee members? Brilliant. Okay. So are there any other councillors that would like to declare any interest? If you do, if you could just raise your electronic hand, please. Okay, there are no hands raised, so I'll hand back to the chair.
Thank you. Item 5, matters of urgency, there are none. Confidential exempt items, item 6, there are none. So item 7, planning appeals statistics, pages 15 to 29. Over to Mr. Rose for a report, please.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, everybody. Yeah, you'll see on this agenda that there's 7 appeal decisions listed, 5 of which were dismissed and 2 that were allowed. In relation to the 2 that were allowed, one was an artist retrospective application for an artist studio where officers were concerned about the visual impact and the location of the studio, but the appeal inspector found no visual harm and felt that the location of the studio was acceptable. And then the other one is Luton Lane Farm in Pay Hembury, where we had a prior approval for conversion of a building to 4 small dwellings. Then the applicant came in and wanted one very large dwelling in its place. We refused that one on the basis that the whole point of, or as we thought it, the whole point of the prior approvals is to get smaller units in the countryside so that we don't end up, so that we can, more people can afford units. But the inspector in that case felt that it was more sustainable to have one large property on the site than 4 smaller units, so allowed that appeal. And just to point out in relation to appeals that was dismissed, Lily Cottage on there, I point that one out because that's the first appeal we've had where we have followed the advice from Natural England in relation to the impact from new development from phosphates on the River Axe.
Yeah.
And that, just to point that out, that appeal decision backs up the position of Natural England in terms of us not allowing new residential development within the catchment of the River Axe until we have some mitigation put in place against the phosphates and pollution that's going on there. So I just point that out because it is the first appeal we've had that backs up that position for Natural England, and it's also relevant to the second item on this agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Right, now we move up into the meeting. The applications, agenda item 8, application 213120. It's a major full application, land adjacent to Peridon Farm, Clishyden, pages 30 to 72. A lot of technical information in that report. And I'd like to welcome Emma Hillier, Tom Devine, Peter Simmons, Duncan Sykes, Philip Brackbury, Godfrey Whitehouse, Chris Howard-Butts, and Councillor Mitcham, Clishyden Parish Council. So over to you, Mr. Rose, to present your report, please. And then we have, yes, we have we have Godfrey Whitehouse. Yeah, those are objectors, the last ones that supporters, the last ones I mentioned. Anyway, and the applicant. Over to you, Ms. Rose.
Thank you. Wendy, do you just want to let Councillor De Sarum in so that he's here for the whole item?
Yep. Just make sure he's joined properly.
Yes, Councillor De Sarum, I confirm I'm present. Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you. Do you have any declarations?
I've been lobbied over the application, the solar farm, and also the land that we own. East Devon is a landowner on that item for Ottery St Mary, the Sainsbury's supermarket one, item 11. Thank you. It's a non-effects, non-registrable. It's just as it says, East Devon is the landowner.
Lovely. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Sorry, apologies, I was late, everyone. I had to go to a quick school governors leaving meeting today. It's just ended. Apologies for being late.
Okay, thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, so application here at land adjacent to Perrodham Farm. As Councillor Ragg has said, it's quite a long report. There's lots of issues, lots of comments. I'll summarise it best I can in a couple of minutes in this presentation. So we've got an application for a 49 megawatt solar farm. It's proposed for 40 years. And along with the solar farm, so the panels, there's ancillary equipment, so cabins and CCTV equipment. It's before you because it's a major application, and as you'll see in the report, there's ward member objection and objection from the parish council. We've now, since the report has been published, we now have 553, I think is the latest number of contributors to the application. So third-party comments from members of the public. 344 of those are objecting, although some of those are in standard letter form. And then at the moment, or the last time I looked, there were 209 letters in support. But you'll also see in the report that we question some of the weight that you should give to some of those letters of support, because it seems that the applicant has set up and there's nothing wrong with this, they've set up a mechanism why if people go onto their website and register and comment or show an interest in the solar farm, it then forwards those comments directly to us as the local authority. And I know that there's been some concern from people that some of the correspondence in their names they haven't sent, or some correspondence making reference to wind farms and other things that don't appear necessarily related to this application. But nonetheless, we do have letters in support, but more letters of objection. So you can see here the location of the site outlined in red, and you can see the farm in the centre of the picture there. It's mainly, well, it is all agricultural fields bounded by hedges. So this is the layout for the site as amended. A couple of fields have been taken out during the course of the application, so you can see that the fields where the solar panels are proposed, and you can see on some of this some of the green for the new hedge and tree planting. And this is an aerial showing the location, and I've put this up as well because the pink lines on there are public footpaths. So you can see in particular that there's a circular route here, which some of the photos I'll go through are taken from, which obviously you'll be able to see the solar farm or bits of the solar farm from, and then a section where the public right of way goes through the site. So we've got standard solar panel array, as you'll be used to seeing other parts of the district and other authorities. And then we've got fencing, deer-proof fencing with, as you can see, they've got mammal holes in there, etc., on parts of the site, and then cabins related to it. This image just shows that they've been careful where they've put the solar panels in relation to existing trees and hedges on the site in order to retain those and where needed to enhance that planting. And around the site, there's a number of CCTV cameras as we get on these schemes. It's mentioned in the report, and I need to mention here, this is one of 4 proposals in the area. So this is the proposal that's part of the current application. We also, across the border in Mid Devon, have this proposal here, which is currently under appeal, and the decision on that is awaited. Mid Devon committee refused that appeal, but subsequently aren't defending the appeal. But the CPRE are a Rule 6 party that have been involved in that appeal. So the outcome of that is awaited. And then there's 2 further large solar farm schemes in our district that are with us at the moment. Rutton Farm here, so to the south of the application site, and then Marsh Green much further to the south. But you can see from this why we've mentioned in the report some community impacts, and you can understand why some members of the community are concerned about the number of solar farms that are in this area and that are proposed. And that simply put, this area is being chosen because it isn't in the OMB. There's no landscape designations, and it's close enough to Broadcliff to the substation for the applicants to get connections from the national grid, which is one of the key drivers to where these solar farms are located. And the application's been put forward by the applicant to diversify his farming activities on the site. That's mentioned in the report. They're expanding that, they're retaining the farming, but they want to use their mainly lower agricultural land value to diversify alongside the other farming activities that they carry out. And then we've got various photos in that show, so most of these are on the public footpath. The site is beyond the hedge in the distance there, and it's very hard to show you images of all of the impacts from this, but a lot of the images from the footpath, the applicant has chosen the site carefully to be screened by existing trees and hedges. And again, in the distance here from the footpaths. Again, this is the footpath approaching the site, and it's beyond these trees in the distance. So you can see from these that the applicant, this image, the solar farm is here. So you will view it beyond these this immediate hedge that's proposed to be planted. Yeah, and then we go round and again behind hedges. So it's quite hard to show you the impact, because other than when we get to the main roadway, the majority of the solar farm, or lots of it, is screened by hedges and planting, with the odd field gate where you can see glimpses. This is the main road that sort of bisects the site. This is taken from a camera. That fields either side of this are proposed to have the solar panels on them. And as we move down, again, either side of this lane is the location for the solar panels. And then in this photo, it's in the distance. So I'm saying it's hard to find lots of photos that show the scheme clearly. This view is from the west up on the hill, and the solar farm site is located in here. These are two groups of trees that are the site surrounds. Again, from this sort of distance, you might see the greyness of the solar panels in a couple of the fields. It might look like a reflection from water or a lake or a dense copse. And then in relation to this photo, way off to the left here, you would see you may glimpse the Mid Devon scheme. And then further down off here into the distance, you may just glimpse the two other solar farms. But in amongst this landscaping, the undulations, the trees, I don't think you're going to notice them together that harmfully. And then these are some images I've put in from the applicant's LVIA. So from one vantage point, you can see the solar panels. These are the sort of glimpses that you're going to get through field gates occasionally. So that's year 1. And then this is the image in year 15, once all the landscaping has established. And again, another view from a different gate. So you see, you can just glimpse the solar panels here. And then again, with the planting after year 15. And from another vantage point or public through a field gate, you can see the solar panels year 1 and then post planting. And it's these sort of glimpses that you get every so often as you go around the site. In terms of the local plan and the principle of development, we've got strategy 39 of the local plan that supports renewable energy in principle. And the word into that policy says we should give significant weight to the wider benefits from renewable energy. The council's declared a climate change emergency, and obviously we want to be there to support, to address that, and supporting renewable energy schemes is one of the ways of doing that. As I mentioned, this site's been chosen as it's close to overhead lines. They've got a connection from Western Power to connect into the substation. It's got good access from the roads for the construction and decommissioning period. It's outside of the AONB. It's mainly 3B and 4 agricultural land, which I'll mention in a minute, and the applicant has chosen fields and put in planting to minimise the views. So in relation to the principle, it's got support from strategy 39, and the applicant has done a good job of a site search in terms of meeting those requirements. But you will see in the report there's mention of the loss of agricultural land, because whilst we have strategy 39 that supports renewable energy, we've also got policy EN13 that protects the best and most versatile agricultural land. In relation to this application, and I think there's an image in the report that shows you 69% of the site is 3B, 13% is 4, and that's about 17% then that is grade A, which is the best and most versatile agricultural land that's proposed to be lost. But that 3A land that's proposed to be lost is mainly located in mixed fields. So where there's 3A and 3B in the same field, and the applicant's making the point that you wouldn't plant crops in only half of a field, it wouldn't be efficient. So therefore, those mixed fields are where the 17% of the grade 3A is proposed, and that sort of argument's previously been accepted by the council. And I think it's difficult to justify the loss of the 17% of the grade 3A agricultural land once you consider the renewable benefits of this scheme and the weight that we should give to doing that, and the amount of land that's left over in the area for farming. And of the report also mentions a loss of agricultural land in relation to the other 3 sites that are proposed. And even if all 4 of those sites were to happen, the loss of the agricultural land is fairly minimal in our view. Just one point to make. I know that we've had various comments sent to us from, I think it was a speech that George Eustace gave when he was the Environment Secretary, where he, in our view, made a mistake and said that 3B agricultural land is best and most versatile and should be protected. He simply made a mistake there. It is grade 1, 2, and 3A, as is confirmed by the NPPF and on Natural England's website. In terms of the visual impact, as I said, it's hard to show you exactly the visual impact from these photos, partly because the applicant's done a good job of choosing fields that are, well, as you can see here, we've got public footpaths here, so they've chosen fields that are across fields screened by planting, and where there's other boundaries and viewpoints, they are proposing more planting. And the landscape architect has been involved in the scheme, accepts that there are a few views through field gates and a couple of longer distance views. But the point with solar farms isn't to screen them completely, it's to minimise their impact to an acceptable degree. And the landscape architect and us as the planning officers feel that the applicant has done that. So whilst there will be some visual impacts from some vantage points, that's considered to be minimal and certainly outweighed by the benefits of the renewable energy. With regard to highway safety, there's a construction that's mainly through construction and decommissioning. There's construction routes and times have been agreed with the County Highway Authority, who've got no objections. And the routes for construction of this site are different in the main to the other sites if they were to come forward. And of course, those construction impacts would be temporary. I mentioned there's a public footpath that runs through the site. They've kept a buffer either side of that in terms of the layout and put landscaping in. There'll be a slight change as you experience that footpath. But again, we as officers, our view is it's going to be harm to point that as a justification to refuse the wider scheme and its benefits. There's no harm to heritage assets given the distances involved. With regard to amenity impact, you can see that there are properties dotted around the area, some of which will have glimpsed views of the scheme. But as I said, there is no right to review. There might be some change views, but again, they're going to be so limited that they're not going to be harmful enough to justify refusal, because given there's no lighting and there's more planting proposed, and there's no harms to trees or flooding or aviation. With regard to ecology, you'll see that the applicant's proposing just over 20% biodiversity net gain, which weighs in favour of the proposal through new planting, new grasslands, new hedgerows, wildflowers. There's bat boxes proposed, reptile sites, animal-friendly fencing, and there's not considered to be any harmful impact on bats, birds, dormouse, because for all those reasons. With regard to the cumulative impact, as I said, there's going to be a couple of points, I think, on very high ground where if you look very closely, you might see a couple of the schemes in association with each other, but it's going to be so distanced and so glimpsed that it's certainly not going to be harmful to the landscape. The Marsh Green site is considerable distance to the south. The other site's a kilometre away from this site. There are obviously carbon benefits from the proposal. There's been some debate. You see in the report, the applicants put forward a report saying that this scheme could power 15,000 homes. That's been questioned by some objectors, but even if it were to power half of those homes, that weighs considerably in favour of the proposal and is still a benefit. So in conclusion, we've got policy support in principle for this scheme. We've got the loss of some best and most versatile agricultural land, but that's minimal in our view, and it's outweighed for the benefits of the scheme. There'll be some temporary visual and construction impacts, but there are much longer term environmental impacts from the energy generation and from the biodiversity net gain. There's not considered to be any cumulative impacts. So in light of that, the application is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And just one slight correction. Chris mentioned early on in his presentation that Mid Devon District Council refused the appeal when in fact Chris would have meant the application itself. So
yes, thank you.
Thank you. Right then, we have the objectors. We start with Emma Hillier, please.
Morning, my name is Emma Hillier. I have lived at the Grade 2 listed Faransays Farm in Clistheiden since 2016. Our land borders Peridon Farm. The nearest panels would be mere metres away. A few miles away are 4 other proposed solar farmland schemes. In the right place, I wholeheartedly support renewable energy, but this isn't the right place. I object today based on the level of resistance from the local community, the high quality of the land, and issues of food security. From day one, the strength of feeling against this scheme has galvanised our little village. A huge number of residents came to the parish council meeting where it was discussed. When a show of hands vote was taken, not a single hand was raised in support. There have been a whopping 344 objections. Just to put that into context, that's more than Marsh Green, Langford and Horton put together, and then 34% on top of that number. The solar farm operating at Rockbere currently had just 10 objections. Renewable schemes should be agile. They should involve and respond to their communities, not ignore and exclude them. Sadly, the village's suggestions and compromises have never stood a chance of being acted upon by Light Rock, because this isn't about people or even climate change. It's about profit. Peridon has been a certified organic farm for many years. At Faransays, we know that this is exceptional land because it's the same soil we farm ourselves. 69% of the land is grade 3B, 17 is 3A, 14% is 4. There seems to be some dispute as to what constitutes best and most valuable land, i.e. land which should not be developed. Fortunately, George Eustace clarified this matter just 6 weeks ago at a meeting of the Environmental Audit Committee on June 29th, 2022. Quote, "We're conscious there have been quite a few big solar schemes in the last 12 months where planning authorities seem to have either forgotten or started to disregard the advice that 3B constitutes BMV land. This key statement was not merely a slip of the tongue. Should East Devon allow this scheme to go ahead today, they would be directly in contravention of the explicit instructions of the Secretary of State and of national policy. There is no ambiguity here. To cover our best soils in solar panels at a time of global food security is madness. More than that, it is contrary to the government's own white paper, which promotes nuclear and wind energy as being the future. If we're not producing our food in Devon, it needs to be brought in from abroad with an associated financial and carbon cost. Realistically, those in first world countries like our own can probably afford those costs. Nobody will starve. But by buying in our food from overseas, we push up global prices. And that's when those in poorer economies do start to starve. So we plaster our very best land with solar panels made by Chinese slaves, give ourselves a big pat on the back about our green credentials, but at what cost to those in faraway countries who are paying the price for our hubris? This is greenwashing. I do hope that you agree that today's application must be refused, or at the very least deferred until we know more.
Thank you very much. Next we have Tom Devine or Divine?
It's Tom Devine.
Right, right. So then you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, my name is Tom Devine. I live just minutes from this application. I agree completely with the comments made by the previous speaker. No one today is denying a climate emergency, nor do we need to be converted to the benefits of renewable energy. We really do understand the issues. What we don't accept is the solar development in the wrong location. I want to specifically address the issue of the character of the land that is under threat. To paraphrase the planner's report, the site of the proposed solar farm lies in Devon's lowland plains. Due to its unique characteristics, this is not a suitable location for a large-scale solar development. To quote the landscape architect directly, the site and surrounding landscape is undeveloped, tranquil, with a strong rural character. What is being proposed, however, is 76,000 solar panels in 26 miles of solar panel arrays, 21 industrial containers, and a massive substation compound, over 7 miles of security fence with 130 CCTV cameras. This is industrialisation of the countryside on a massive scale. Cutting straight back to the landscape architect, and I quote, "Landscape and visual art effects are likely to be much greater for some fields than others." He then goes on to recommend that fields 4, 5, 8 and 13 are removed from the scheme. This recommendation to remove these fields has been ignored by the applicant. In the architect's conclusions, and I quote, "On the basis of the details submitted, the scheme is likely to give rise to adverse landscape and visual effects that will harm local landscape character and adversely affect amenity of local public rights of way. As such, the proposal should be considered contrary to the following local plan policies: Strategy 39, Renewable Energy; Strategy 46, Landscape Conservation and Enhancement; and Policy TC4, Bridleways, Footpaths and Cycle Routes. The planning officer has ignored the advice of his own landscape architect, as well as other statutory consultees. In summary, I believe you should reject this application today, or at a minimum defer your decision. In the next 6 to 8 months, you will be asked to make decisions on 4 schemes totaling 600 acres, with the clear potential for more to come. Today's decision informs all those subsequent decisions. Now is the time to pause and make sure you have all the facts and assess all the implications. Councillors, I hope you agree that you must ask your planners for a more holistic and strategic approach to the siting of these applications. By doing so, you will have listened to local communities having their say. If you don't, it's clear that acre by acre, the local character of East Devon countryside will be lost for the majority of all our lifetimes. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Devine. And could I just say that each application will be considered separately. One won't be setting a precedent for others. Now we go to Peter Simmons. Mr. Simmons, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi there, I'm Peter Simmons, a local resident for the last 7 years, and I live half a mile from the proposed development at Perrodon Farm and just 2 miles from the proposed scheme at Langford. I would like to strongly object to this proposal due to the negative impact on the local community. I believe any solar scheme must be done in a way that balances the need for clean energy along with the need for food security, whilst respecting the local landscape and, importantly, the voices of the local community, a community that has registered 344 objections. The current proposal does not hold all of these aspects in balance, as evidenced by the planning officer downplaying the impact on the community. There are a multitude of solar applications either proposed or in the pipeline, and the cumulative effect of all these proposals on the local community needs proper consideration. The main reasons for my objection. Firstly, the negative impact on local communities and the lack of community benefit. There will be a permanent loss of agricultural jobs, with skills lost forever from the local community. Not just a reduction in jobs on the farms themselves, but on the whole ecosystem, such as vets and farm supplies. There's no real community benefit for this project, either through significant community benefit fund or from cheaper energy. There's also the factor of noise, glint, and glare pollution, and an industrial landscape for the next 40 years. Many people's health and well-being relies on preserving green land in their local area. Secondly, the wider negative impact on tourism and hospitality. Devon is a prime destination for tourists, as we know. People choose a Devon holiday or short break for many good reasons. But if visitors do not want to visit a solar industrial zone in similar numbers, then local B&Bs, pubs and cafes will be at risk.
I've lost Mr. Simmons. Can anyone else hear him? Ah, you're back.
Yeah,
Yes,
we can hear.
Yeah, we can hear him, Chair.
I was just talking about Devon tourism. I'll
Yeah.
just restart the sentence. People choose a Devon holiday or short break for many good reasons. But if the visitors do not want to visit a solar industrial zone in similar numbers, then local B&Bs, pubs and cafes will be at risk, including in Clistiden, Plymtree and Tallaghton, the villages bordering this scheme. As I'm sure you're aware, Devon tourism is more than just beach trips. We should therefore support and protect the industry across the county, not just the coast. Thirdly, the negative impact on the countryside. Industrialising greenfields is irreversible. Once installed, the beautiful Colne Valley with its unspoilt natural landscape will be changed forever. Given the negative impact on the countryside, the scheme was recommended for refusal by the landscape architect, but ignored by the planning officer. Given the negative impact on heritage assets, the scheme was recommended for refusal by heritage and consultation officers, conservation officers rather, but ignored by the planning officer. There is also increased flood risk. The Tail Lane floods regularly from October to March and could get significantly worse with additional runoff. Again, the scheme was recommended for refusal by the SUDS consultation officer, but ignored by the planning officer. In conclusion, valuable areas of the countryside should be preserved and this scheme should be rejected or at very least deferred until all the proposed schemes are assessed and evaluated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Next, we have Duncan Sykes. Mr. Sykes, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Duncan Sykes. I live opposite the construction compound for the proposed scheme. I moved to Clistiden 15 years ago, attracted by the area's strong sense of tranquility, with clustered villages reinforcing a strong historic sense of place. DCC's own planning guidelines class the Clis lowland farmlands in this way and highlight the need to protect them. Importantly, its strategy for the lowlands states that there should only be limited low carbon development sensitively accommodated. What we have here, particularly when the other nearby schemes are taken into account, is anything but. The planning officer's report refers to Strategy 39 of East Devon's local plan as supporting renewable energy. But critically, Strategy 39 requires cumulative landscape and visual effects to be considered. I do not believe that the planning officer's report has done this to the level required. Firstly, it fails to mention the Elgin Energy 150 acre plus Half Moon and New Barn scheme located to the south and east of Tallaghton. Consultation started in March 2022. This, together with the current proposal, Langford, Horton near Wimple and Marsh Green, amount to over 750 acres and create an unacceptable industrialisation of the Clis lowlands and critically leads to the near encirclement of Clistiden, Plymtree, Onk, Tail and the complete encirclement of Tallaghton. Of all the current proposals, the Paythurden scheme is in the middle and therefore has the most influence on the encircling. Para 36 of Devon's 2013 advice note on the location of solar developments foresaw the cumulative effects of multiple schemes as a significant issue for planning authorities to deal with, because solar developments tend to cluster around grid connection points, leading to them having an overwhelming influence on the landscape. Para 320 states that without an agreed strategy or threshold of acceptable change for a particular area, it is difficult for developers and decision makers to determine acceptable limits. Where is our strategy for solar farm size and scale in the Cliffs Lowlands? Surely the current solar gold rush will continue at pace until East Devon considers this. Evidence of the letters still being received from developers indicate that they believe that there is still grid capacity, and incidentally, Light Rock's representative in the consultation which took place in Clistheiden told us that this scheme plus Langford would exhaust all grid capacity in the area. How misleading. They also believe that the planners are happy to sacrifice the Cliffs Lowlands as they have no AOMB protection. One such letter sent on the 29th of June 2022 by the developer Renewable Connections was for another proposed 250-acre scheme within just 500 metres of the current proposal. Councillor Skinner has been forwarded this letter. In the absence of strategy, Para 320 goes on to state that consideration of the cumulative impact of all proposed schemes should be looked at, and that a settlement should never be surrounded. Exactly what we will have here with Tallerton when the Half Moon scheme is included in consideration. For all the reasons cited by other objectors to the scheme, it should be dismissed. It has the best quality agricultural land of all the applications, not the misleading statement read out by the planning officer of mainly 3B and 4, but mainly 3A and 3B.
Time.
It has the most objections and is in the middle of all proposals. We should not simply look at a first past the post approach. This scheme should therefore be rejected or at the very least deferred until all schemes have been looked at and a strategy has been developed. Many thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Sykes. Philip Bratby, please, 3 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman. My name is Dr. Philip Bratby. I'm a trustee and the energy spokesman of Devon CPRE, the Devon branch of the campaign to protect rural England. I want to expand somewhat on what Emma Hilliard has said. In answering a question in Parliament on 21st February 2019, George Eustace, Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, said that the best and most versatile agricultural land is classed as grade 3B and above. Speaking at an Environmental Audit Committee meeting last month, he referred to guidance issued together with the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government to local authorities in 2015. He said that this guidance created a strong presumption against solar farms on best and most versatile land, and that is classified in law as grade 3B or above. He accused local planning authorities of disregarding advice on the use of agricultural land for solar farm development, saying, "We are conscious that there have been quite a few big schemes in recent months or over the last 12 months where planning authorities seem to have either forgotten or started to disregard that advice." What George Eustace said was not a mistake. It has not been contradicted. So I repeat, in law, grade 3B land is the lowest grade that counts as BMV land. Natural England guidance on agricultural land classification, which is referenced in the NPPF, is not the law. This important clarification by George Eustace has only recently come to light, presumably too late for the officer's report, but crucially in time for the members to consider in your decision. The agricultural land classification report accompanying this application found that 17% of the land is grade 3A and 69% is grade 3B, i.e. 86% of the proposed site, 150 acres, is BMV land. A written ministerial statement of March 2015 by the Secretary of State for Communities and Local Government states, with regard to solar power generation, we want it to be clear that any proposal for solar farm involving the best and most versatile agricultural land would need to be justified by the most compelling evidence. We're all aware that we are living in a time when food security is a major and immediate crisis. We therefore believe that solar farms should not be built on farmland, but should be focused on brownfield land and on buildings. We are also aware that because of its mild, moist climate, Devon produces the finest meat and dairy products in the world. Farmed regeneratively, the farmland can be a massive carbon sink. conclusion, the applicant has provided no compelling evidence to justify the loss of over 150 acres of BMV land. Please ensure that this farmland is not lost to agricultural use for 40 years and refuse this planning application. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bratley. Now we go to the supporter, Godfrey Whitehouse. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm a retired energy engineer and was the energy manager at the University of Exeter. First of all, I would like to suggest to councillors that they can rely on the guidance from their planners and that the classification of land is set out in the legislation, the Town and Country Planning Order, Section 4Y, which confirms that only grade 3A land and above are considered best and most versatile land. So the area of land which is best and most versatile land in this application is about 12.5 hectares. I'd like to move on to the cost of living crisis. The war in Ukraine has shown that we urgently need our own sources of cheap energy. Solar power produces some of the cheapest electricity available, like a third of the cost of electricity from nuclear, for example. The government is urgently seeking to reform the electricity market now to allow these cheaper prices to pass through to consumers. I'd like to move on to discuss land use efficiency. Solar energy is an efficient way to use land for generating electricity compared to biofuels, for example. 1 hectare of solar farm generates around 800 megawatt hours of electricity per year, which is 50 times as much as 1 hectare of biofuels. In the Southwest alone, there are 25,000 hectares of maize grown for energy production, which could be replaced by around 500 hectares of solar farm, freeing up more than 24,000 hectares for food production. Planting trees is recommended as a way of absorbing carbon dioxide. If Peridon Farm was planted up with fast-growing species such as spruce, that would absorb 9 tons of carbon dioxide per hectare per year over the next 40 years, but very little in the first 15 years. By replacing fossil fuels, a solar farm saves around 200 tons of carbon dioxide per hectare per year, more than 20 times as much. If we fail to act on the climate emergency, the effect on our countryside and lives will be catastrophic. Climate change is already a far bigger threat to food production than solar. Globally, climate change has depressed agricultural output by 21% since 1961, compared to what it would have been. The land and beautiful villages of East Devon will be at risk of wildfires, flooding, drought, and decimation of wildlife. To summarise, the application meets the planning guidelines, contributes to reducing energy costs for all, and is an efficient use of land for electricity generation and for reducing carbon dioxide emissions. I urge you, for the sake of your children and grandchildren, please don't delay in approving this application. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Clistheiden Parish Council, Councillor David Mitcham now. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Can you see me?
Yes, we can. Well, we can hear you. I haven't found you yet, though.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
here.
Carry on. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I can see you.
Clistheiden Parish Council does not support the planning application for a solar farm adjacent to Peridon Farm. The Parish Council held an open meeting to discuss the application for a solar farm in early 2022. The village hall was full and the meeting was constructive. One of our ward councillors was present. After a lengthy debate, the meeting voted unanimously against the planning application. However, contributors at the meeting were very supportive of solar generation being installed on industrial buildings, farm buildings, and on all new houses. When the parish council met, to decide how we would collectively respond to the Peridon Solar Farm on January the 6th, 2022, one of my fellow councillors asked me if he could make a comment. He opened his smartphone to show the total daily production from his 16 kilowatt solar array situated in his south-facing garden. The output on that day was 0 electricity. The electricity production from the proposed solar farm has not been calculated, so the benefit analysis cannot be determined. As recent as last week, the National Grid reported that as temperatures rose, the efficiency of solar production reduces. Our parish council also has major concerns at the current planning proposal will become a large increase of HGV construction traffic to service the satellite states. This increase in HGV traffic will present a danger to the children attending our primary school, horse riders and cyclists, in addition, potentially damaging our Grade 2 listed bridge over the River Clyst in the centre of the village. The Devon County Council Highways budget is already being supported by our pothole wardens. The parish council is also concerned that the proposed solar farm is too close to 5 Grade 2 listed dwelling houses that are deemed to be of national importance. The loss of valuable farmland capable of producing food has recently become of new concern. Why, when alternative sites for solar are available, would valuable farmland be the first choice for solar farms? Clyst Vale Regional Park borders the parish of Clyst Hyden. Our immediate area has been described by East Devon District Council in glowing terms. There was no mention of solar farms. The residents of Country, Clyst Hyden, Tallerton, Payhembury speak as one. We all wish you to vote against this planning application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitcham. Next, we have the applicant, Chris Sauerbutz. And Mr. Sauerbutz, I'd like to ask you if, because I know that there will be questions, would you be prepared to answer questions from the committee, please?
I'll be very happy to.
Thank you. Right, off you go then. You have
Chair,
3.
members, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I am Chris Sauerbutz, founder of Light Rock Power, a wildlife-friendly solar developer. We're proud to be the only solar developer to have a partnership with the RSPB, and this project would be the first in the country to receive accreditation under their Fair to Nature scheme. Objectors who believe this project will be bad for wildlife seem to have misunderstood the proposals, but it's not easy for objectors to understand all the details. As mentioned previously, solar farms are highly technical projects, requiring months of surveys and reports and design and redesign. Of course, people want to make sure we're getting things right. Indeed, positive engagement here has led to design changes which either reduce the impact, such as not bringing traffic through Tallerton, or enhance the local environment, such as helping the existing flood issues on Tail Lane, as mentioned previously. These projects are a big ask of communities that host them, but society, government, and planning legislation have all given us a strong mandate to progress. As you know from what's going on in the world, and just last week in our own backyard, we are in a climate crisis. At the same time, we are facing an ecological emergency, and high energy prices are aggravating a cost of living crisis. The head of Ofgem recently stated, "The arguments for boosting our energy security and building a homegrown supply have never been stronger." Decarbonisation of our electricity system is one of the few societal endeavours that enjoys cross-party policy support. The life cycle analysis of our Pay the Dam project, requested by Clyst Hyden Parish Council, shows that the embodied CO2 of the whole project is paid back in just 3 years of operation. Renewable energy was once considered just Green Party policy, but times have changed. Indeed, Ed Davey oversaw the greatest increase in UK renewables capacity, and the current government's British energy security strategy envisages a 5-fold increase in UK solar capacity. Your own committee has an admirable track record of encouraging sustainable developments. This is not the only solar farm proposed in East Devon, but we welcome the conclusion of your planning officers and statutory consultees that Paverden is one of the proposed solar farms that can be accommodated in East Devon, with your landscape officer stating there is no intervisibility between any of the sites. Whilst there has been a concerted campaign against Devon solar farms by a few dedicated objectors, we have been encouraged by the many who have spoken up in support of this project. You may be asked to support a deferral today, but your officers, who have been exemplary in their professionalism throughout, have made it clear this project stands on its own merits and cumulative impacts are not an issue for Paverden. However difficult change might be, we cannot delay any longer. By supporting your officers' recommendation today, you can ensure that EDDC continues to play a significant role in tackling the crises we all face. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sourbutt. Now, members, could I ask you if you want to put up your hand, it is just to ask questions of the developer, please. Okay, now we go to the ward member, Councillor Skinner.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'd like to thank all of the speakers for their comments that they've made, and they've all been very eloquent in their views from all sides. There is a question from Mr. Sourbutt. A couple of questions actually, which I would like him to, if he could, clear up for me. Mr. Sourbutt, could I? My first question, I suppose, would be, because we are having several of these applications come towards us, and they seem to all be at 49 megawatts. Could I ask a question regarding 49 megawatts, why they're particularly at 49 megawatts?
Yeah, that's a very good question. It's a fairly simple answer as well. The Town and Country Planning Act, which is what you guys decide on, the group of councillors in the room today, that has a threshold for solar farms of 49 or 50 megawatts actually. And so in order for us to be able to discuss this with the local community and with local councillors such as yourselves, we remain under that 50 megawatt threshold. There are, as George Eustace mentioned recently, there are lots of very, very big solar farms being proposed. We're talking sort of 2,000 acres or so around the country, and they're governed by the planning inspectorate. So they go under a different type of planning system, if you like. But in order for us to provide local solar farms decided on and going through the local planning process, that's that cut-off threshold, and that's why you're seeing them at this 49 level.
Could I ask another question, please, Chair, through you?
Of course.
A question that's really is really quite. I've got three in all, but I'll just get this one over because I'm sure you'll be able to put this one off. Would you be able to say to me, because what's really quite important is what the capacity would be at the Broadcliff substation? Would you know what that is? Because no doubt you have a connection. I take it you have a connection.
We do have a connection.
And that's my knowledge that you did. So that answers that one. And the capacity at the Broadcliff substation, would you know what that is? And it may be a question you want to answer, or perhaps I might ask Mr. Rose. But if you did know, I'm sure it's your business. I just wondered if you knew what that was. And there's a supplementary to that, if I may, please.
I do not know the sort of remaining capacity available. And in fact, off the top of my head, I don't know the total capacity, but ordinarily a substation of that design would be designed with two 240 MVA transformers. So that's sort of 480 megawatts in sort of this speak, but that's to power all the homes and businesses that are fed by that substation. It is a pretty significant substation. So it's providing power to a very wide area, not just in East Devon, but right into other parts of Devon as well.
I get that. My last question, if I may, Chair, through you.
Yeah.
My last question to Mr. Sourbutt is that I've noticed I've been dealing with this, as you will know, Mr. Sourbutt, for a long time. It's obviously in my patch. Many questions been asked by many different people over a period of time, and the question I'd really like to put to, because this is directly from yourselves, is that my understanding when I went to the Payhembury meeting, parish meeting, or the meeting they got, of which you were, Light Rock were there, and they were talking about the community fund, and that the community fund that you were looking to put in a bond up around £100,000, and then the income from the £100,000 that go into the community. Do you not think that on the basis that, and if my figures are incorrect, please correct me. Do you not think on the basis of an income generation scheme of £5 million a year, that £100,000, the interest of £100,000 is just a little something that would be, let's say, if we were to go forward in conclusion, going forward and having our discussions, that would be something that would be debatable for what I might call for the benefit of the people that live around this particular site. I think the community fund that you've put is really quite a bit below the bar. Would you have anything to comment on that? Is that something that would be negotiable with yourselves as you move forward? Because this is really important as well.
It's something I'm happy to comment on. Well, firstly, there's the additional 125,000 or so per annum in business rates that obviously goes to the local authority, and that in turn benefits the wider community. But also, one thing that's quite interesting about community benefit funds is the heavily subsidised wind farms of sort of 6 to 10 years or so ago. They gave these really very, very large community benefit pots, to the tunes of tens of thousands a year. And there are many, many parishes across the country now who do not know how to spend these vast sums of money, because these are small parishes. They're very well run. They're very well looked after already. They don't have a huge financial deficit. And so by us creating a community benefit fund that works with the Devon Community Trust and Community Foundation, it enables a pot of money to be managed by this third party that is completely out of our control, and they can allocate the money to applications may come from within the local community, but if there aren't applications for environmental education, mental health projects in the local community, then that money can go to support projects elsewhere in the East Devon communities or elsewhere in the wider Devon community as well. So for us, it seems a more useful way to allocate the money, simply because we have seen historically that large community benefit funds going into parish coffers end up not being very well managed or very well spent, and they end up with a huge surplus that they don't know what to do with.
Could I just come in there, please? Apparently the community fund contribution has been discounted, and I think Mr. Rose might like to give enlightenment on that. Mr. Rose?
Thank you, Chair. So yes, so any community fund agreement between the community, the parish council, and the applicant is outside of the planning system. We can't secure any contributions or benefit to the community off the back of this planning application, because that'd be akin to buying a planning permission, which is obviously unlawful. So anything that happens of a community fund has to be outside of this remit of this planning application, and strictly between the parish council, community, and the applicant. And we as a local authority can have no control or power or insist that, and certainly couldn't refuse a planning application if it wasn't provided.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Rose. It is in the report, but there's so much of it I couldn't find it. Back to you, Councillor Skinner.
No, I think rather than form into debate, I shall have the debate with our members, and I've asked the questions. I've got the answers from Mr. Sarabutts. I thank him for his answers for what he's said, but I may be challenging a little bit later in the meeting. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Right, now we go into debate. Councillor Lawrence.
I had a question, Chair.
Yeah, I have mine is just a question.
Councillor Lawrence first, please.
Thank you. Mr. Sarabutts, just a couple of questions. Can you tell me where Light Rock is based, where your headquarters are?
We're based in Sheffield.
Oh, right.
which is why you was seeing the letters come from there. I was going to address that. I was hoping that might be the
Yeah,
follow-on to your
well,
question.
I've personally been to visit 6 of these people who are supposed to have sent these letters. They've all denied sending them. One of them, in fact, I was told by his wife he was dyslexic and was incapable of writing any letter. And they've all been postmarked Sheffield. So I can't understand why 14 local people would send their letters to Sheffield to have them sent from Sheffield back to members of the committee.
Yeah,
could you answer that one?
Yeah, perfectly reasonable question. So the landowner asked their friends within the community if they would write to you, to yourselves, but it's a huge undertaking. There are many councillors on a committee, and in order to write to all of you, A, it takes a lot of time, and B, it costs a lot of stamps. And so we offered to do that on those people's behalf. And so those people did not fit. You'll see the handwriting is poor Fiona in the office here. You know, she's been diligently handwriting them out. But that's why you've received them on their behalf, but delivered from Sheffield.
But 6 of them said they never wrote a letter. I've been around and visited them at their homes, and they said they never wrote a letter.
Yeah, so they were asked by the landowner if comments could be submitted on their behalf to be written to you, and that's what was asked to be done. So
the letters basically are all made up. They're not the comments of these people. They're just made up by somebody in order to produce a letter to send to us. Is that what you're saying?
They're correct. They were requested that we would write a letter on their behalf to you. But yes, they were not their words verbatim.
Okay, fine. Right, one more question. Can you tell me where the panels are going to be made, the solar panels?
It hasn't been decided yet, because you'll be aware there is the significant issue within the global solar community, and it's it's an issue that affects our clothing and drinks and cars and everything. But Xinjiang has a despicable reputation, I'm afraid to say, and it is that bad for the treatment of the Uyghur population. And there are regulatory systems in various different industries that try and stop these abuses happening. And governments, our own government, can try and stop these happening. At the moment, about 90% of the world's polysilicon supply, and also silicon supply, which is in our phones and laptops we're probably all speaking from today, is implicated in the Xinjiang manufacturing issue. So the global solar industry is taking great strides to build new manufacturing facilities outside of Xinjiang, which some of them already exist. And so if those are completed by the time we can procure the panels, then we would be seeking to procure them from outside of that area.
Okay, well, leading on from that, just as my final question to you, how come you've been able to produce a full carbon assessment if you don't know where the panels are coming from and how they're going to be made and who they're going to be made by and how far they're going to have to travel to get to the UK and all the other things associated with your carbon assessment?
Because it's actually, transportation is a very, very tiny percentage of that carbon assessment. The means of manufacturing will remain the same, whether it's done in Xinjiang or in Malaysia. And it's just that they will be transported, but yeah, we're talking, it wouldn't even change it a month or so in that calculation. So the location of the manufacture actually has a very small implication on that carbon impact.
Right, okay, because when you do the carbon assessment, obviously you have to look at replacing the panels, which I understand have a life cycle of about 25 years, is that correct?
Well, actually they have a life cycle about more like 40 or 50 years.
Do they? All right,
yeah.
Okay.
The reason they had that initial 25 years you might be familiar with is partly because the feed-in tariff, which used to be a subsidy that supported solar farms, that was measured at 25 years, or that sort of set to last for 25 years. And so when developers from 10 years ago were proposing solar farms, they set them with a 25-year lifetime because that's how much the subsidy remained for. But the actual lifetime of a solar panel, particularly with advancing technologies, is far longer than that.
All right. The reason I asked is because I went to another meeting, not your company. I went to another meeting where the presentation was done, and they said they'd have to replace all the panels within 20 to 25 years. But okay, thank you very much for your help.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. And I'm sure that some of those questions are what some of us would be asking as well. And as for the matter of the letters, which we've all received a number of, it is for members to decide whether they attach any weight to those. It does seem, shall we say, being polite, slightly disingenuous. And the other issue of where the panels would be manufactured, there is the ethical question of slave labour and people being mistreated, but that is not a matter for consideration by the planning committee. I think Nita and probably Chris Rose would confirm that. Could either of you confirm that, please?
Yes, through you, you're quite correct, Chair. We can't take into account where or how those panels may be constructed. We have to consider the scheme on its planning merits in terms of those issues I outlined in the report.
Thank you. Councillor Desarum.
Yeah, just a very few couple of quick questions. On page 35 of the report, Ms. Sauerbatz, it says, Clistheiden Parish Council requests that you produce a full carbon savings. Was that done? My other question is on page 84, is that the site that's constructed by the Countryside Consultants, the images, is that land absolutely the genuine, the grades that we've got? Is that subject to any further assessment, or can we actually agree that that is the correct grades? Because it goes on to say that it would be difficult for the council to refuse. And my last question is that the land is not being lost. It will be grazing purposes, so the land will not be completely lost to agricultural uses. Will the grazing be as effective as currently is the situation for the land? So those are my three very quick questions. Thank you so much, Chair.
Councillor Desarum, thank you for asking about the grass for grazing, because another question has arisen from somebody outside the committee saying that the grass there would not be suitable for sheep grazing. So if I could add that to Councillor Desarum's question, Mr. Sauerbatz.
Yeah, sure. So I'll take the grazing question first. Yes, it is currently a dairy farm predominantly, and so it is pasture. I don't know why someone thinks that grass for cows is somehow different to grass for sheep, but yeah, certainly sheep can graze dairy pasture and vice versa. So perfectly okay for sheep to graze here, and in fact, sheep graze on the vast majority of solar farms across the country. Is a very sort of good method to A, sort of remain in animal husbandry, but B, to actually maintain the landscape, to keep the grass controlled. So yes, we will be using grazing here. Now, because we have a partnership with the RSPB, we will be using a methodology called conservation grazing, which is a grazing method that's designed to encourage biodiversity and the proliferation of different types of native flora. So it won't be to the same sort of industrial sheep farming intensity that one might expect of a fully commercial sheep farm. But yes, there will be regular sheep grazing around the site, but the grass is perfectly suitable. The first question I do recall, which was around the carbon impact requested. Yes, as I did mention in my speech, yes, that was produced. It's called a life cycle analysis, and it demonstrated that the full carbon consumption, or the embodied carbon we call it, of the project will be paid off in just 3 years. So very efficient from that perspective. I'm sorry, Councillor Desarum, I missed the second question. I didn't quite catch which.
Well, basically, because the report goes on to say that it will be difficult to refuse on the grading of the land grounds, could you confirm to us that these are all the absolutely correct grades, so that if anyone else wanted to go and get another independent assessment done, they wouldn't find significant differences in the data? What I'm saying to you is this data absolutely the genuine data that we can 100% rely on if and when we come to make our decision, based on the report's comments on the bottom of page 84, please?
Yes, it is. Yeah, so that's very straightforward. So an independent agricultural consultancy, they have a very specific methodology. Any other consultant would follow the same methodology and discover the same underlying data there. So yes, you can absolutely rely on that fact.
Right, everything's gone very quiet. Councillor Rylance.
Thank you, Chair. So part of this development obviously falls into my ward. People who know me will know that I'm very much in favour of renewables. So I'm not against photovoltaics per se at all. My areas of concern about this particular scheme articulated essentially around the effects on the local environment and on the local communities. So I've got a range of questions, I'm afraid, technical questions. I'm going to start with the environmental ones, and then move on to the people ones, because I think they're actually more compelling, even more compelling. So my first question is about the deer fencing and the mammal gaps. Now, if you're putting deer fencing around the site, presumably that's to exclude deer. So what arrangements have you made for deer to travel in a different manner? As a corollary to that, are hedges going to be retained as wildlife corridors, or are they going to be included within the site in such a way that they can't be used by larger mammals? Are the mammal gates frequent enough to not block wildlife corridors? The biodiversity aspects, the biodiversity gain, I thought I understood from reading the report that most of the biodiversity gain would come from plants. Now, presumably, some of that will be deliberately introduced plants like the apple trees. Some will be what you hope will pop up underneath the solar panels from the conservation grazing. Now, what's your understanding of the kind of plants that pop up in that kind of situation, where it's actually difficult to mow and to run machinery past it? And where rainwater, for example, is going to be sheeting off the photovoltaics in a line along the sort of lower end of the photovoltaics, and possibly creating quite a bit of runoff. Shall I pause there for a second? Because that's the wildlife bits. And
if you could, please, I can try and keep the questions in mind. I might have to ask you to remind me of some of them.
So mammal gates, deer, hedgerows? Are the hedgerows going to be usable by the deer and the badgers? And what about the biodiversity gain? How is that happening?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so I think it might help to describe how an individual field is laid out, if you like, because as I say, we have this partnership with the RSPB. We also have different consultant ecologists. We've also spoken to local farmers here who manage some quite impressive biodiversity schemes on their own land. So of all the sites that we develop, this is actually a really interesting one from an environmental perspective, and it's why it will be one of the first ones to achieve the RSPB's Fair to Nature accreditation or certification. And so the way a field is laid out is you have your existing hedgerows, and typically, very sort of common in the agricultural landscape in Devon, these hedgerows are flailed quite heavily, which means they're cut pretty low and they're cut pretty sort of savagely with a flat top. And you'll have seen them if you're driving around. A lot of the time they're flailed to quite a flat top, and then they're allowed to grow up through the course of the growing season. So firstly, on the hedgerows, we don't propose to use that flailing method. We propose to allow them to grow up to about sort of 2 to 3 times their existing height. Not only does that provide visual screening, which is good for the humans, but it also provides these excellent wildlife corridors sort of right around and throughout the site. Now, from that hedgerow, we then have a 5-meter gap between the hedgerow and our fence. And you might know that as a field margin. We refer to them as wildflower margins. And it's in those margins that we will sow various different types of wildflower seed mixes. One of the studies that we're going to be doing with the RSPB is to try some yellow rattle in higher proportions within those seed mixes, because yellow rattle, you may know, is a grass parasite, and so it can diminish some of that neutral grassland which is currently being used for grazing, to allow floristic diversity to occur more naturally. So then you've got your hedge, your 5 meters of strip all the way around the site, and then you have the deer fence. Now it's called a deer fence because that's what's used in agriculture right across the country. It's just fencing that you see all across the countryside. We put mammal gates in to allow small mammals to come into the site, and actually it does provide them some shelter as well. Small mammals do like solar farms because they can get in where not necessarily everything else can. And so, yeah, obviously the absence of humans within the site is also a significant benefit for the wildlife. And then you do see a lot of deer within solar farm sites. So they either jump the fence, as they're sort of commonly able to do. If it's muntjac, sometimes the mammal gates are large enough that they can enter. Now, but again, because we work with the RSPB, the frequency of those and the size of those is sort of above what would be considered a normal standard, because we are trying to encourage something a bit special here. You know, this is the RSPB, and we want it to be an exemplar site of how solar farms should be developed so that others can follow the model and go, this is what you can achieve in terms of biodiversity. So, you know, because we have the part of the cliffs coming through the site, we have some wetland habitats and wet woodlands, which is quite unusual on a solar farm site. So we have all these different elements of pretty in-depth thinking on how we achieve good biodiversity, and biodiversity that is appropriate to the landscape as well. You know, wet woodland is quite a common feature, or was once a very common feature within Devon. Obviously, a lot of it has been cleared for industrial farming, but we're looking to reinstate some of that. We've got some orchard planting as well. Obviously, orchards are a feature of sort of the human use of the agricultural landscape in Devon, and so that's sort of just reflecting that feature of the Cliffs Valley. Have I missed anything? Sorry, I'm done.
You haven't really fully answered the question about deer routes, to my mind.
Oh yeah, so deer routes, yeah. So
yeah,
if they don't go into the site, then because you have this 5 meter field margin all the way around the site, they can perfectly well travel in the field still, and they just go around the perimeters. Yeah, that's very common.
Okay. Thank you for that. So I've got a small corollary then. So how will those field margins be maintained? Because within 2 or 3 years, they'll be choked with brambles and impossible even to deer. I mean, the hedgehogs will love them, but the deer won't.
Yeah, so they can be maintained through mowing and through conservation grazing as well. It's a smaller strip to mow, and so that can be managed through good meadow management. So you may be familiar with meadow management. You know, ostensibly you leave it, you know, throughout the growing season, and then you typically take your cut in, you know, about late August, September or so, and so that will be managed.
Okay, so who concretely will be managing that, and is there a management plan in place already?
Yeah, so there is a LEMP and a LEAP attached to the solar farm proposals, and that will be conditioned by your officer to ensure that there is a very stringent, I think it's set out as a 25-year programme to date, but obviously that will continue to be updated to ensure that
hopefully 40 years, yeah.
Well, the management programme is set out at 25 years currently. So to demonstrate how things will be allowed to grow, how the hedgerows will be allowed to grow, and also there, thanks to the Environment Act, which was passed last year, there is now stronger powers, if you like, for local authority for enforcement. So there's something called a Section 39 agreement, which really details how everything is managed, with what frequency, even to the extent of, you know, how tall the hedges grow up to and how many trees you get proliferating. And so if part of the hedgerow fails, for example, as a local authority, you have this enforcement power to say, look, that hedgerow has failed, but you said you were going to maintain it. So you as a developer have an obligation to reinstate it and ensure that it does take.
That's in the documents, yeah. Thank you. So the next part of my question was about essentially soil permeability and what happens after the construction workers have vacated the site, presumably having used quite large machinery on it. How do you anticipate the rainwater falling on the panels will interact with compacted soil, or do you have a plan to remedy the compacted soil? And to my mind, it's entirely unacceptable to channel any of that water into nearby drains and ditches, because people who live around here, as I do, will know that the roads are very, very prone to flooding already. So what is your plan for the flood water is essentially my question. It's an open question, sorry.
Very early on in the consultation process, we were alerted to the flooding issues that really occur at Marsh Crotts. And because we control sort of fields either side of that section of Tail Lane, we said, well, one of the community benefits we can provide would actually be to create some attenuation on both sides of the field, or both sides of the lane, sorry. So as the flow of the cliffs kind of comes south to Cross Tail Lane, that's where we have the wet woodland planting, and obviously the plants themselves will have a much more absorbative function than the farming practice does currently, which obviously leads to lots of runoff. And then we're actually going to reprofile on both sides of that section of Tail Lane to allow to effectively to slow the flow of the cliffs. And it's not something we need to do, because actually when you establish a solar farm, it reduces runoff rates because you don't have the bare soil function, you don't have things graze right down to their last degree. So you do get slower runoff rates on a solar farm already. So we didn't need to do this, but a lot of people like yourself said, there is a problem around here in that Tail Lane floods. Is there anything you can do about it? And so because we're going to be doing some works around the site anyway, we thought, well, this would be a great thing that we could do that would actually, people have highlighted a genuine problem. It's not just putting money into a parish pot and then no one knows what to do with it. It's like, here's a problem we've identified. Is there anything you can do about it? And so that's what we've proposed to do. Now, with the drip rates, if you like, from the solar panels, if you imagine when you look at sort of the aerial image of a solar farm, it just looks like these sort of great long sheets of glass, but it's not the case. Each panel is 2 meters by 1 meter roughly, and then in between each panel is a little clip that clips it to the next panel, and that creates a gap of a couple of millimeters. And so the rain is actually, as well as falling on the panels, is falling through those gaps, but also the runoff from the top panels is not running all the way down to the bottom of that plane. It's running off to the bottom of its panel and then dripping through, and then the next one and so forth. So you're not getting this sort of great glass sail like you might do with a greenhouse, for example. You are getting a much greater permeability as you go around. And on permeability, you mentioned soil compaction and the sort of traveling around the site. So most of the vehicles that move around the site are tracked. And so you don't get a lot of soil compaction, particularly if you operate in the fairer weather months. There's a big problem with some of the existing solar farms because the way the subsidies operated, they changed or they reduced on the 1st of April. And so a lot of the solar farms that you see around Devon and Cornwall and across the country, they are actually built in the winter months. They're built really sort of from more or less from Christmas through to the 1st of April. And so terrible conditions to be moving around the farm at all, even in a tracked vehicle. So unfortunately, there was a lot of compaction there. But our preference, and because we're not driven by subsidy, is to build when we want to build, which is where you can ensure you're doing it properly and not creating those compaction issues you talk about.
Thank you. So if I may move on to the people aspects. Firstly, I would say that my parish, Clistheiden, has got a range of amenities that are very well run and could do with extra money. So I do slightly take issue with your suggestion that they wouldn't know what to do with the money. There's plenty. There's a pool, there's a cricket club, there's all sorts of things going on. So there are plenty of things that they would be able to
and they
spend
can
money
apply
on.
for the money. Absolutely.
Okay. So part of my concern is that I know this has been taken into account in the various reports, but the primary school in Clistheiden is on a road with no pavement, with no car park. So children are walking to and from school. And I want to ensure that you're going to have some kind of robust travel plan for large vehicles, because I've been picking up my daughter when there's tractors going by, and it's really quite scary. And to think that this project might add several, well, over a dozen or possibly more movements per day past that school, and that actually makes me feel quite sick and apprehensive. And I really think that you need to take that really seriously, because there are children in the road, there are people in the road, there are dogs in the road, and it's not going to be an easy cohabitation. So I'd like to know what your travel plan is going to be and how you're going to enforce that on third-party contractors. In terms of, Mr. Rose showed us earlier a picture of the so-called main road past the development. As you can see, it's very much not a main road, and it's also suffering from the surfacing problems that a lot of Devon roads are. That is a tiny road. It's single track. it's covered in potholes and has a lot of repair issues. What is your plan for maintaining the roads that are damaged by large vehicle movements during the build of this? And what was my last thing? So travel plan, roads, money into the community. And also, yeah, I'm a little upset, given that we are talking really about an environmental project, how polarized this debate has become. And it's a little disappointing that some of your representatives have been quite unpleasant to the local community when they visited. And that's not quite the behavior I'd hope to see. These are people who are just concerned for the loss of their lifestyle. They're not making a fuss just to make a fuss. They're making a fuss because they're really worried. And I would like to have seen, your company coming more towards them and trying to find out what the issues were. And maybe, you're probably building up quite an immense knowledge of how to deal with this kind of development in a very rural area with a small community, which is essentially where you're building all the time. So I'd hope that, bit by bit, you've been improving your methodology. So it's a bit disappointing that there have been these negative interactions with the public at times. And I would hope that, going forwards, that you'd be better prepared for dealing with communities where you're planning to build farms. And it's childish of me to point it out, but yeah, RSPB, birds obviously don't have the same problems that mammals do in terms of overcoming fences. So it's good to be thinking about birds, but it's not the whole ecosystem. So yeah, so the people aspect really crucial for me at the moment. Can you answer my questions on those, please?
Happily, yeah. I know it was churlish, but I'm sure the RSPB isn't just about birds. They cover all forms of ecology, because ecology is what's important to all animal life. So it's a bit of a misnomer for them to be called the Royal Society for Protection of Birds, but yeah, they have very very experienced ecologists in all fields, and so a lot of their advice is around mammals and insects and so forth. But yeah, I suspect you're being perhaps a bit flippant. So on the people aspect, it's the first I've heard that one of our representatives has been rude. There's only one representative who has been able to visit, because unfortunately with COVID, obviously there are a few lockdowns. I myself caught COVID one time where I was due to visit, so only one of our representatives has visited, and I've not heard that feedback. So it's interesting that comes up now. But yes, obviously I apologise that was the case. And yeah, we do take this very seriously, and it's really interesting to hear people say we're not listening. It's kind of hurtful in a way, actually, because it's so important to me to listen, and we don't have to do things like reprofiling the ground. But it's important to me, people are saying, hey, there's a flooding issue here. You're going to be doing a big project potentially. Is there something that you can do to help us just in our daily lives? Not give us money and not do anything like that, but just, it's kind of annoying when the road is flooded. I can't walk through it, or I can't get my dog through it, or whatever it is. So is there something you can do? And so we've actually put a pretty Herculean effort into listening and taking action. Our initial construction route actually proposed to come through Tallerton. And we had a huge amount of feedback from the residents of Tallerton. We commissioned all sorts of additional transport surveys as a result of that. And because of that, we were able to move the construction traffic away from Clistheiden, which I appreciate then has an impact on your constituents, because it brings the traffic through Clistheiden. But it's another thing where we spent so long on this project listening to people and redesigning and cutting it right, because we want it to be an exemplar, and the RSPB is an important partner for us and they want it to be an exemplar. So we're falling over ourselves to do everything we can to listen. And so to hear people say that they don't think we're listening, I mean, you've heard your officer say that actually it's quite hard to show images of where this solar farm is, because we spent so long carefully choosing which fields to put it in, and really thinking about the landscape planting and how not only is that good for wildlife, but it's also good for mitigating these views. And then for people to say, oh, this is an abomination on the landscape, when actually it's basically invisible from most locations, is, sorry, I recognise.
If I may, sorry, did you actually have a travel plan for your heavy goods vehicles?
Yeah, so what happened?
Councillor Reinert, can I refer you, please, to page 76 and the County Highways report. in which they say that they propose a delivery booking system so that Clistheiden Primary School commute times can be avoided, especially for pedestrians. So that one's been answered.
But will that cover third-party contractors as well?
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know, but can you wind up now? You've had a good old go, Councillor Rylance.
Okay, so my last question was, are you going to have an anti-slavery declaration on your website?
Yes.
Fantastic, thank you.
Thank you. Now I'd like to go to Mr. Rose, please, because several times the issue of why haven't these applications been looked at as a collective? So I assume that each application is decided separately as it stands on its merits or otherwise. So Mr. Rose, could you expand on that, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so you're right. We have to consider each application on its merits. That's why you've got a report in front of you. I appreciate that this was the first of the 3 solar farm applications that we've got to come in, but it's been assessed. We've got all the consultation responses. We've assessed the application, so it's before you. But you'll see alongside that, we have in the report mentioned or tried to assess the cumulative impacts from the proposal and from those other schemes. And our assessment is that this is the application site. We're a considerable distance from Marsh Green. To say that there's a cumulative impact there is going to be very difficult to uphold on appeal. Yes, we're quite close to or a kilometre from the scheme in Mid Devon and a kilometre from the other scheme. But as you'll see in the report, the landscape architect said that he struggled to find viewpoints where you will view all the farms together. There may be the top of a hill or some glimpse that you'll see them in the distance, but the cumulative impact of them is such that we don't feel that we can justify holding back the decisions on the other application, on this one, or we wait for the other applications, because we just can't find those cumulative impacts that would justify that. And given that this application, has all its consultation responses and has been with us some time, we felt that it should come to you to be considered on its merits.
Thank you for that clarification. That's helpful. Now, Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm going to be very brief. 2 questions only, you'll be glad to hear. One, what is going to happen to the rest of the farm? Because obviously there's still some farmland left. Yeah, we can see from that image. Thank you, Chris. What's going to happen to the rest of the farm? My other question is, as some of the objectors have stated, the landscape architect did recommend refusal, but he did say subject to a reduction in the scale of development by removal of those parts that have the highest landscape and visual impact and better provision for mitigation, proposals could be considered acceptable. Would you be willing to work with the landscape architect to see if the scheme could be modified to make it more acceptable both to the landscape architect and perhaps to the local population?
Shall I take both of those, Councillor Wright?
Yes, please.
So firstly, the use of the rest of the farm, as you may be aware, it's used for dairy farm predominantly. There are a couple of quite a lot of dairy farms obviously around, but a lot of the fields are currently let to a tenant farmer, and the dairy practice will be continuing as well. Some of the farm buildings themselves, you're probably aware, are being converted to holiday lets as well. And the farm owners who currently live there will actually be moving into, you can't really see it very clearly, but Peridon Cottages, which is right on Tail Lane, just there. Thank you. So they're staying there. They're continuing to be the good stewards of the land. You're probably aware they've won many awards for their farming practices and how they've been able to diversify over the years. So they're genuinely good people who are really concerned about doing the right thing by their family. They have young children and wanting to create a good life for them. The second question is a bit strange, I suppose, that the landscape officer didn't update his comments, because we had a very extensive meeting where we agreed the bits that would be removed, and that's why we removed them. And it's a shame that he didn't find the time to say, yes, this has happened, and this is what I suggested. And unfortunately, Chris Rose wasn't the planning officer in that meeting. It was Ben Chester's, but it was a highly detailed meeting where we agreed which bits should be removed, which bits of additional landscaping should be planted, which additional buffers for the footpath there. So that what you suggested is a good suggestion, but it has already been undertaken. And it's just a shame the landscape officer hasn't sort of clarified the position. And maybe Chris Rose has had that conversation and can clarify here for us.
Thank you. I wonder if Mr. Rose would like to comment on what's been said there.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, so the applicant's right. And obviously the comments are in the report from the landscape architect, and following on from those comments, that meeting took place between the officers, landscape architect and the applicant, and amendments to the proposal were made, including more mitigation, increased planting, and that's the scheme that you have in front of you now. So, and we as the planning officers are happy that this amended scheme reflects those comments of the landscape architect.
Thank you. Right, Ward Member, Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, and I take it Madam Chair, we're going through to the debate now, are we? Is that clear?
Well, there are still some hands up.
Sorry, I'm not for questions.
I think, no, unless you've got a question. Councillor Lawrence, you've got a hand up. Is that for a question?
It is, Chair, thank you. Yes, can I ask Mr. Sowerbutts, the plan is that after 40 years, the whole area will be decommissioned. How is that going to be funded, and who is going to guarantee that funding in 40 years' time? What I'm trying to find, I mean, it's not a planning issue as such, but I'm just trying to ascertain, does Mr. Sowerbutts' company, are they going to do the whole building of the solar farm themselves? And are they going to put aside a certain amount of money for the decommissioning at the end? Thank you.
Very good question. Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. And yes, well, it's not a planning issue. It is an important community issue, because you don't want to be left with the whole load of solar farm. So what happens is there's a legal agreement where money is put aside during the life of the solar farm, and it's held in what's called an escrow account, which you might be familiar with. And it's money that covers the cost of decommissioning, and we can't touch it. And at the end of the life, we have the legal obligation to remove it, both from a planning perspective, but also from a legal agreement with the landowner's perspective. If we fail for any reason to comply with that obligation, then this pot of money can be accessed either by a local authority or by the landowners to pay for the removal of that equipment. So yes, money is set aside during the course of the lifetime that can only be used for decommissioning.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Skinner, your hand is up again. Is that for a question?
No, Chair, I'm just trying to get to the debate. No, it's not a question.
All right, now, hold on. Councillor Key has got his hand up. Is that for a question, Councillor Key?
No debate.
Okay. I think that's for me to decide. I wanted to get answers to all the questions, because there is a lot of concern within the community, as you can see by the number of objections. Right, Councillor Skinner, you can now speak.
Okay, we're into the debate now, Chair, are we?
Yeah.
Right, thank you very much indeed. Okay, well, this has been obviously a very difficult application, and I've been a district councillor for 23 years, and I think this is one of the most difficult applications I think I've ever come across. And the reason I say that is because it sits on two sides of the fence. As I put in my comments earlier, we as a local authority are very keen on green energy and going forward with green energy into the future. And I think green energy is very, very important role. That's been accepted by this authority and accepted by many, and not just whether or not it's with this authority. I believe many of the residents and people who live within the UK and throughout the world want to see the way that we're changing our energy resource. So we take that as an acceptance that we want to see green energy. But what we've got here in front of us is a planning application for somewhere in the region of 150 acres of a 49 megawatt solar farm. And in itself, on the light of it, I've been around this site. I've seen the site. This has been going on for an extremely long time. Been to many parish council meetings that represent in my ward. 3 of my parishes, of my 4 parishes, 3 of them, this actually, they've made representations here in today's application. And I've met many people within the area, within my ward, of who people, some are very upset about the impact of what this is going to have, but even many of those people all accept we want a green energy. We've got a green energy, an energy crisis, and how do we go forward in working with the environment, the countryside, farming, green energy, and food. Things change on a regular basis. I won't sit here just to debate with just everybody about the issues of what changed. We know what's come. The supermarkets in this country have held farming to the coals for many, many years, because they've always been, and I've worked in the industry for many years, and I've been a farmer for all of my life and my generations before me. And the just-in-time farming has worked much in the past, and it's kept food prices down, and that's worked, and it's been successful, and that's fine, and that's where we are. We've got a game changer, and the game changer is that buying food just around the world as and when, willy-nilly, when you think you can, is changing, and everybody is understanding the food security that is facing us. What this application does on its own is not going to be significant in the reduction of food production. We know that. Where my premise is coming from, and the reason I asked the questions earlier to Mr. Sowerbutts, talking about the energy substation at Broadcliff substation, is because there are many questions here that I don't feel are answered particularly. And to take this application on its own merit is not something that is acceptable for me. It would be if it was just this one and perhaps just one more, but it isn't. I know for a fact that there is another 200-acre farm site, solar farm site, that is on its likely to be on its way, and that particular, and not necessarily like Rock, but particular people within this industry have zoned this particular area of East Devon for solar farm production. So if we all think that this is just going to be a one-off and it can go away, and I absolutely understand what Mr. Rose has said, and I'm sure every member of this committee, absolutely, including yourself, Chair, in the comments that you've made, this is an application, and we deal with applications on an application by application basis. And in 99.9% circumstances, I would absolutely agree with that. We've got in this particular application the 0.1% that I don't agree. And the reason I don't agree is because this is in my patch, and the Councillor Rylance's patch, and Councillor Chamberlain's patch, and Councillor Pepper's patch. Many villages are touched by this, but not just this one application. There are 2 other applications which has been put on the screen by Mr. Rose, and I believe, Mr. Rose, would I be correct in saying that when you put the sites up earlier, where would the one for Tallaton be in that site?
Yeah.
Is that the Rutton Farm proposal? Because I can't, it's so small, I can't see it.
Yeah, so Councillor Skinner, so this is the Mid Devon one.
Yes.
This is the application site today. That's right. That's Rutton Farm there, and you've got Tallaton here where my cursor is.
Yes.
And then we've got the Marsh Green one down here. So these are the 3 applications that are in and submitted to East Devon at the moment.
Thank you very much for that. That's very clear. Thank you very much, Mr. Rose, for that. I wanted to be clear. Sorry, like I've had to pinch it all up here because I'm sort of a bit small. But I want to be absolutely clear that we've got 3 other sites in East Devon. This is the first of 3. And my view on this is, what is enough? What would members of our council, and it's not just a planning committee, what would we find acceptable in acreage of solar panels? If we're going to take them on the basis of one at a time, at what point does saturation come? Is there a saturation point? And in my belief, the applications coming forward on a one-to-one basis is that if we get to the point of 600 odd acres, and I'm saying approximately 600 acres, and I know of another 200 acres that are likely to come, and probably another 200 beyond it, we're talking about 1,000 acres. Is that acceptable? If it is acceptable, that's fine. is 2,000 acres acceptable? Is 3,000 acres acceptable? Because if you're going to get to a point you're going to say this is not acceptable, we should be finding out what that acceptability is, in balancing that back about what energy can be produced from the Broadcliff substation, about what they can take on, for us to understand what acceptability is. And that question, and the question raised by Mr. Sykes, was a brilliant, brilliant question, Mr. Sykes. I hope you're still listening. Was what is our solar farm strategy? Well, I can tell you what our solar farm strategy is at East Devon. We haven't got one. That's what the strategy is. What we've got is applications coming through the process on a local plan that is disappearing, on an emerging local plan that is not yet in place. That's where we are. Now, it's such an important issue for all those people for and against solar farms in our area. It's so important that we get it right with this particular application. Otherwise, it's just not fair. Now, in my opinion, and the reason I made the comments that I have is because I've tried to balance up both trains of thought. I can't think of many times, and I'm sure, Chair, you've known me for a long time. How many times do I come to this committee and sit on the fence with the deferment? Very rare. It's either I'm for something or I'm against something, and I can judge that in my own mind. Over many years, I've been doing this job, and for many years, and this is why I find this particular application so difficult. And it's so difficult because I would absolutely go with the concerns that of the people that have put forward and the views that have been laid out by Mr. Rose by saying we have to go by an application basis. On this particular application, I feel that is fundamentally wrong. And I think it's wrong because we need to be looking at them as a consensus collectively. And then I asked the question of Mr. Sarabutts earlier. Every question I ask for a reason. And one of the questions I asked Mr. Sarabutts was why they were 49 megawatt. He didn't really answer my question. I don't feel that when we have applicants coming, we should ask a question through you, Chair, and you quite rightly do this. We can ask a question, they answer a question, but we don't get into debate with the particular applicants because that's not fair. The debate is here and now. The question, which I believe, the reason why they're 49 megawatts is because anybody who studied this and knows this, and I'll say it for the benefit of the for my fellow colleagues on this planning committee, is because if it gets to 50 megawatts, it goes to the Secretary of State. So they're all at 49 megawatts, just under the bar to stay away from the Secretary of State. Now, my argument is this. If we actually believe in going forward with this particular application, and we look at the size and scale of this application in itself, it's not particularly necessarily detrimental. Now, the people who live around there and the people who I represent probably wouldn't want to hear me say that, but I'm trying to get a view that is the holistic view in coming out the right balance here. But when you take these particular applications together, it's quite large, in fact, and it's growing, it's getting larger. So one of the reasons I'm going to go for deferment, and I will be making a recommendation, be looking for a secondary chair through you, will be have a deferment of this application until such time as we can understand all the applications are coming forward on this basis. One, we need to understand the capacity of the Broadcliff substation to give us the narrative to understand how many could possibly come. Could it be 200 megawatt? Could it be 400? Could it be 600? What is the narrative of what that is? When we have the answer to that question, it gives us an indication of what we're likely to see coming down the road. And I'll bet you any money you like that if that question gets answered at the front end, and if many members thought, this could be something more than what we think, we'd be asking the question. And the question is, how big could this be? At what point is the cutoff point? Now, to be fair to every applicant, I don't think it's either correct to refuse this application. I think if we refuse this application, we will be in exactly the same position as they are at Mid Devon. They had no founding grounds of which the planners could defend the application. And my understanding is that when they went for QC consultation to ask somebody to take up this on behalf of Mid Devon District Council, there were no takers, because the policies are in place that says that refusal on these applications would be extremely difficult. So refusal is not something I find acceptable, because I think I'm being then disingenuous to the people whom I represent, because it's easy for me to say no on the basis, oh, I stood up for you and said no, knowing full well I have no defense for a refusal. And that is not, as being disingenuous to my people, and I won't do it. I find by allowing us putting forward my views of approval, in some ways sits more comfortably with me, but it just doesn't sit comfortably in not understanding the big picture. And that big picture, we need to understand what that is. So what I'm saying is, and the reason why I'm going for deferment, is on the grounds that we need to understand the capacity of what's coming forward, understanding that what that is, and try in some ways to working with the applicants on the basis of us having some form of strategy. And I mean through a process of urgency through the planning, strategic planning committee, to understand having a policy that can work itself up. And I asked Mr. Rose where we could go with that one, but to understand where we are, because I think our policies at the moment would not defend a refusal. And I just will not sell people down the river. That's my start. The second issue that I have regarding what Mr. Sarabutts was answering, a question regarding sheep farming. Mr. Sarabutts, I've been a farmer all my life, and I've farmed many sheep. I can tell you this, I've been educated on the basis of grass production, and I know how it works. Grass works, and I'm sure Councillor Key is another farmer. He would understand this quite clearly. Grass production works on the basis of photosynthesis. It needs the sun to be able to reach the grass for it to grow. If it doesn't get the sun, it doesn't grow. It stays all donny and it stays dead. Sheep production underneath solar panels is not conceivable. It won't work. I'm not saying you can't turn the sheep in, and I'm not saying they might run around for a day or two, but I'm telling you what, you wouldn't be fattening too many sheep on the basis of underneath solar panels, because that just doesn't work. So it is a no-brainer. Although in itself, I don't know that that's really something that is a big issue between failing or winning planning applications on the scale of what we're talking about here. But what I will say is that as far as I'm concerned, I think the biggest issue for me is I'm going to move, if you don't mind, Chair, for the recommendation of a deferment of this application. And I know Mr. Rose will be asking me, and I've mentioned already a couple of things that would be going forward in the way that comes out. But I will be going for a deferment of applications, and I want to pick up on one or two of the other things. I did want to speak on the community fund. I think it's rather disingenuous, actually, from Mr. Sarabutts. I didn't want to say it on an open debate, but I'll say it to members here. I think it's rather disingenuous of a business. Let's face it, this is a business that is coming into the countryside, that is going to have an impact on all of those people, the residents that live within that particular area, and to put up a community fund of 100,000, not 100,000 as a one hit, but 100,000 of which you can earn the interest off the 100,000, so we're talking a couple of thousand quid, and then turn around to those parish councils and say that in other areas they've had so much money they didn't know what to do with it all, and we find it caused more problems than it saved. I think that's rather insulting to the intelligence of the parish councils, certainly of the ones I represent, and I know Councillor Mitcham quite well, and I would think he'd be grinning himself from one side of his face to the other, thinking how disingenuous that is. If you really want to get buy-in from the people of which you're trying to make planning applications on, of which you're talking about a fair income of money coming in, you should at least be able to work on the basis of being fair to those people in some way of offering up something, whether it's cheaper energy with the postcodes, or there are many things that are done with wind farms in the way that working with the communities collectively to give them some benefit for themselves. My other reason that I feel is really important is that we spend many years with AONBs, SSSIs, other protective issues that we've got in East Devon. This part of East Devon isn't protected by too many of those. We don't have a national park. We don't have some other issues that are around this particular area. This is farmland in the countryside. But what goes with this farmland in the countryside is what's always happened in the past, and I'm a farmer myself and diversified myself, It's the tourism industry. The tourism industry in this particular part of the world is really important, whether it be bed and breakfast, whether it be glamping, whether it be tents, whether it be caravans. And why do people come here? Because they love looking at the environment at which they got, or which we have. And they want to come to our part of the world because it's a different from the world of which they live in. And I think there is going to be an impact on the scale of having them coming forward.
Hello, you've disappeared. Are you still there, Councillor Skinner?
Can you hear me?
Hello, can anyone else hear?
Yes, I can.
You've all frozen on my screen.
Yes, we can hear.
I think it's you that's frozen,
Is
Chair.
it me?
Everyone else can hear.
I'll turn my video off.
Oh, sorry.
Right,
Sorry.
are you still going, Councillor Skinner?
I know you haven't heard much of it, but I will repeat it for you if you like, Councillor Ragg.
Oh,
No,
sorry, I've frozen.
All right, I'll just keep going. I'll keep going. I'm getting to the end of it now. I think it's really important as ward member, as something that's such a big application, that I'm taking the time up. And I hope people aren't offended by that, but it's really important for the people whom I represent to get this piece in. So I've got so far as the tourism and the impact on the countryside.
Right.
So where I am with that is I very much believe that if you just think this is a one-off, it isn't going to be a one-off. I understand what Mr. Rose says when he says, collectively, can you stand in one place and see them all? Probably not. I'm not sure what difference that makes. That isn't the point. If you go to the particular area and you're surrounded by solar panels on the scale that we're talking about, that is going to come, and make no mistake, we could be, if we're going to work on an application by application basis, assuming we can't do anything about this, what we need to do is to prepare ourselves to say, at what point is the saturation point? And if we've got to ask that question, we need to understand that now. And the reason I say that is for fairness. That would then mean that if we came back to this particular application on the basis of looking at them individually, we might find this application is one of the better applications that are coming forward, and then we would have to deal with it on that basis. But at this moment in time, we just don't know. What we've got ourselves into a position where the planning system is what I would call failing the people here on the basis, if we allowed us to go forward on the first come past the post basis, it's failing on the basis that we've not objectively looked at the other applications. And it may very well be, if we put some soundings in as to what we agree is acceptable and not acceptable within the confines of the planning policy that we have today, we could then start to weed out having the applications that have put in the right applications in the right place at the right time. I'm making it absolutely clear, Chair, through you and my members and to everybody else, I am all for green energy. I am all for having green energy processes and the way we're going forward. It's fundamentally important, but equally important is the balance between green energy and food security and the environment of which people live. And we should at least be generous to those people and genuine in the way that the decision making we're going to make. It's not a case of rush it over the line. I know the applicants are going to say, well, we've been at this for months. Yes, it is. And you may have been at it for months, Mr. Sorobats and others, because it's a really important application and it matters to people and it matters to us at East Devon District Council that we get this right. So my recommendation, Chair, which I'll finish up here, I shall look for a second, if I may, through you, and I want a deferment of this application on the basis of the things that I've mentioned in the past, giving Mr. Rose the opportunity to answer some of those questions. Thank you very much indeed. So my recommendation is for deferment. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, before I ask for a seconder, there is no solar strategy in place because former administrations didn't draw one up. I'd like to ask as well, Councillor Skinner, you mentioned another application coming forward might be better than this one, or this one might be better than them. We cannot cherry pick. We have to decide applications as they're presented to us. And this one arrived first. And it would be irresponsible to defer this application because it would go to, it could well be out of time and the application could go to appeal for non-determination and we would have no further say in it. Here's your chance to have a vote either for or against. No. And I'm fairly neutral on this one. But to defer, I believe, would be irresponsible and have something maybe forced upon us that we either welcome
Oh.
or perhaps we don't want.
Through you, Chair, do I have a seconder? I have the.
I was just explaining that before I look for a seconder so that you're in no doubt as to what you're voting for.
Yeah, I'll second that, Chair. Thank you. Richard Lawrence.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, can we just be clear exactly what? Chair, can we just be clear exactly what the recommendation? The recommendation is obviously to defer.
But we don't know why.
No, I just want to check the wording because we started with recommend deferral to such times as we can understand the capacity of the Broadclist substation to give a narrative of how many substations can come forward. What you said just then was about all the content you'd said before, but can you summarize it as a recommendation?
Well, yes, I mean, we're needing to understand the capacity of the. I mean, I don't know whether to do this now, to be honest with you, or whether to let other people have the debate, see where we are. But I'm quite happy to put it down now as I put in the motion down, and then we'll see where the debate goes, and we'll see what either gets added or took out or whatever it is. That's absolutely fine. So it's on the basis, understanding the capacity of the Broadclist substations to understand what the level of capacity could be, the level of solar farms could come into this area. We need to understand what that is. Further, we need to understand how much further capacity could be accepted at the Broadclist substation. Further from that, I'm also looking at size and scale of the cumulative aspect of these applications together. And it is important that we look at them cumulatively. I don't understand why the chair, in all honesty, has said what she has said. I do understand why working on application. I do understand that, Chair. I absolutely understand that. That's not a problem for me. But what I am saying is that for deferring this application is what you're saying is if you say no. So let's look at the run through what you said, Councillor Ragg, as a chair. If we say yes, we accept this. If we say no, it means that we will probably lose it to the planning inspector and they'll have it. I'm going for deferment. If the applicant then decides that the applicant wants to say, we've run out of time, so we want to go for non-determination and go to the planning inspector, then so be it. We don't lose control over that because we're in the same place as we are now. I don't see what you've lost by doing that. So to say deferment doesn't work is a no-brainer for me. It absolutely does work and gives everybody else the option and looks after what I consider the residents whom we represent to the best of our ability. We're just trying to get to a good outcome. That's what I'm trying to get to the fairest, best outcome that we can with something that's coming down the road on this sort of scale and magnitude. And we need to understand it. Thank you.
Well, you did say you had a lot more to say at the meeting, and you've stayed true to your word on that, Councillor Skinner. Right, Councillor Lawrence, as seconder, you have something to say?
I do, Chair, yes. I concur with Councillor Skinner. I think there are a lot of unanswered questions about where we're going, and we need a more strategic view of these applications that are coming forward. From the outset, just to tell you, I do know quite a lot about this subject. I've made it my duty to research as much as possible into the subject of so-called solar farms, and I've spent hundreds of hours doing so. I attended an online Westminster seminar chaired by Joe Gideon, MP, chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on National Food Strategy. Geraint Davis, MP, member of the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Committee. Victoria Prentice, MP, Minister for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, and Andrew Clark, Director of the NFU, and a number of senior personnel from a wide range of industries speaking on climate change, the environment and world food production. Not surprisingly, they all considered that world food shortages to be our main concern and that increased food production is key to controlling climate change. There are developments in agriculture which are about to come forward, whereby certain crops can be grown in poorer soils, but which will remove massive amounts of carbon from the atmosphere. These crops will then be used in the production of electricity, and any resultant carbon can be captured and disposed of safely. Now, much of the controversy seems to surround the grading of the land being used for solar farms. The applicant seems to want to group together grade 3B and grade 4 as being poor agricultural land. Only 4 weeks ago, when questioned by a parliamentary environmental committee, and he wouldn't tell a lie to them, the Right Honourable George Eustace MP, Secretary of State for the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, categorically stated, and I've seen it online, so I know what he said, that grade 3B land should be grouped with grade 3A as being best and most versatile and should not be used for solar farms. He maintained that he gave this instruction 6 or 7 years ago, but it has either been ignored or forgotten by planning officers. And I see from the applicant's own support information that 86% of the proposed site is best and most valuable land and should not be used for solar power. According to the minister, more land should be used for wheat and maize production, and we should wait for the forthcoming land use strategy before making important decisions and having to live with unintended consequences. That's the first bit. Right. I see from Lightrock, this might need a bit of updating, but something like 180 odd local residents have shown support. 120 of them just clicked on the website and did it. So they're not really letters, but there are no guarantees that they're local people doing it. But assuming that the figures are correct, there are still 400 letters in opposition, together with extensive opposition from 3 parish councils representing many more residents, the Campaign for the Protection of Rural England and Historic England. Now, local government planning guidance confirms the need for renewable energy, and I don't dispute that. But it also says that renewable energy does not automatically override local environment and heritage protections and concerns of local communities. The guidance addresses genuine issues some communities have when it comes to development, such as onshore wind and solar farms, and ensures environmental considerations like landscape and heritage are given proper weight when determining applications. Local Government Secretary Eric Pickles said, the views of local people must be listened to when making planning decisions. Meeting Britain's energy needs should not be used to justify the wrong development in the wrong location. This new guidance is an important step in ensuring that communities continue to shape their local surroundings and that landscape and heritage are properly considered and protected. Planning always works best when local communities themselves have the opportunity to influence the decisions that affect their lives. I have a number of further questions regarding the slavery, the carbon assessment, the disposal of decommissioned panels, and the cost in carbon terms for replacement, and many other serious issues which I would like to see addressed before we make a final decision on this application. And that is why I support Councillor Skinner with a deferment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Interesting what Pickles said, because it's his government that brought in PDQ, which takes away the rights of local people and overrides local planning authorities. Right, now here I'd like to bring in Chris Rose, please. Chris, could you come in, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I've heard what Councillor Skinner and Councillor Lawrence are saying, and I'm not sure what else I can provide you with if you were to defer the application. I doubt very much that Western Power are going to give us the capacity issues. They're very careful and very cagey in the information they give out. What you do know already is that there are these 4 schemes on the screen in front of you, each of which have a connection to Western Power's Broadcliff station. They're already there. They're already agreed with Western Power. So you can assume that from that point of view, these 4 could go ahead. And you heard from the applicant that there's probably capacity for more. So there's a chance that there'll be more schemes that are going to come ahead. Or that could come in terms of having capacity. So I don't know what else I could provide you on capacity at Broadcliff if you were to defer the application. I think you have as much as we can provide you there. With regard to this issue of the grade 3B, I'm afraid that people aren't going to like me saying this, but George Eustace did get it wrong. Politicians get things wrong. If he was right in his comments that he'd made about 3B, I wouldn't now be looking at my screen at the glossary to the MPPF from updated last year, where in the annex it says best and most versatile agricultural land in grades 1, 2 and 3A.
Yeah.
I'm afraid Mr. Eustace did get it wrong. If he didn't get it wrong, why haven't the government updated their MPPF and the guidance that they provide to local authorities? They haven't. So even if he did mean what he says, it hasn't followed through to the legislation. Grade 3B isn't best and most versatile agricultural land. We have limited amounts of it on this site that would be lost. Councillor Skinner has admitted that he doesn't feel there's any visual harm from the scheme. So I'm not sure, and no communicative impact from the visual harm. So I don't see how deferring it for that reason, I can add any more to the information that's already from the report in front of you. Against that, you've got strategy 39 that supports renewable energy. You've got all the other benefits from the scheme here, and you do have a duty to consider this application and the merits of it. Councillor Lawrence has mentioned going away and getting carbon calculations and details on where the panels are being constructed. They're just not planning matters that we could insist on or get details on that would be material to the outcome of the consideration. So I'm not sure what else I could provide if you were to defer the application. I appreciate that you might want some sort of strategy, but that's going to have to come through the local plan. So that would mean deferring the application for many months until that happens. Yeah. And I'm sure that the applicant wouldn't wait many months. They will go straight to appeal, and then we'll be in the position of Mid Devon having to fight an appeal that it seems that some people, or Councillor Skinner has accepted that there's quite a bit going for it. So I'm struggling with deferral for the grounds that are given. If you were to said that you wanted to defer it to go and assess the visual impact on the scheme on the ground, I could understand. Or if you wanted to go and assess to check officers' assessment that the community visual impact isn't going to be harmful, I could understand that. But for the reasons put forward so far, I'm afraid I'm not sure what extra information I would be able to give to you. And I suppose I would be saying if each of those schemes on the screen in front of you were acceptable in themselves, why wouldn't we be wanting to approve them and the benefits from them, assuming there's no visual harm, no impact on, no harmful impact on the residents, highway safety, etc. But when it gets to the point that we get an application that does have a community impact or a highways impact, it's at that stage that we would be recommending refusal. So I mean, obviously over to members what they do, but I'm not sure what else other information I would be able to provide if we went down this deferral route for these reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. That was very clear. Can I go back to you, Councillor Skinner, and respectfully ask that you reconsider your proposal in the light of what Mr. Rose has just said, because we are in danger of having this forced upon us.
No, my position, I'll hold until I hear what many other people have had to say. There are other members that are going to speak and may have views and their viewpoints, and I don't expect to just roll over those people. I want to hear what other people have to say, and then if you don't mind, Chair, when we get to the end, we can have a look at it then, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Right, and now we have deferred in the past, but I'm just wondering, can we just go to members now then and find out what they want to say? Councillor Key.
Madam Chair, without being rude, Councillor Rylance is also a member. She's mentioned it more than once. Perhaps she ought to speak behind me.
Excuse me, Councillor Key is next.
Right, thank you. Now, I do question this 3B because in actual fact, I'm surrounded by 3B land, and that produces grass, corn, maize, potatoes, fodder bait. So I'm afraid I got to question, the value of 3B land. 3B land is excellent land because otherwise it wouldn't grow those products. Now, okay, I mean, I'm a great feeling for green energy, but my big concern is our population is growing considerably and our land is getting covered, thousands of acres, by houses and such like. Now, what have we got to look for? I mean, I'm thinking now of my grandchildren and beyond there. What would they like? Would they like a light in their sitting room, or would they like something on the table to eat? That is the big question, because if it's imported, it's going to be very, very expensive. The solar panels, okay, yeah, I mean, they produce something during the day, they produce nothing in the evening, nothing at all when it's dark. I have always been a great supporter of the river turbines because they produce 24 hours a day and are far more efficient than any of these solar panels that are coming about. This development is going to be surrounded, and as we heard, by deer fencing. Now, I'm sorry, but I don't agree with that, because if any of you have seen a deer jump a fence and then get hung up in it and then hanging there probably for days because nobody sees it, not a pretty sight. And I do feel that these fences have either got to be extremely high that they can't jump them, or they've got to be low enough that it's not the deer are not going to be caught up in them. There was one query, I think Councillor Skinner said it was 150 acres. Well, according to the report I read, it's 174 acres. Now, to me, that is, 3 times what a development should be. I don't think it should be anything of that size. And also, I back him up when he says that under the panels, I spoke to a person who's got 100 acres of solar panels, and he said after 3 years, nothing grew under those panels at all. It absolutely dies because it's got no light, and okay, the water's restricted, and so it's not there. So that's all I want to say about that, and I'm sorry, but I cannot support this application. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Desaran.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Chair. Just a few very brief points to make. As Mr. Sauerbach, the applicant, said, what we're looking at here, it is a big ask for communities. And I know that if we look at the bigger picture, we're talking about farming diversification. But I think today we've touched on a lot of issues. And the first point I was going to refer people to is page 41 of the report, where it says the development of a solar farm on this site will lead to the loss of local farming jobs and their associated skills. And I think that is very important. And as touched on you, another point as touched on you by you, Chair, is that we haven't got a proper solar strategy in place, regardless of whatever administration was responsible for this. And I'd also think that, as Councillor Rylance said, if we turn to quickly to page 47, Councillor Rylance said, there are very real concerns among the people of Clistheiden that a solar farm on such a scale would completely dwarf their community and produce only negative effects for them. So I think that's pretty important to take on board. And what Councillor Key and Councillor Skinner said, we need to consider the photosynthesis effects of what happens under the panels within the 3 years, because clearly if there isn't going to be proper grazing, then that is going to be an issue. And I think what struck me most was the comment from the parishioner, which we note on page 37. What would councillors in the centre of a city think if there was a planning proposal to remove 174 acres of houses, shops and roads, etc., and turn it into agricultural land? He thought they would think that someone was having a laugh. So that's why I'm particularly concerned. And so I would be in support of deferral. But obviously, if deferral is not possible, then I would consider a refusal. But I understand that it'd be very difficult to defend a refusal, as Councillor Skinner and Mr. Rosa point out. And obviously, Councillor Skinner's bang on the money, as always, has identified that will be an issue. But I think that we as a committee are bound to go for deferral because there's so many sites involved, as we've seen from the map in front of us. So for those reasons, I go for deferral. But obviously, I'm guided by the other members of the committee and their thoughts. Thank you ever so much, Chair, for allowing me these few moments to speak to you.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Thank you. I'm sorry about my phone. I muted in anticipation of...
Councillor Woodward, I must raise at this point, you and Councillor Pratt weren't in the meeting for the whole of the presentation. So therefore, you are allowed to speak, but you won't be allowed to vote.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I cleared that with Anita beforehand.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just sticking, first of all, to the deferment issue, It has been mentioned that there's capacity, Chris Rose mentioned there's capacity for the 4 potential solar farms already, but also it's up to Western Power to upgrade their substation if necessary. So finding out what the present capacity is doesn't really take us any further. So the capacity is not fixed, in my opinion, or might not be. Councillor Skinner has very openly stated that this application is not particularly detrimental. So I think that's my position too. He's also said there's no defence to refusal, and so that's the request for a deferment. Councillor Desara mentioned that what would we do if a city wanted to put in 174 acres of farmland in the middle of a city? Or I think that would be great. That would depend upon the circumstances at the time. If it was a city that was no longer functioning, for example, say an old coal mine city, then that would be great to put in the field. So it depends on the circumstances at the time. So I don't think that's a particularly useful comment to make from the council, from the parish council. On the wider issue, the quality of land is mixed, and Natural England supports the view that the land could be returned to agriculture after use, meaning that the land is not lost forever in this form of development. And Clistheiden Parish Council says that there will be destruction of fertile farmland, but that doesn't seem to be the case from the assessment by Natural England. The Parish Council also said it would be the biggest event since the Ice Age. But the destruction of our way we live now through climate change would, I suggest, be also a huge event that we do not want to see. We already have had, and this is totally unprecedented, fires raging in East London. I mean, who would have thought of that really if a few years ago? But we can see that now happening in our own cities in this country, apart from events in France, Portugal, and California. We do have a strategy 39, within the council as to planning decisions on solar energy. And as has been mentioned many times, we are concerned with this application. And so we need to address this application and not look at them all as one. The report says on page 33 that the solar farm would not have an overbearing impact on the residents nearby, and I think the photographs shown by Chris Rose bear that out. But I do agree with the comments from Clistheiden Council and Councillor Rylance about government policy, and it seems to be out of step. There should be solar panels on industrial unit roofs, on houses and new houses, and indeed on car parks. This should be imposed by government, and then we wouldn't need to take up valuable agricultural land. But until it is government policy, then we have to do the best we can to provide sufficient energy to combat climate detrimental effects. But also there needs to be a balance between food production and assessing global warming. Of course, the war in Ukraine has brought about shortages of food, but the issue is that an emergency has been declared for climate, but there is no yet a food emergency declared. So we have to go with the one which, in my view, outweighs the other. The climate emergency is more pressing than food production at this time. And I would say that in normal times, whatever those are, then we probably wouldn't want to consider a solar farm in our beautiful countryside. But these aren't normal times. There is an emergency, and we ought to take that word literally for what it is. And so I am going, well, I'm not going to vote, I can't vote, but my sentiment would be to adopt and follow the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a very reasoned response. Thank you. Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I'm going to argue against deferment. I don't see what it's going to achieve. Mr. Rose has already said what else can he add. I think it's just kicking the can down the lane in the hope that something else will happen. there are strategies on solar energy in the plan, and perhaps not considering cumulative effects. But there is a strategy, and there's also a strategy on farmland, and the report made it clear that those two have to be balanced. I agree with the objectors that we do need solar panels on roofs, and I will certainly suggest that that is added to the local plan. But they're not talking to the right people. They need to get onto their MP, tell them to get the Green Homes grant up and running again, and provide people with help and incentives to do it. Now, I've got solar panels on my roof at the moment. The sun's just come out actually, and they're producing quite close to capacity because it's gone 12 o'clock, 1.69 kilowatts at the moment. So that is going into the national grid. It's also powering everything that's happening in my house at the moment, including the laptop I'm speaking on. And we heard an example given of somebody who showed his phone and said, look, my panels are producing nothing. Well, the only time they're going to produce nothing is when it's dark. Or your smart meter will show that nothing, but actually when my smart meter shows 0, it is because the panels are offsetting everything we're using in the house. So panels do produce all the time during daylight. Mine at the moment, of course, we've got long days, but even in the winter, I still get quite a considerable amount of feed-in tariff from my energy company. So the suggestion that they will produce 0 during the winter or on dull days is not true. They will produce something, but obviously nothing like the 49 megawatts. So we've heard that a kind of oppositional thing about food versus solar. I think the possibility for food production is still there. Even with all those farms, when we look at the image we've got on the screen at the moment, there's still an awful lot of farmland left. And if we're really concerned about how efficiently we're using our land, then we probably ought to cut down on our meat and dairy and move to a plant-based diet, which, as Councillor Key has helpfully pointed out, even grade 3B land can grow some crops. And I certainly don't think, there's been much discussion about whether grass will grow under the panels or not. Well, I don't know about that. I'd have thought you'd get a bit of grass growth. In any case, I don't think we can decide this application on the basis of whether grass will grow underneath the panels or not. And one of the objectors said this is a commercial venture. Absolutely it is. Of course it is. That's the situation we're in. And they're hardly going to propose this if it's going to make a loss. So of course it is a commercial venture, but they then went on to say this is greenwashing. Well, no, I wouldn't say so. It is certainly going to help with climate change. It is going to help with our energy production. Greenwashing is when you're doing something that is totally opposite and you manage to dress it up as something that it isn't. But as we've heard, the RSPB are involved. This will lead to an increase in biodiversity on what was already just farmland. So I think that it's hard to argue that it is greenwashing. And we've heard the effect on tourism. And yet the farm itself is going to plan on having holiday lets. So I doubt if they would do that if they thought that people simply weren't going to come because there are some solar panels around them. And as we've seen, the scheme has been very carefully designed in order to cut down on the views around it. So I don't think although I can understand the concerns of local residents, I don't think that the effect on tourism is actually going to be that great. And I agree, local residents are concerned. Of course they are. And they are going to have to put up with traffic coming through for 6 months or so. But I think, we can't decide on the basis of how local residents feel about it unless they've got solid reasons for being concerned. We've heard that this will turn the landscape into an industrial site. Well, not really. Factories would be industrial, and I suggest you go and speak to the people of Sidford and Sidbury if you're concerned about industrial sites in the countryside, or even some of the farming that goes on looks a lot more industrial. The fact is, solar energy, despite its drawbacks, it requires no fuel apart from what is used to actually make the panels, and that is offset within 3 years, as has been stated, and I've checked that elsewhere as well. So I can't support deferment, and I think personally, I think we should approve this application because I understand the effect on the local community, I understand the effect on the landscape, but it has been designed in such a way as to minimize that. And on the other hand, it is going to address, as Councillor Woodward said, we have a climate emergency and we do need to deal with that, and we need to get on with producing our own energy.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Mike Howe, you're next.
Oh, joyous. Right, where the heck do I start with this? I don't like solar farms. I'll be open and upfront to start with. But at the same time, we are sat here debating a amendment to defer this. And I think we need legal opinion as to the likely costs, because we would be seen as acting unreasonably with no reason to defer.
Yeah.
And the excuses given for a deferment are exactly that, excuses. They are not a reason.
Yeah.
No one in planning, in the appeals or anywhere else would endorse that. And we could well end up paying for that appeal for not determination in a reasonable time frame and acting unreasonably going forward. So I would very much like to know possible costs, possible likelihood of losing that such appeal. And if we look at Mid-Devon as a classic example where they said no, realised they couldn't defend it and have walked away from the appeal. And if that appeal is allowed, then Mid-Devon will be, I'm fairly sure, picking up some fairly good costs there as well,
Yeah.
for example.
Yeah.
Now, as I said originally, I don't like solar farms, and for many, many reasons I don't like solar farms. There are other better ways of generating energy, but it comes down to the fact is no reason stand up for refusal on this one. The cumulative effect of the other applications would have to be determined when they come forward for determination. And there must be a cumulative effect of these, but that would be the tipping point for saying no to the next one or the one after that, not this one that has so little impact, seemingly. And we can't find any impact and everything else. So I hate it, but I absolutely cannot support deferment. And as I say, I would like legal opinion on where we are with that. And I'm sorry, Anita, for asking that question, or Chris Rose, the pair of you, but we do need some firm guidance from you guys on this one. And probably going forward, we're going to have to allow it. There is another route, not for this application, because we should make this determination, but for the others coming behind it. And maybe Mr. Skinner will pick that up in strategic planning, because we could do an SPD, a supplementary planning document on renewable energy farms. And that can be done fairly quickly. And that can be put into practice and be used as part of our current local plan as a supplementary planning document, exactly what it is. But that will involve political whim or will and everything else locally. We do need to get on and decide this one. But as I say, there is no way I can support a deferment. You know, if someone could come up with reasons for refusal, that would be brilliant, because as I say, I hate it, but I'm seeing none at present. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you for the logic there. Could I go? And supplementary planning guidance is an option. There's no question of that. We've had it here in Exmouth. Could I ask Anita or Chris whether they can add any enlightenment as to the costs as referred to?
I think, Chair, probably more for Chris, but I think as a concept, we've heard from Chris that if there is a deferral, he's not sure what else he could bring forward, and I think members should consider that that guidance. Chris probably has a better steer on value of costs than I do. Yeah, indeed. I would think they'd be significant. Chris, do you have anything?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's dependent on a number of things. I mean, firstly, the applicant would need to appeal against non-determination rather than await the next, or well, probably September committee or whenever it would be before we came back. Then the costs might depend on what route of appeal they went down. If they went down written reps route, then the cost would be less than what's happening at Mid Devon, where there's a full inquiry. That will be up to the inspectorate as well, because maybe with this number of objections to a scheme, the inspectorate might consider it needs an inquiry. And if we were to go to an inquiry and lose it and get costs, then we would be looking at many tens of thousands of pounds. I mean, to give you an example, the appeal that we just been dealing with at in Honiton for the whole cattle market, that's a small scheme, relatively in area to this, was for Churchill, and that was a 3-day inquiry, and that's cost us about 50,000-60,000 pounds. Yeah. I mean, I can't make a comparison to this, but we are talking, you know, if the applicant were to go down that route, we would be talking, you know, many tens of thousands of pounds if it was an inquiry.
Thank you, Chris. Councillor Pratt.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Looking at that plan on the screen now, those 3 sites which are above the motorway there, they are very close to each other, and I am concerned about the size of these sites. I would wish them to be reduced, but the countryside is going to be spoilt, and it's a pity too, for the reason that that particular area is having a growing industry, a growing tourist industry, and the situation as I see it now is that we are in a case where we've got to be considering the decision to go ahead with the application or not, and I would like to refuse the application, but one, I can't vote on this particular occasion, but the case is that there's so many people who have objected to it, and I do feel sorry for them. So if I was able to vote, I would vote against.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Gazzard.
Thank you, Chair. And what a really interesting debate this has been. Firstly, can I say I fully understand Councillor Skinner's passion, and thank you for that passion that you've shown, Councillor Skinner. But we have to look at this application as it stands, as it stands on its own. That's what I was taught, and that's in training, and that's what I've always tried to do. So I have to look at this application as it stands on its own. As other people have said, we have declared a climate emergency. We've seen what's happened just recently, not far from us, up the road in London and in other places. And I think it would be irresponsible of us if we didn't do something to try and alleviate or show people that we are doing something in East Devon to combat climate change. So I
Chair, would be supporting the officer's recommendation. And I understand what Mr. Rhodes has said sorry, I heard somebody else talking then. In response to Councillor Skinner's request for deferment, and I accept what Councillor Rose, Mr. Rose said. So I couldn't support a deferment, but I will, on this occasion, support this application, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner, you want to come back?
Thank you. And on the basis that I feel I've got a gun to my head here, one has to be pragmatic in their approach. I will ask this question of Mr. Rose, and it was raised by Councillor Howe, and it's well raised, and I need to know the answer to this question, because if the answer to this question doesn't stand up, it's nearly a fait accompli that all the others are going to come in and they're all just going to be roll along as they are, and I realise they are done on their own merit, but we can see the way the wind is blowing. And that is regarding the deferment that I was looking to do in trying to in some way get back to a place whereby it got to getting some sort of solar farm strategy. So trying to put some meat onto the bone with this. If there was a supplementary planning development order to come through, what sort of timeline would that be? And if I were to add that into the deferment, and the reason for the deferment is to have a supplementary planning document come through on the basis that it added a bit more meat to the bone to protect the people as to whom we're trying to protect here, for doing the right thing in a way that is an overview of the policy, because I don't think we're not robust enough because of what's coming down the road, and we are, as per usual, with planning behind the curve of the way that these things are moving. What sort of timeline, Mr. Rose, would it be if I added into the reason for deferment, as Mr. Howe, Councillor Howe was talking, I hadn't got any what he considered strong reasons for. I would have said deferment on the basis of looking for a supplementary planning document relatively quickly through the strategic planning process, which is the route I did mention earlier. What sort of timeline would be in that? Were you able to give me a sort of a what would be read in a deferment position, Mr. Rose, to take in the whole view for deferment for the basis of the applicants in saying in what they may see be as unreasonable behaviour by this authority, what would be deemed to be acceptable in your opinion, and in that time frame of your acceptability, would an SPD be able to got through the process?
Okay, so through you, Chair, I think there's two issues here. I mean, a supplementary planning document has to, well, it'd have to be drafted by the policy team. Well, members would have to discuss what they want to go in it. It'd have to be drafted by the policy team. It has to go out to consultation, and it has to go to be adopted. So you are looking at many months, if not a year, to get that document out. And the issue with that is that you normally have an SPD that hangs off the back of your local plan and a policy. So really, your first starting point needs to be, what strategy do you want to go into the new local plan to guide this going forward? And that's going to take weeks, months to do as well. So I don't think, however much Councillor Howe is right that going forward, that's the thing to look at, I don't think that's going to help with the determination of, or certainly not this application and probably not the other two, because I think pretty sure if we turn around to the applicant and said, can you wait 9 months? I think we know for sure what they're going to do, or what each of the three applicants would do in this case.
We've also already got strategy 39, which covers solar power.
Can I respond to that, Chair?
Yeah.
Please. I hear what you say, Mr. Rose, and the reason I asked the question of why I was asking the question, because it does put me in a very a sort of almost an untenable position, because I almost feel like if we go with this deferment, it's almost as if it fails and there is costs against the council, it seems like it was all going to be my fault, Gov, and that's where we are. But I still feel the principle of where we are in the strategy about how this is going to hold up. I just want to see where members fall on that, And the reason for that is whether or not the relevance of an SPD is actually going to come forward. Because what you've just said to me, Mr. Rose, is that not only this application, and one of the reasons I was going to suggest that we started the process is because it may actually fall in line for something we could get in line for other applications coming forward. What you're telling me is that two of the other two applications that have come in, I just keep thinking there's one missing here. That's all. Is the S got one on? The S got one on there. I've got a feeling there's more. There's one missing. But anyway, all right, we are where we are. But if those are coming forward, then in other words, the same planning laws, the rules that we've got around this particular application is going to be the same one as what's coming forward for the other two. Is that correct?
Yes, I think the timescale for us to determine the three applications that we've got in at the moment are now, and they are going to, well, they're likely to proceed, be coming forward in advance of strategic planning committee being able to come up with a firm, strategy, I assume, going forward, or certainly any SPD. So we're in the realms of having to consider these applications against the current policies in the local plan. So that includes strategy 39 and the MPPF.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we move to the vote then, please?
Chair, could I just check, was Councillor Rylance waiting to speak? I now can't see a hand, but there was some discussion about
Well,
being a
that was
ward member.
in by Councillor Skinner, and her hand wasn't up.
Her hand's not up. I just want to check that she's not trying to speak and is not succeeding, just so that we're clear.
I'm happy to speak, but I was volunteered by Councillor Skinner rather than actually asked to speak in my own right.
Yes, I just wanted to check you weren't that you weren't being disadvantaged in some way. If
I mean, everybody has already said what I wanted to say already, so I don't wish to speak. I don't think at the moment.
Thank
I
you.
just can't see a point for deferring this.
Okay, then can we go to the vote? Over to you to sum
I'll do
up.
that, Chair. Members, would you like me to read, or Chair, shall I read what I've got recorded for the detail?
Well, I don't know.
I'll go through it quickly. So, recommendation to defer determination of this application to such time as we can understand issues regarding the capacity of the Broadcliff substation, to give a narrative of how many of these types of application could be brought forward, to understand how much further capacity could be generated, and to consider the size and scale of cumulative capacity in the area. So members, if you are voting in favour of the deferment, please use your green ticks. If you're voting against the deferment, use your red crosses, and yellow hands for abstention, please.
Anita, just to let you make you aware that in planning committee we do actually verbally do the vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not used to this. Do you want to do that, Wend?
Okay, I will do. I'll carry on.
Sorry.
Okay.
Wrong committee.
No, don't worry. So I'll start with Councillor Bloxham.
Against deferral, thank you.
Councillor Brown.
For deferral.
Councillor Chamberlain.
Sorry, I couldn't unmute. Against deferral. Thank you.
Councillor Davey.
Against deferment.
Councillor De Sarum.
Support deferral.
Councillor Gazzard.
Against.
Councillor Howe.
Against.
Councillor Key. Are you there, Councillor Key?
Sorry, against. I was muted.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Support.
Councillor Pratt, I understand you're going to abstain, but can I take this opportunity to ask if you have any declarations? Councillor Pratt? Okay, I'll come back to Councillor Pratt for his declarations. Councillor Rylance.
I am against deferment.
Councillor Skinner.
For deferment, obviously. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward, like Councillor Pratt, I understand you're going to abstain, but do you have any declarations?
Yeah, no declarations. Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you. And Councillor Ragg.
Against deferment.
Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 against deferment, 1, 2, 3, 4 in support of deferment. So that has fallen, I'm afraid.
Right. Do we have another proposal for the main recommendation, please?
Yes, I do, Councillor Gazzard.
Thank you, Councillor Gazzard. Is there a seconder?
Yes, I will second.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. I think we've had all the debate on this that we need. So can I go back to you, Anita?
Okay, so members, the recommendation is to approve, subject to the conditions as set out in the report.
Okay, Councillor Bloxham.
Support approval.
Councillor Brown.
Unfortunately, support.
Councillor Chamberlain.
Support approval.
Councillor Davey.
Support approval.
Councillor De Sarum.
Fortunately, support approval.
Councillor Gazzard.
Support.
Councillor Howe.
Regretfully support approval.
Councillor Key.
Yes, very reluctantly support.
Councillor Lawrence.
The people of Clis St Mary against, sorry, Clis Holland.
Councillor Rylance.
Support approval.
Councillor Skinner.
Against.
Councillor Ragg.
Support approval.
Thank you. So I can confirm that application is recommended for approval.
Right. Thank you, Wendy. Now it's warming up, so I'm going to suggest we have a 5-minute break now before we have the main break to get yourselves a drink of something or the other. Perhaps not the other, but something.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, if I could just ask you just to make sure you're muted, and because we're just going to keep the live stream on, so anything you do say will be heard. Thank you. Amanda, are you okay to put the slide up?
Yeah, can do, Wendy. I didn't think to for 5 minutes, but yes, if you would like me to.
Up to you. Entirely up to you. If
I'll wait till lunchtime, shall I?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Will do.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Members, when you're back, if you could just put your cameras on, please, so that we know you are ready. Thank you.
Ready.
Willing.
I would say able, but I won't go for that one.
Let's do it.
Are we all here, Wendy?
Councillor Skinner still, Councillor Lawrence and Councillor Skinner still have their cameras off. So I'm assuming they are not back. But other than that, it looks like we are good to go. I don't know if we want to.
Off you go then, Wendy. Or off I go. Right. Agenda item 9, application 21/1656, major outline permission, land off Doateshane Lane, Musbury. That's on pages 103 to 138. I'd like to welcome the agent, Chris Dent. Is he here, please?
I'm
here. Yes.
Okay. After the presentation by Mr. Rose, Mr. Dent, you will have 3 minutes. Thank you. Over to you, Chris, to present your report.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, this is an outline application with all matters reserved except for the access into the site for 15 dwellings Musbury, and it's an exception site scheme, so it'd be 10 affordable and 5 open market. It's put on the agenda for committee because you'll see in the report that there's support for the proposal from the parish council, although in the last couple of days we've received further correspondence from the parish council in relation to the report, which I'll read out. It says, I'm writing on behalf of Musbury Parish Council who wish to clarify their position on the above application due to go to planning committee next week. With reference to the email of the 15th of July from Mr. Dent to yourselves, it is stated in point 2, housing need, that the parish council has responded confirming an housing need, and Mr. Dent's letter of April the 20th, 22 confirms this understanding. We've received no communication from Mr. Dent on this or any other matter relating to the application, and there's no mention of this confirmation in the minutes of the parish council meetings. Musbury Parish Council has indeed commented on this application, which is accurately reported by you. Although the parish council is in favour of affordable homes, there is no current evidence of need. The parish council do not wish to be incorrectly quoted or misrepresented in any discussion on this application. Thank you for consideration. There's also been a late correspondence with DCC as the flood risk team, who have raised no objection to the fact that the site could be adequately drained. But there's been further consultation with the Environment Agency and they are still objecting to the application. They feel that the FRA submitted by the applicant still doesn't adequately address climate change and calculations for climate change. You can see the location of the site on the screen in front of you. It's in the area B, outside any built-up area boundary at the edge of Musbury. This is the indicative layout, so access in through the site to open market and affordable housings. This is indicative, but the access is for consideration. And this is the location of the site at the edge of Musbury. And then we've got various views of the field off here to the left where the site is, and back up the road that adjoins the site, and the narrow lanes and the view of the site. You'll see in the report that there was a 2017 application, on the site, which is almost identical to this current application, and that was granted at committee in July 2018 as an exception site because it met the housing needs requirement at the time and had the support of the local community. That scheme hasn't commenced, so has now expired, so that there is no fallback or application there that the applicant can commence or provide. But we have got the same indicative layout. In terms of, or very similar, in terms of the principle, we've got strategy 35 of the local plan that deals with exception sites. Now, the application is reliant on the same housing needs survey as the last application, and that dates back to 2014. So that's considered to be out of date, and we wonder if that's part of the reason why the site hasn't come forward, because any developer can't be sure what the exact need is in terms of the affordable housing. And that seems to be reflected in the latest comments from the parish council. So the strategy 35 and the affordable housing SPD requires an updated housing needs survey and states that they should be no more than 5 years old. And the one that we're relying on here dates back to 2014. So from that point of view, there isn't a up-to-date housing needs survey to demonstrate how many affordable homes are needed or what type and tenure they would be. And that's contrary to strategy 35 and our affordable housing SPD. Obviously, we want to support affordable housing, but we want to make sure we support the right number in the right place and that it's the right mix and tenure of housing. And as I say, whilst there is probably an affordable housing need in Musbury, we haven't got the evidence there of exactly what that is. And we shouldn't be relying on a Devon Home Choice register of people in housing need. We need to go through a proper housing needs assessment, which this application hasn't. In terms of the visual impact, it is a prominent site next to the settlement. Obviously, it's been previously approved, but it was previously approved in the AONB on the basis that there was this affordable housing need identified that needed to be addressed. But we don't have that up-to-date housing needs survey now, and without that evidence, we can't be sure of the need, as I say, and therefore there's a subsequent visual harm from the proposal. In terms of flooding and drainage, the layout has been partly amended to take the houses out of flood zones flood zone 3, but you'll see, and I mentioned, there's still an outstanding objection to the calculations in the FRA from the Environment Agency. That's related to wanting to be sure of what the finished floor levels would be. There's no highways objection. That's similar to the previous position. But what has changed since the previous application is this issue with ecology and the River Axe and phosphates. So this site is within the catchment area of the River Axe and the phosphates issue that have led to pollution. So it's in the catchment area that Natural England advised where we shouldn't be granting any more houses until we have a mitigation scheme in place or there's on-site mitigation that can be provided. There's no on-site mitigation, and in fact, a scheme of this size would struggle to provide adequate on-site mitigation, and the council is still working on with Natural England and joining authorities on drawing up a mitigation scheme that an applicant might be able to pay into or buy credits off to enable that housing to come forward. So in light of that dictate from Natural England, and as I mentioned earlier, that we've just won or we've had an appeal upheld on the fact that we shouldn't be allowing those houses without that mitigation, the application now falls foul of that and is therefore contrary to policy. Would be an NHS contribution required for this scheme. I believe that's been agreed with the applicant, but it forms a fourth reason for refusal, simply as there's no Section 106 agreement in place at the moment. But there's no amenity concerns. It's grade 3B and 4 agricultural land. And I know you'll see in the report that some other people have put forward the proposal that this scheme should potentially come forward at the Baxter's Farm site, which is at the other end to the south of Musbury, and it's a site that's owned by Devon County and might come forward with a development brief. But as yet, that hasn't come forward, so I don't think we can rely on that site at this point in time. But as I say, We've got no up-to-date housing need here, so that's contrary to strategy 35 and the affordable housing SPD. As I say, I'm sure there is an affordable housing need here, but we can't be sure what it is, and we need that before we go forward. We've got the objection from the EA on the flood risk grounds. We've got the impact on the river acts from the phosphates, and we don't have the legal agreement for the contribution to the NHS. So 4 reasons for refusal that we're recommending. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, over to you, Chris Dent. Welcome to the meeting. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. And may I say I've been watching East Devon since 1987, and the debate over the last 3 hours has been of exceptional quality, so well done. Anyway, my name is Chris Dent. I'm the agent for the application. Thank you for the opportunity to update on our position, and I'm happy to try and answer any questions you may have. I apologise, there's been a confusion with the parish council. We certainly didn't mean to misquote them and so on. The issue is to do with the previous, their response to the previous application. So this outline application was submitted in June last year, about 6 weeks before the previous approval lapsed. So the previous approval was marketed partly during COVID and had some interest from several developers. There was an offer that fell through, but again, other people have expressed an interest. So there is an offer subject to planning permission. What's changed since the last application is that you have a new local plan. Congratulations, well done. The Environment Agency has changed their requirements, but that can be sorted. Natural England have raised objections on nutrient levels. And of course, we've been through the pandemic. I'd like to just briefly mention the problems that arose. First of all, the housing needs survey. We all know, as Chris Rose said, that there is an exceptionally high need for affordable housing in East Devon, hence the task force. We were hesitant to commission a new survey because of delays with the Environment Agency, the pandemic altered people's, where people were living and so on, and of course now Natural England concerns. Once those issues are sorted, we're ready to commission a new full survey in line with the local plan requirements. They're waiting to do that. Surface water issues. According to our engineers, trying to communicate with the Environment Agency is worse than getting through to Virgin Media or your doctor. The flood risk zone is adjacent to a ditch. It's the lower right-hand bit of the drawing or the image you can see. The housing layout has been altered in the last couple of weeks to make sure the houses are well and truly out of that zone. Our engineers are still in touch with them or trying to be in touch with them, and we anticipate that objection being lifted. Nutrient levels. Natural England have a wide, it's got a wide impact across England. We understand that you cannot ignore that objection, but we hope that district-wide mitigation measures can be soon sorted out. And last week, there was a new government press release saying that that is to be sorted. So, you know, that's on its way. We're in a good place. The applicant's family owns surrounding land. Once that information is available, we're willing to provide all the necessary information to tick all those boxes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dent. Right, over to you, members. There are no hands up so far. Mike Howe.
Thank you, Chair. It's one of those ones where you want to see the development because it ticks so many boxes, particularly on delivering what we currently describe as affordable housing. But all the policies are against us. So I regretfully move the officer's recommendation for refusal, and it's two recommendations on this one, isn't there? The 2 recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
Yes, I'll second that.
You'd like to speak on it?
Well, just really sound all what Councillor House said. It is a great shame. We're trying to drive affordable housing. This is a sort of scheme we'd like to see come forward, but on the basis of a lack of evidence. And let's just hope it is a lack of evidence, and let's just hope that the applicants can drive this, get the evidence put together and drive it through forwarding and come back again with speed, because I think it's something we very much want to see. As far as the EA report is concerned and the development around that part, well, at least get your application into play, and then soon things change in that direction, we can get it done. But having affordable housing in villages such as Musbury, absolutely fantastic idea, right behind it. But on this particular occasion, it's just not gonna fly, really. Thank you.
No, and with Natural England having put an embargo on any further development, it's unlikely to happen, I think. Councillor Rylance.
Thank you, Chair. So I find myself in the bizarre situation of actually agreeing with Councillor Skinner. It would be lovely to see more affordable housing in rural villages so that young people can afford to stay. Yeah. But with the embargo on development above the River Axe at the moment, well, the River Axe catchment, that can't be mitigated elsewhere in the district. We have to sort out the phosphate levels in the River Axe. That can't be mitigated over somewhere else. So until that's sorted out and then processed, then I can't see how we can possibly take this forward. So we can only go with the officer's recommendations. I hope I didn't zone out or cough during what the gentleman Mr. Dent was saying. But are you actually commissioning a new housing needs survey or updating the old one? How because that is going to be crucial, I suspect. We need to know who. Yeah.
Yes, we understand it is critical. We've got the company all ready to do that. Our engineers are talking to them or trying to talk to the Environment Agency. I did say it's like trying to get through to your doctor at 9 in the morning. The problem is, while we've got a planning application that's live, the Environment Agency will talk to us. And it's just a question of ticking boxes. It's slightly frustrating here. If we haven't got a live application, it's difficult to talk to the Environment Agency. So as soon as the Environment Agency have said to our engineers, yes, they've provided all the information, and clearly it's just a matter of providing, it's an outline application and they want to know the culvert sizes and things like that. It's all doable and so on. Once the Environment Agency say, yes, that's okay, then we'll press go on the housing needs survey and be able to quantify exactly the housing need that's available. This is an outline application, so there's plenty of adjustment available.
Thank you. Councillor Key, anything to add?
No, very little. I mean, just it sounds as though the agent has said that they're overcoming sort of most of the problems, which is great anyway. And hopefully, that will enable them to, put the application in as soon as possible again. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Over to you, Anita, to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. So you have a motion before you to recommend, it's in two parts, to adopt the appropriate assessment and then to refuse for the reasons set out in the report. Wendy.
Thank you. Excuse me, Councillor Bloxham.
Thank you for the recommendations as in the report.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
As in the report, yes.
Councillor Chamberlain.
Accept the recommendations in the report. Thank you.
Councillor Davey.
Yes, support refusal and adopt the appropriate assessment.
Thank you. Councillor De Sarum.
Likewise, adopt the assessment and refuse.
Councillor Gazzard.
Likewise, Wendy, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Howe.
Yeah, but accept officer's recommendations.
Councillor Key.
Accept recommendations.
Councillor Lawrence.
Accept officer's recommendations.
Councillor Pratt. Councillor Pratt?
Accept
no? Okay.
officer's recommendations. Sorry.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Pratt, I haven't had an opportunity to ask, do you have any declarations for this meeting?
Yes, there is one in regard to item 12, 220605, Woods Farm bowed. I am the council's representative on the AONB partnership, but there's no interest.
Oh, right. Okay. Okay. So you don't need to declare that if you have no interest, if it doesn't affect. Okay. Lovely. Okay. So that was okay. Councillor Rylance.
I support the officer's recommendations.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
Support the officer recommendation. I do have a question for the chair when we finish. Thank you.
Councillor Woodward.
I support the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ragg.
Support both recommendations.
Thank you. So officers' recommendations have been recommended for approval.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
Yeah, just a quickie. I've scrolled through this 3 times now. Where was the ward member's comment? I didn't. Is it just not?
Wendy, should that not have been for refusal?
Sorry.
But there wasn't, Councillor Skinner. There wasn't a ward member comment.
Oh, oh, all right. That's I was just looked scouring for it. I couldn't find it. Thank you. That's all right. That's fine.
Okay, thank you. Agenda item 14, application.
Chairman, can I just? Chairman, can I just say something? I think Wendy recommendation for approval, the last one, and it should have been refusal.
Apologies. Yeah, I did mean refusal.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Key. Item 14, application 210354, full Blue Haze Church Path, Limpston, pages 190 to 203. I'd like to welcome Christopher Wintrell, Councillor Nick Limford, Limpston Parish Council, and ward members, Councillors Young and Ingham. I believe Councillor Young has left a statement for you to read out, Wendy.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Right, over to you, Chris.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so we're at a property called Blue Haze, Limpston. And we've got an application for a change of use of land from agricultural land. So part of this field that wraps around here, from agricultural to a driveway, plus a storage building to service this field, and a hard stand in here for parking. And the application's before you because it's contrary to the view of the ward members, and also there's concerns from the parish council who I appreciate are here to outline those to you. There's no highway objection. They're happy that as long as the first 15 metres of the road is hard surfaced, then they have no concerns about highway safety or any drainage issues. And you'll see in the report that the landscape architects looked at the scheme and considered that there's limited landscape and visual impact. So we've got a property here, Blue Haze. In 2018, there was an application for a replacement dwelling that was granted. But this dwelling here only benefits from pedestrian access up a path. There's no vehicular access to the property. And so they rely on parking on the highway. And the built-up area boundary ends here, so the site's outside of the built-up area boundary. And I also need to draw attention to the fact that a public right-of-way runs down the edge of the site there. So within the applicant's ownership, so it comes down the path and then runs around the site. So we've got the proposal here. There's the dwelling, the replacement dwelling. As I said, there's a storage building here to manage the field, parking for the house, and then a driveway. I'll just see if I can put Councillor Pratt on mute. There we go. So there's a driveway that, and then they want the driveway to run down the field here to this access point, and you can just make out here the public path that runs around that part of the site. In terms of the, this is the storage building that's proposed at the top of the site, timber clad storage. And here's the aerial, so you can see the location for the dwelling, the area where the access will be, public footpath that goes in there. And these are the images. So this is the access point at the bottom of the field, and then you can see the footpath adjoining it. Again, views of the access in, and then this would be the route of the access up into the site. And then this is the adjacent public right-of-way that runs along. So the application site is off to the left here, and there's the field gate, and then you can see the route of the path that would go up to the site here, adjacent to the footpath, and then lead up to the parking area and storage building adjacent to the site. And these are the more distant views of that, looking back up to the site. So in terms of the principle, we're in the green wedge, we're in the coastal preservation area, and the nature of those policies is to ensure that we don't damage the identity of those areas or encourage coalescence. There's also relevant Lympstone neighbourhood plan policies, particularly policy 3 about the coastal preservation area and the green wedge, which says that proposals shouldn't harm the character of the area, and development should only be allowed. Two of the reasons granted if it's an agricultural building, which is what they're proposing here to service the land, or if the proposal provides a community facility or recreation route. So in this case, the applicant is making the case that they are providing with that neighbourhood plan policy because they are proposing to hard surface this public footpath here, which in the winter months is very muddy. So their case is allow us to have this access to our property, and we will provide a community benefit by surfacing this footpath with permeable surfacing to make it more usable throughout the year. And this is owned by the applicant. So that's the case in terms of the principle. In terms of the visual impact, the access would be 2 lines of concrete that would be an axle width apart, running up the path here. It's not highly visible other than from this public right of way, but from across the valley and elsewhere, you're going to struggle to see the access route going up, and you'll struggle to see the agricultural building from the access, and we can obviously condition the surface materials and ensure that the building is agricultural in appearance. And as I say, given that it's an access track and you're going to struggle to see it, and given the views of the landscape architect, we feel that the visual impact is going to be acceptable from the scheme itself. There's no highway safety concerns. As I said, the Highway Authority just want to make sure that, as is at the moment, the access is hard surface to prevent any, to control water runoff from the field and any mud on the road. So given that the proposal isn't going to be highly visible, given that there's a benefit here to upgrading this footpath in accordance with the neighbourhood plan policy that requires a provision or improvement of community facilities or recreation routes, on balance, the application is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Christopher Wintrell, is he in the meeting yet, please?
He is. He's joined by telephone.
Oh, okay. Welcome to the meeting, Mr. Wintrell. You have 3 minutes.
Mr. Winchell, you do need to press *6 to unmute your telephone. I'm hoping you can hear me, Mr. Winchell. *6, please. You're still muted.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Planning Committee. My name is Christopher Wintrell. My wife and I own the property Little Paddocks, which is a house and 2 paddocks located to the west of Blue Haze and to the north of the agricultural field to which this planning application applies. At the time, in 2014, my wife and I purchased Little Paddocks from Lympstone Parish Councillor Richard Eastley. At the time of our purchase, Richard Eastley informed us of the green wedge and coastal protection areas that applied to the agricultural fields to the south of Little Paddocks, advising us that any residential development in the fields would not be approved. He pointed us to the developing Lympstone neighbourhood plan, which confirmed to us the information that Richard Eastley had stated. As a result, we purchased little paddocks. When the planning application for development of Blue Haze was applied for in 2018, we were content with the plot being developed, but objected to the size of the new property. We appreciated that the development of the new property would necessitate vehicle access over the field, but understood that this would be temporary, and on completion of the build, the field would be returned to its original agricultural state. We understand that the landowner promised that this would be the case. Prior to commencement of construction work at Blue Haze, a temporary roadway was installed around the edge with a hard standing located behind our eastern paddock. I wrote to the planning department in September 2019 concerning the hard standing, and subsequently received a telephone call from the East Devon District Council Enforcement Officer assuring me that the hard standing and temporary roadway would be removed at the end of construction work, and the field would be returned to its original agricultural state. He further stated that if necessary, enforcement action would be taken to return the agricultural field to its original condition. Towards the end of 2018, the owners of the agricultural field informed my wife and I that they owned the hedge behind the paddock, our paddock, and behind Blue Haze. Since the owners were extremely positive in their assertion, I contacted Richard Easley, the previous owner. He confirmed in a written witness statement that the hedge at the south of Little Paddocks and Blue Haze was owned by Little Paddocks and not by Blue Haze or the agricultural field to the south. As a result, I gathered evidence, written statements, and arranged for a professional survey of the southern boundary, all of which was submitted to HM Land Registry. Part of the Land Registry procedure is for the parties to a dispute to pursue mediation where possible. This is what we did in April this year, with the result that my wife and I agreed to withdraw our application for a boundary determination, provided that within 18 months, by October 2023, the owners of the agricultural field removed the hard standing to the south of our paddock and reinstated the area as grassland, reinstated the hedge to the south of Blue Haze, except for a 10 to 12 foot opening in the hedge adjacent to
That's
Saving
time.
Footpath.
Thank you.
The opening would provide easy access between Blue Haze and the field to the south. We felt that this was a reasonable and neighbourly course of action that would satisfy both parties. However, the agreement did not accept that Blue Haze or the field to the south, to which this planning application applies, owned the land between Blue Haze and the agricultural field.
Can you, please, Mr. Winthrop?
Yeah. If the planning authority require a copy of the agreement, I would be happy to provide a copy. In the light of the agreement, we had hoped that the planning application would be withdrawn. Since it is not, I believe that myself and many residents, the application should be refused. The application site.
Thank you, Mr. Winthrop. Go to Councillor Nick Limfoot now of Lympston Parish Council.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm currently chair of Lympston Parish Council. When this came through for submission to us, we objected because it's in the Green Wedge, it's agricultural land, it's governed by the Coastal Preservation Scheme, and we believe that the agreement to put in the temporary roadway was temporary to assist with building of the house, and it would be removed at the end of it. It's next to a footpath byway, which is used regularly by many residents in the village, and a lot of visitors use it as they trek through the 6 kilometres of footpath we've got. Now, DCC Planning's overview of the landscape is complex and diverse, combining ridge and valley systems, open estuary landscape, fields, hedgerows, design landscapes, woodlands and coastal features, creates a landscape of high scenic quality, which forms an important part of the setting to Exeter and Exmouth. Their strategy is to prevent extensive to protect extensive open views across the landscapes, the estuary, coast and high ground of Howden Ridge and Woodbury Common. And to do that, they say they must protect the distinctive unspoilt and exposed skylines which define the estuary, which in my submission would include this pathway. They like to conserve the open expansive views across the estuary and the area's coastal and sea views and protect the landscape settings and ensuring new developments. Now, it has been suggested that Blue Haze would lay down a concrete grid footpath or driveway, which could be used as a footpath to alleviate the muddy position of the footpath that runs alongside the field at the moment. Now, to my knowledge and searching, that hasn't been discussed with the parish council, and obviously we would hold by our neighbourhood plan, Community Action 9, which says that we should maintain and improve footways within the context of the current urban and rural characters. And I feel that a concrete footpath or this driveway would be totally out of context in both the landscape, the rural character of all the other pathways along, and the council as such object to any development along the pathway other than repair and improve, which we intend to do over the next 2 to 3 years when finances allow. And that's my points, Chairman, Chair Lady.
Thank you, Councillor Linfoot. Now, Wendy, you have a statement to read from Jeff Young.
I do. Councillor Young's statement reads as follows. Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to speak on this application. There is some history to this application with a replacement dwelling. Oddly, the previous small property did not have the benefit from any off-street parking and could not be assessed by a vehicle. During the determination of the previous application, 18/0903/full, part of the proposal for an access track and parking area was removed as officers had concerns regarding the impact on the green wedge and the coastal protection area. However, permission was given for a temporary track, but it was required to be removed following completion of the dwelling. Therefore, the applicant agreed to this and subsequently built the house without vehicle access. I'm surprised that this was agreed with the anomaly in 2018. I fully understand the residents' requirement for vehicle access, and the applicant has pointed out the concern for access of emergency vehicles. Also, I note this proposal has a benefit to improving a public footpath, which in winter is difficult to walk. However, on balance, due to the visual impact on the coastal protection area and the green wedge, I cannot support this application.
Thank you, Wendy. Councillor Ingham.
Thank you.
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. This application has a target date of the 20th of April, 2021. It is now 15 months late, suggesting there is an obscure reason for its lack of progress. So let's have a look at why. You were told earlier how important it was to hit those targets. The reasoning for a change of use of land from agricultural to residential inside the coastal preservation area, the Lympston-Exmouth Green Wedge, and outside of the built-up area boundary must be robust. Otherwise, officers are asking you to undermine the integrity of our planning policies for futile or expedient reasons. This field and the one next to it form the highly visible southern boundary of Lympston Village. This is where the Green Wedge and the coastal preservation area begin and the built-up area boundary ends. That's why this is so important to all of us that are in Lympston Parish. People are shocked that this has not already been thrown out by officers or signed off and rejected a year ago under delegated duties. Local people feel let down by this. Despite having 15 months to consult with Limpston Parish Council on the opportunity of a concreting over a public footpath in an environmentally sensitive area located in the coastal preservation area and the Green Wedge, neither the applicant nor our planning officers decided to do so. No consultation took place with the local community within a 15-month window of opportunity. Councillor Linfoot and I believed this was avoided because they didn't want a negative response, nothing to supplement the rejection they already had from the parish council in a response to the planning application. You are asked to approve an application that contravenes our policies on the tenuous premise that there is a benefit to the Limpston community who have clearly told East Devon that they don't want it. Furthermore, Limpston Parish Council certainly don't want to compromise the Green Wedge, the coastal preservation area, and Limpston built-up area boundary, which we all subscribe to by our policies. Please ignore flawed advice that misquotes a neighbourhood plan out of context, omits public consultation on an unwanted benefit, but condones contravening our environmental policies and compromising the integrity of our local environment. I ask you to stand firm and to support us, that's Limpston Parish Council, Jeff Young and myself, in the protection of our own East Devon District Council planning policies and to protect what we consider our precious environment within Limpston Parish. I also suspect...
Thank you, Councillor. Oh, carry on.
5 minutes. Is it 5 minutes?
5 minutes, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I think that the real danger with this is that, as you see in the title of the application, change of use from agricultural to residential. What do you think might happen to the outlying building if you turn this to a residential land usage? What do you think the applicant might think of doing next? Chair, I ask you and your committee to stand firm and kick this out. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ingham. And I remember little pellets from many, many years ago.
Yes.
Long time ago, over 20, I think. Right. I wonder if I could refer to Chris Rose for any comments he might have on what's been said, please.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so in terms of the comments from the neighbour, obviously there's some sort of land ownership dispute that's been going on. Obviously that, I don't need to tell members that sits outside of the planning application here. So whatever goes on there with the land ownership is between those parties and not for our consideration as part of this application. If for land ownership reasons it means the scheme can't go ahead, it can't go ahead, or if they have the right to, then they can if it were granted. I suppose other things I mean, the parish council has been consulted on the application twice. It's clear in the application description that it includes the upgrading of the public footpath. So as far as I'm concerned, they've had opportunity to comment on the application and in fact have commented and are here today. And the same with the ward members who have commented twice each, I think. The time taken to process the application was following requests really from ward members in terms of trying to seek the comments from the public right of way officer and highways in relation to flooding of the lane. That took a long time to do, and in fact you'll see from the report we still to this day, still a year later, don't have comments from the DCC's public right of way officer. But we felt that we couldn't wait any longer and we had to bring the application forward. I appreciate it's in the coastal preservation area and the green wedge. The point you have to ask yourself is where's the harm from that? Two tracks going across a field up to a parking area. Is that harmful enough to the green wedge in the area to justify refusal? On the back of the fact that the applicant has offered to upgrade that footpath to make it more usable for more months of the year. And on that, it won't be concrete. There's a condition there about materials, which we will make sure are sympathetic to, its countryside location and are permeable as well. So, it's in a way, it's quite a simple application for members to assess the impact from two axle width path going up the field to a parking area in a small building, and whether that has such a harmful impact on the coastal preservation area and green wedge to recommend refusal. It is an unusual application, but we as officers didn't feel that the impact from that and from the cars using it 6 times a day or whatever it might be on average was harmful enough to recommend refusal. Thank you.
Chair, are you there?
Sorry, I'm muted. Councillor De Sarum.
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much. I think that for me, I haven't heard about really what the agriculture use the field has been put to. There's been a lot of emphasis on this, but based on our discussions this morning, I'd particularly be interested in, for example, the quality of the land, if it was grade 3A land. But certainly, having heard Mr. Rose just now and having looked at the diagrams in front of us, I understand the need to preserve the coastal wedge, etc. But I can't really see any significant harm in justifying refusal. So for those reasons and the recommendations based in the report, the fact that it's going to upgrade and improve the area, I would be happy to recommend approval for the reasons as set out in the report if I find a suitable seconder, Chair.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
I'll second, Chair.
Do you like to speak, Councillor
Yeah,
Davis?
well, I thought I'd jump in and second as I'm next to speak anyway, I think. I mean, it seems rather odd to build a house with no access and indeed to have approved it originally. So it was always likely that this was going to come forward. I think that there is very limited visual impact from it. It's hardly a major infringement of the green wedge. I mean, it's right on the edge. And I know, people might be worried about a kind of creeping effect of that. And Councillor Ingham has said, what do you think they'll do next? Well, that's not for us to decide. We don't decide applications on the basis of what might happen in the future, which I think is something the public often find quite hard to understand, that we can't speculate about what may or may not happen as a result of this. So I cannot see that there's any major harm from a track running around the edge of that. And I can certainly vouch for the condition of that footpath. I have walked along there in the winter. It was one of my lockdown walks. And I can certainly say it is seriously virtually impassable. I mean, you really have to pick your way along it with great care if you're not going to go flat on your face in the mud. So I very much welcome the resurfacing of that. I'm reassured by Mr. Rose telling us that it would be a suitable material. Certainly wouldn't want it to be concrete. Just a nice gravel path would do very nicely. Thank you very much. So I'm very happy to support approval of this application.
Thank you. Councillor Rylance.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm actually going to disagree with my colleague, Councillor Davey. I think we have policies for a reason. I can't see why we're even suggesting overturning them in this case. So close to the estuary with rising seas, we need all the buffer zone we can get for houses. Also, axle width. What does axle width mean? Does it mean axle width for a Reliant Robert? Does it mean axle width for a John Lewis delivery van? I mean, what does it mean? That's quite a large amount of concrete. I honestly think we should not even be countenancing permitting a change of use from agricultural to residential in this location. I just think it's an appalling prospect. And I absolutely do not agree with the officer on this. I cannot see why, given that the landowners, the owners of this house, bought the plot knowing that it had no direct access by car, why they aren't happy to remain that way. I mean, they have an access of sorts down a gravel track. Why can't it stay that way? Why can they not continue having a gravel track? Maybe a gravel track that they have to apply for planning permission for every so often, but I honestly cannot see that there's any justification whatsoever for permitting a change of use from agricultural to residential in this location, because it's with rising sea levels, we need to avoid putting concrete into the ground, and I mean the concrete's just an abomination. I can't even understand why we're talking about this. So if somebody can explain to me, how wide this road's going to be, it's not just the two thin tracks of concrete that it's being presented as, because, what needs to access a house, all sorts of size vehicles need to access a house. So why, an ambulance or a fire engine needs to get up there. So it needs to be obviously wide enough for a large vehicle. So it's being minimised and presented as two small strips of concrete. But A, it's concrete, and B, it's not going to be two thin strips of concrete, is it? It's going to be much wider than that. And also, we're asking for a change of use to residential. I mean, no. I'm sorry. I'd actually move a recommendation to oppose the officer's recommendation at this point. Thank you. Sorry. I'm very happy.
Thank you. I wonder if Mr. Rose would like to briefly respond to any of those points about the width of the track.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so it's an average car width apart, as you would have for an average car parking bay. It's not intended for large delivery vehicles. It's intended for the cars to access the two properties. Councillor Ryance is quite right. They could continue without any parking benefit and park on the road, but they own this field and they've put the application in, and we therefore have a duty to consider it. And the issue is, what's the harm from two strips of a hardened surface going up through this site? If you can't see it from anywhere, it's not going to cause so many flooding harm. Then where are the grounds to resist it?
Thank you. Councillor Key. Anything to add?
Yes, I do, Chair. I mean, the thing is that what I can't understand is why the council haven't actually gone back to what was originally agreed, and that had to be done away with. When the people bought that Blue Haze, I mean, they knew there was no vehicular access to it. So why are they now trying to pull a fast one on doing it? I mean, if it is agreed, what I would like to do is, the proposal says, change the use of the land from agriculture to residential to provide. I would like the word residential removed, right, to change of use of land from agriculture to provide a driveway, because that residential could apply to the whole of that field there. And I think if the word residential is taken out, then there is nothing that they've got any lever with to actually say, well, I had residential approval for that field there, that agricultural field. Is that possible, Mr. Rose?
So through you, Chair, the application doesn't relate to the field. It only relates to the strip of land that runs down here. And whether we have the word residential in there or not, a driveway to Blue Haze would be residential. So I think you can take comfort from the fact that it only relates to the width of land that runs up here and the public right of way, because they need to surface that, and this parking area and building here. The rest of the field would remain as an agricultural field and couldn't be used for residential purposes. And okay. You're quite right. They did buy a house not knowing that they didn't have an access to it, but they've got they're entitled to put an application in. I bought a house that needed extended. You know, people's views change. It's now for us to consider the impact.
Yeah. Did I not, Councillor Chair, did I not hear that the parish council were prepared to actually sort out the footpath? I believe.
Through you, Chair. Yeah, I think the parish council representative said they were hoping to do so in 2 or 3 years' time themselves.
So you know, that's not sort of a lever that he can actually use then, really.
Well, it depends how you look at it. You could argue, Councillor Key, that it will come forward in 3 years' time, or you could argue, well, the developers, the applicant here will do it at their expense, and it enables the parish council to put their resources elsewhere.
Yes, okay. As long as that is put forward that field will not be residential. I think that's what the ward members were worried about.
Yeah, through you, Chair, I can confirm that if they wanted to do anything residential in that field, they would have to apply for planning permission.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm sorry to repeat, but the purchasers did know what they were buying, and it had no vehicular access then. So it does seem to me that they're sort of pushing the edges of the envelope here. And I think it's fair to say, well, what happens next if there's access all the way up there? And I think if you are walking on that path and you see parallel to you a strip which is designed to take vehicles, then it changes the character of that area, and the ambiance would change from very much a field to well, a field with vehicular access on it. And then it may be for their own use, but there will be smaller delivery vans with prime or whatever else might go up and down that access. So I do think it's difficult. I perfectly understand why the purchasers would want to do that, why the applicants would want that. But I do think it would change the character of that green space. So I'm still undecided, but slightly against it at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm against this. And I mean, we've seen this morning how much green space is being taken away. And this is just another creeping issue. It goes against the neighbourhood plan. It's not something that's in keeping with the rest of the surrounding area. We've got to look after these places, and we can't allow people just to go around willy-nilly because they need a driveway to go digging up bits. And they did agree to at the outset to fill it back in and regrass it. So let them get on and do it, because I just think if we don't support neighbourhood plans and green wedges and all the rest of it, we're going to be in a terrible mess. Thank you.
Thank you. I have some sympathy with that. Councillor Skinner.
So do I, to a degree, but I will. The issue, which could be an anomaly for Mr. Rose, is that if it is, as Councillor Ryan's talked about, Reliant Robin, he got 3 wheels, I believe, one's in the middle. You'll have to do something about having the gap in the middle, because that would be a bit of a snag, wouldn't it? So we'll just sort that one out. But no, listen, at the end of the day, I think there's going to be improvement here. And Councillor Woodward talking about whether or not, and members talking about whether or not, if you have a private or you have a drive going up through and it's next to a field, is that going to open it all up? Well, I'll be in for hundreds of houses here. Then my drive comes right up. I've got fields both sides of me. It doesn't. That's not the case. Councillor Rose quite clearly pointed out that when you put a line around for a planning application, which they've done here, they're applying for what they're applying for. They're going to put in for an access to vehicular access to routes of probably where they're going to go. I don't have an issue with that per se. I sort of do get a bit of what Councillor Key is saying, talking about using the word residential. Is it opening up for other things? I don't think it is. I just think that it's, in all honesty, it is what it is. On the planning application, it's clear. You put a planning application in for what you want. If they wanted to do more, they'd have to come back with a planning application. I do sort of hear what Councillor Lawrence had to say. I sort of get with that, with the neighbourhood plan and all the rest of it. But this is quite small beer, and it's just tidying off something that probably should have been done years ago. So I think I'm on the balance. I think I'm going to go support this and support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Mr. Rose, please, what would be the position if this were to be refused? How would it stand up at appeal if it went there?
Well, it depends what reasons members came up with. I mean, the strongest reason to refuse it would be along the lines that Councillor Woodward said, which would be changed character to the area and harmful visual impact from this public right of way. And then we'd have to argue to an inspector that, you know, having that 2 tracks up that route where you can see there is so harmful to the area that it should be refused. And I think that's going to be a hard argument, regardless of green wedge policies, because you know, we have to be able to identify some harm. So
yeah,
which is why on balance we've come down on the side of recommended approval.
thank you. And what about neighbourhood plan?
Yeah, so obviously quite rightly we need to give full weight to the neighbourhood plan, and it's got policies in there on protecting the green wedge and on protecting the coastal preservation area, but it does have this policy that allows it where there's a community facility or recreation route. But even if there wasn't that support, or it was felt that the upgrading of this path isn't enough, we still have to be able to identify some harm, even if it's contrary to the neighbourhood plan policy. And that's where it comes back to, is the visual impact from, you know, the 2 strips coming up here so harmful to the area that we could justify refusal. And again, we think that's going to be a hard case to argue to an inspector.
Okay, thank you for that. Over to you, Anita, to sum up, please, and the vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, the proposal before you, made by Councillor Desara and seconded by Councillor Davey, is for approval subject to the conditions as set out in the report. So if you could vote for if you're in favour of that, or against if you are against. Thank you.
Councillor Bloxham.
Wendy. Support approval with the conditions.
Councillor Brown.
Support the approval.
Councillor Chamberlain.
Support approval with conditions. Thank you.
Councillor Davey.
Support approval.
Councillor De Sarum.
Support approval with conditions.
Councillor Gazzard.
Against.
Councillor Howe.
Support.
Councillor Key.
Approve.
Councillor Lawrence.
Against.
Councillor Pratt.
Support.
Councillor Rylance.
I'm against.
Councillor Skinner.
Support with no reliant robins.
Councillor Woodward.
Against.
Councillor Ragg.
Abstain.
Thank you. I can confirm the application is recommended for approval.
Thank you. Go to agenda item 18, application number 220991, full application, 7 Longmeadow, Woodbury, and it's pages 242 to 247. And I believe this one's before us because it relates to an employee of our council.
Chair, can I just check that you've, I think we need to go to agenda item 10 first.
Oh, we do, because
One Roll Road.
Oh, so we do. I've jumped ahead of myself. Sorry. Right, agenda item 10, application 220571, full application, 1 Roll Road, Budley Salterton, page 139 to 148. I'd like to welcome Andy Anderson, the agent, and ward members, councillors Dent and Wright. So welcome.
Chair, can I just come in there? Councillor Dent, unfortunately, is a very serious chest infection, but we have I don't want to say colluded. That sounds slightly slightly dishonest. We have agreed a position, and with your permission, when it comes to the time, I will read Alan Dent's report, his statement, and then I will continue with a few words of my own. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you. Yes, there's a nasty chest infection going around at the moment. Right, over to you, Chris Rose. Make your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so this is change of use of the ground floor from a cafe restaurant to a residential use, and retention of some flues extractors that were put in at the same time, and it's here to because it's contrary to the view of the ward member. I do have some updates from further information submitted by the applicant since the report's been published. So we've received a letter from another business in the town saying that it's not viable to open a business at the moment. There's a lack of staff, and that there are 19 other food premises in Budleigh, and therefore the loss of this one won't be harmful. There's a letter from the previous owner of the site who confirms that he had marketed it previously before selling the site and without any interest for continued uses for food, and that equally struggled to get staff. And further to that, there's also an update from the marketing agent clarifying that COVID-19, they're saying, didn't have an impact on the marketing. So they were wrong to state that originally, that Budleigh isn't attractive to a business purchaser for this type of use, and that other sites have been marketed and not sold in the area. So they're saying it's no surprise that this one has gone to residential use. So that's further information from when the report was published. So you've got the site here, as you can see, and the ground floor, first floor is residential above. Quite a small floor space, and you have the elevations of the building here, and then here you can see the location to the main road and to the beach. And this is the property here related to the ground floor only. So it's not far from the high street. It's in the conservation area and the AONB. As I say, it was a cafe bistro with a flat above, but we understand it's now been fully converted to residential use at the ground floor. You'll see in the report that the principal issue related to the loss of this commercial floor space in Strategy 32 of the local plan. Strategy 32 requires 12 to 24 months of marketing in accordance with guidance on our website in terms of how it's marketed, how much it's marketed for, etc. And in addition to that, there should be a clear demonstration of surplus supply of commercial floor space for us to allow the loss of these types of floor space. The reason for that being that once this type of floor space is lost from commercial use, it very rarely comes back into commercial use, and to make sure that there's enough supply on the market. The property was marketed from November 19 to June 20 by the agent, and then it was reduced in price from August 20 to April 21. And then it was sold in July 21. And a lot of this marketing was carried out during COVID, which is why we were a bit concerned, as you can see in the report, by the extent of marketing, because obviously there's going to be limited interest during the COVID restrictions, particularly at times when the business would have been closed. The applicant said that they had some sort of verbal communication with the planning officer that it would be okay to convert the property. I've got no record of that. I'll be surprised if they didn't caveat that in some way. So you'll see from the report that there's a concern about the amount of marketing that's carried on and when that took place. But the sale proceeded anyway, and the applicant has proceeded to convert the building anyway, even regardless of the marketing requirements and the lack of any approved planning application. With regard to surplus supply, there's no evidence submitted by the applicant. I take the point from the ward members and the agents that there's 19 other food premises in Budleigh. I haven't counted them, but I don't doubt that. But as I say, the issue is once we lose these, it's hard to get them back. And it's not a matter of how many businesses are there at the moment. It's what businesses are there available if people wanted to start one up. What opportunities are there? So on balance, we considered that the marketing information was insufficient and that they hadn't demonstrated that there was a suitable supply of premises in Budleigh should people wish to take up this sort of use. But other than that, there's no visual or other harm from the proposal. So really, it's over to members to make a judgment of, do they feel that the loss of this ground floor unit here is harmful to business opportunities in Budleigh, or whether you think that the floor space is so small and it's in a location such that harm isn't really that great, and you can allow it to go to residential use. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Over to Andy Anderson, the agent. Welcome to the meeting, Mr. Anderson. You have 3 minutes.
He's just joining the meeting, Chair. He was in
Okay.
and obviously lost his connection, so he's just about to join. If you give us a few minutes, a few seconds.
Mr. Anderson, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I am.
Welcome to the meeting, Mr. Anderson. You have
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for letting me speak this morning, or this afternoon in this case. My name's Andy Anderson from AHA Designs. Just give you a quick background to the application. My clients did a pre-application prior to purchase, and the officer that we spoke to said that there wouldn't be a problem with change of use. We then completed another planning application in which the commercial kitchen was removed and the rear lean-to was also partially demolished and the internal space reconfigured. This was also approved by the same officer who is aware of my client's full plans. The original building is residential to the first floor, commercial to the ground floor. There was no independent access to those living on the first floor. The building as it was did not meet any current fire regulations due to its lack of independent access, making renting out of the upper floor impossible. Planning work was approved for those works, demolishing the kitchen and remodeling the interior, making it unsustainable as a restaurant. You would have in your pack a letter from Ware Commercial. They corrected a statement that they made earlier on, which said that it negatively was impacted, the sale of the property was negatively impacted by COVID. That was corrected by Jasper Ware, who said that actually it was no problem at all because the premises were still running. He evidences this as well by stating that there's another similar business that remains unsold since 2018, pre-pandemic. This was the Dolphin Restaurant, was taken over in June 21, but the keys were returned in June 22 as the business just did not seem viable. Interestingly, out of a total of 48 shops, 19 sell food to eat in or take away in the town, and this is considered simply too many for a small town. Business owners are really struggling to recruit staff. Put simply, no one seems to want to work in food outlets anymore. The Dolphin had to close on many occasions due to a lack of staff. In another letter from Clive Thomas, the previous owner, he said that he ran the business for 17 successful years, but more recently it became increasingly difficult to find staff. He goes on to say the last couple of years were extremely stressful. He feels that this wasn't exclusive to his business, but is something that's being mirrored around the town. Staffing issues are contributing to the lack of interest. In 2 years of marketing, not a single prospective purchaser wished to carry on this premises as a restaurant. Interestingly, in a conversation to the local council, they believed that it had met the conditions for a change of use. My clients then purchased the property with this intent after getting the same advice from the local authority. To conclude, Buckley Salterton has a plethora of food outlets. In fact, they account for over 39% of all shops in the town. A slice of lime is in an outlying area and gets little passing traffic. The approval of the application for changes to the dwelling, the premises rather, was approved by the same planning officer who is seeking to refuse this application. The local authority stated the previous owner had met conditions of change of use and had also agreed that to our prior application. The local authority had stated in a pre-app prior to the purchase that it would go through without a problem. Businesses of this type in this locality are tremendously difficult to sell. Finally, to revert this premises back to a restaurant wouldn't be cost effective now, and it would also require further planning. Really and truly, I mean, I wasn't told about this, this possible refusal until the 11th hour and we had no discussion through both of the planning applications from the planning officer to say that this could potentially be a case. As far as I was aware, it was going to go through without a problem. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Wright, before you speak, and you will have 5 minutes, can I ask you if you have any interest to declare, please?
None whatsoever, Chair. I was a regular customer at the Slice of Lime when it was operating, but I'm sorry to see it close, but I've got no other interest in it. Thank you.
I'd always intended to go there, but never made it.
You must take your opportunity when you can, Madam Chair. It's sometimes too late.
Yes, indeed, but I think COVID got in the way. Anyway, off you go, Tom. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. Do I have 5 minutes for me and 5 minutes for Alan? I don't need 10.
You just need 5
I will assure you of that. Alan and I are in total agreement. This application should be approved. I will read what he has said and then add my few words. I would just like to point out a slight error in what the agent said. The Dolphin restaurant he referred to, which I will be referring to, was not the one that's been on sale for 2 or 3 years. That is in fact Limage, the very large coffee shop up near the traffic lights in Station Road. Right, Alan's words. I must admit that when I read the officer's report for One Roll Road, otherwise known to us as a Slice of Lime, I was dumbfounded. What appeared to be a sensible conversion was recommended for refusal on policy grounds. The old restaurant, a Slice of Lime, was well known to us in the town, and in addition to providing tasty meals, it was renowned for takeaway fish and chips as well as ice creams. He, like I and many of us, have been there on a number of occasions. We were aware that the owner wanted to sell up and retire and was sad when this eventually happened. Since then, it appears there has been goodwill between the officers and the developer, and planning permission was obtained for work commenced roughly a year ago on the building. This puts us in a pickle. The conversion work has been completed. The premises are now configured for a dwelling and cannot be reconverted back to becoming a restaurant. The issues that have been highlighted in the report include planning permission did not include change of use, marketing prior to closure, need for similar hospitality businesses in the town, loss of employment. We now have more evidence from the sales agent, where commercial, that the business was marketed actively for at least 2 years prior to the sale. Also, that during that time, no interest was shown in taking on the existing business, and post-pandemic, little enthusiasm for hospitality businesses. The comment in the report that there was no evidence to demonstrate that Budleigh was not oversupplied with similar businesses is one we challenge. In June, there were some 19 similar outlets in the town, not including outlets selling ice cream. Since then, one newly opened restaurant, that's the Dolphin, was closed down due to the cost of energy, and the old post office, which is vacant and has planning permission for conversion to a bar restaurant with flat above, has not been progressed and is now on the market again. To me, this is evidence that Budleigh is well supplied with eateries and there is little, if no, demand for new ones. The officer report comments on the loss of employment. What can I say? There is a shortage of staff within the hospitality sector, and a number of the existing ones in Budleigh have experienced shortages as well as problems with recruitment. Whilst a desire to protect jobs in our local plan policy is absolutely right, the reality is that now few people want to work in the hospitality industry. So members of the committee, I ask for your support here. The officer's recommendation was quite rightly based on policies from the current local plan, which, by the way, was published in 2013, and the world has moved on considerably since then. We are faced with a building which has been converted into accommodation and will never again be a restaurant. The demand for town centre housing is very high, and this is a most attractive small town centre dwelling. There is no demand for additional hospitality businesses and little prospect of that changing. I ask the committee to work with our officers to find a way to make the change of use work. Maybe it requires payment for SIL. What would be a crime would be for refusal, which would leave an attractive and badly needed town centre house to simply rot. As a ward member and a resident of Budleigh Salterton, I ask your support in finding a solution. Thank you for your time. That's Alan's words, now mine. Let me add, we are on a bit of a horse and cart situation here. The applicant's view of what he understood the feedback from the officers to be some time ago was that change of use would not be a problem. To a great extent, that feeling is reinforced by permission to demolish what had been the kitchen that serviced the restaurant. I will remind the committee of the third paragraph in the executive summary. Planning permission was granted in January this year for external alterations to the premises, including the partial removal of the rear single-storey lean-to element that formerly housed the kitchen for the cafe bistro. How then can the restaurant continue when the kitchen was permitted to be demolished? To slightly mix metaphors, not only had the cart already rolled down the hill, the horse had already bolted from the stable. In short, the premises are no longer suitable to operate as a restaurant. The domestic kitchen now installed is not suitable for commercial use, and the other alterations have removed the customer toilets and other facilities. Alan fully states the current situation with regard to the more than adequate supply of catering outlets. The premises that recently closed, the Dolphin Restaurant in the High Street, would have closed sooner, but was kept open as it was committed to providing meals for the Budleigh Platinum Jubilee Street Party. Indeed, the present owner of the premises, under consideration, was a customer at that event. The Dolphin closed its doors a weekend after the Jubilee celebrations. All our catering establishments have adverts for staff, and some have had to reduce hours of operation due to staff shortages. I know the slice of lime very well. My wife and I were regular customers, and we will miss it. I pass it every day, usually twice, as it is on my dog walking route. I often chatted to Clive and his wife, who had been trying to sell it for many years, not just 2 or 3. I also saw that despite its small size, there were usually more empty tables than occupied ones. The fact is that the slice of lime, due to restrictions of size and facilities, was not able to offer what modern customers are looking for. We are still making decisions based on policy nearly 10 years old. Our interpretation of policy must be able to reflect radically altered circumstances. I therefore ask that the application be approved, and will add that the application did get the approval of Budleigh Salterton Town Council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tom. Right, committee. Councillor Dave.
Thank you, Chair. I don't like to go against the officer's recommendation when it's commercial premises particularly. I don't like to see the loss of commercial premises. But it's not on the main street. There's no other commercial premises on that street. I would slightly dispute that it doesn't get any footfall, because actually it was a quite busy little ice cream, and I've bought ice creams there and takeaway coffee and so on. And I know it well, and that's often a street I will walk up. There's also the public toilets at the top of the street, so people often pass up and down that street. But in terms of kind of local knowledge and the fact that it was, as has been stated, impossible to market simply the downstairs as a or to market the upstairs as a separate building because the access was through the downstairs. I think it's difficult to kind of I mean, we're going against policy, but I think in this case we need to show a bit of common sense and support the application. I always felt that it didn't seem much like a business premises, really. It always looked like it was somebody's front room that had been turned into a catering establishment. a sort of hatch in the window. So I think we need to show a bit of common sense on this one. And catering businesses in Budley, I've seen quite a lot come and go. They open up, they last for a bit, and then they close down. So I don't think there's a shortage of catering in Budley. So I'm happy to support approval. And I'll
So
propose
you're making that proposal?
Yeah, I'll make that proposal, Chair, but I'd
Okay,
like
is
to
there
hear
a
what
seconder,
others say.
please?
Yep, I am. Yeah.
Councillor Skinner, do you want to speak?
Not in the long speech we just said from Councillor Davey. I think you said it all, Councillor Davey. Much to add to it. No, I tell you what, there is one thing I want to add.
I knew it was too good to be true, Councillor Skinner.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I'll only be brief.
No,
But what is really important? What is really important here? And I get the policy in and out and half of that stuff. I get all that, but when you look at this particular application on the way it's been put forward, what's really important is having residential development in the towns. We want to see residential development in the towns to keep the existing businesses and that going. Now, I know what it's like because I know a particular gentleman just down the road. Great guy, done lovely food and all that. Couldn't get staff. And don't take it on the basis it's easy. I'm in business myself. I'm struggling to get staff. And everybody I speak to is struggling to get staff. When you're in the catering business, it's nearly a 24/7 business. It's a horrendous business to be in. When staff don't turn up or whatever, it's a real nightmare. It's a real problem. But on the backdrop of that, that's not within our planning policies per se, but it is important as how businesses run. It is also difficult to, that if you end up being a one-man business or you and your wife and that, it just becomes a real terror, really. So on the basis, this is actually going to turn into residential for Budley soldiers in town. I very much support what both Councillor Alan Dent and Councillor Tom Wright said. They got their ear to the ground. They know what's happening, and I very much take on board what they say. Well done, Councillor Davey. You're getting quite brave, getting out in front and going against officers. You must be growing in stature here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. Councillor Howe, anything to add?
Yes, unfortunately so. I agree with everything that's been said before, but reality is, my personal feeling is the more restaurants that you have, the more people come in because there's more choice and more availability. So you actually build trade with more. So I don't like going against officers, but I will on this one. But I do ask Mr. Rose, is there a learning somewhere here for our officers? Or is there something we need to change? Because obviously the mistake, it's not a mistake because the officer followed the process, I'm sure. But the problem occurred when we allowed planning permission, wherever that was, for the change of the kitchen. You can't have a restaurant with only half a kitchen. So I'm just asking that general question going forward. Is there a learning there somewhere for the future? We've got to be careful, but yeah, support this. Because I've got another meeting to go to, I'll stay for the vote and that'll be it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comment, Mr. Rose?
Possibly a learning point, yes. I think the full story is, though, that that previous application that was approved also included this change of use that was removed from the applicant because of our concerns over it. And yes, maybe, but I think it would have been difficult to refuse the loss of the kitchen. Bear in mind it could have been relocated. But I take the points. I understand the direction here and the reasons put forward by the mover and seconder. The only thing I would say, I suppose, is a message to anyone else that might be listening. Don't think planning officers faced with a position where someone says we've done something without planning permission and therefore it will never go back, so you better give us planning permission, is an argument that's going to run with us in the future. The circumstances of this, I can understand why members want to approve it, but someone going ahead and doing something without planning permission wouldn't mean that we wouldn't use our enforcement powers to take action to undo that if it was the right circumstance in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rylance.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think Mr. Rose actually just said what I wanted to say, which is that essentially what we're being asked to approve is a retrospective planning application here. I think people will know how very much I dislike retrospective planning applications. Because essentially, if there's no planning application to cover this, then it's been built without the oversight of our officers. And why do we even bother having a planning, i.e., before the fact system, if we're just going to grant every single retrospective that comes in? People should just go ahead and build everything and then put in retrospectives right, left, and centre. And I know it's legal to do that, but it's very poor form, because especially in a place like a built-up area, because there needs to be some oversight into actually the building standards that are going into this. We need to be sure that it's not going to collapse. There's just all sorts of issues involved in approving retrospectives, and I really don't think it should become the norm. And actually, for that reason, I'm probably not going to vote for this, although I acknowledge that the work's already been done. And it's going to be impossible to turn back into a 21st century restaurant, really. So I do have a question, actually, which is that I heard from the agent that the place had been marketed for 2 years. Do we have any evidence of that? Do we have any evidence that it was marketed for 2 years prior, from 2018? Because I thought that in the report it says it was only marketed for a few months before being sold to this person who's developed it. So do we have any evidence of the prior marketing?
So through you, Chair, we've got the information that's come from the applicant and from the marketing agents, but that doesn't fully comply with the requirements that we've got on the website on how the marketing should be carried out. But we do have some of that information, and those dates are in the report in terms of when it happened and when the price was reduced, etc.
Okay,
thank you. Right, Councillor Howe, you've got your hand up again. You want to come back?
Well, I unfortunately I feel I have to after what Councillor Rylance has just said. I do need to point out, as you as chair now will know, we don't accept all retrospective applications.
No.
Any application or any developer that goes ahead and builds without planning permission does so at their own risk. And if the development is deemed irresponsible, wrong, and under planning laws, we can refuse and do refuse. They have to put it right at their own cost. We must never lose sight of that. We don't like retrospective, but the reality is if he'd lost today and an appeal inspector had upheld our decision, then he would have had to put it back to a restaurant, the owner of this. That is the risk they take. And as for building control, on building regs, that's nothing to do with planning. Has to be built right and everything else. So thank you.
Thank you. Tom Wright, do you want to come back? Is it some information?
It's just some information raised on by what Councillor Rylance said, Chair, if I may.
Yeah, briefly.
I kept a close eye on this construction work as it was going on, and it was in far more danger of collapse prior to the work because the inside has been totally rebuilt in very up-to-date modern standards. So I think actually doing what they have done will ensure it will be standing for a few more years longer than it might have done otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner, you want to come back?
Only quickly, just to reiterate what Councillor Howe said. No, there is a process. It's a planning process for what Councillor Rylance has said. But what we must remember is that retrospective planning applications, there's all sorts of reasons why some people have retrospective planning applications. It's not all just because they want to plough on and just do it regardless of any sort of statutory powers or planning powers. There's all sorts of reasons. They need to be judged on their own merits. I'm not against retrospective applications. I don't mean to say I'm supporting them. What it means to say is that we need to judge them on the merits sometimes when they come forward. And as Councillor Howe has just rightly said, that if somebody does a retrospective application and then we don't agree with it, they're going to cost them a lot of money to get it back to its original state. So they need to be careful about councillors saying, I'm against, because they come predetermined and they shouldn't be doing that.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, Anita, to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just check with Chris Rose? Are you content if the amended recommendation is just to recommend approval of the application? Do you need anything else in there?
Thank you. I've got the reasons from Councillor Davey and Skinner, so happy with them. It's just that we need the conditions delegated to officers.
Okay, thank you. So members, the recommendation before you is to recommend approval of the application with conditions to be delegated to the officers. And Wendy, if you could, sorry, so you're voting for the recommendation to approve or against the recommendation to approve, Wendy?
Thank you, Anita. Councillor Bloxham.
For the recommendation to approve.
Councillor Brown.
For approval.
Councillor Chamberlain.
Support the recommendation to approve.
Councillor Davey.
Support approval.
Councillor De Saram.
Support approval.
Councillor Gazzard.
Support approval.
Councillor Howe.
For approval.
Councillor Key.
For approval.
Councillor Lawrence.
Support approval.
Councillor Pratt.
Support approval.
Councillor Rylance.
Against approval.
Councillor Skinner.
Support approval so we can get behind the curve. Thank you.
Councillor Woodward.
Support approval.
Thank you. And Councillor Ragg.
Abstain.
Thank you. That application is recommended for approval.
Thank you, members. Now we'll take a 30-minute break. And we've still got, I think, 7 more applications to deal with. So we'll come back at 2:45. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Members, if you could just make sure you're muted, please, because otherwise any comments will be heard.
Wendy?
Yes, Councillor Gazzard?
I've got to turn mine off because it's nearly run out of battery, so I need to come back in at 2:45.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, I'll see you then.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah.
One bit of advice to Steve, if he's listening, if you leave it plugged in while it's on, the juice you use for Zoom actually matches the charging power. So mine's been plugged in and it's still 100%. Anyway, that's the point of information for future uses. Thank you.
Right, are we all back?
Would you like me to do a roll call just to check?
Yes, please. Yes, please, Wendy.
Okay, so let's start with Councillor Bloxham.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Brown?
Yes, present.
Councillor Chamberlain, she gave her apologies for this afternoon. Councillor Davey? Okay, I'll come back to Councillor Davey. Councillor De Sarum?
Yes, yes, I'm here. Sorry, yes, just got back.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Councillor Gazzard? Okay. Councillor Gazzard?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Howe gave his apologies for this afternoon. Councillor Key?
Present, Wendy.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence?
Present, thank you, Wendy.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt?
Present, Wendy.
Thank you. Councillor Rylance?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner?
Present, Wendy, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward?
Present, thank you.
Councillor Ragg?
Present.
Thank you. So we're just missing our Vice Chair, Councillor Davey.
I'm here, Wendy.
Ah, brilliant.
Just appeared.
Fantastic.
Good.
So we're quorate for this afternoon's meeting.
Right, thank you, Wendy. Agenda item 18, application 220991, full application for 7 Long Meadow, Woodbury, pages 242 to 247. And I'd like to welcome Colin Jean, or Jeans, isn't it? And ward members, Councillor Young and Ingham, are they here, councillors?
I know I'm speaking for Councillor Young.
Yeah.
Let's have a look, Councillor Ingham.
Councillor Ingham is on the call, but not on camera.
Yeah, he's got his microphone and camera off, but he has joined, so it looks like he might have stepped away from his computer.
Right. Okay. Right. Over to you, Mr. Rose, to make your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so this relates to 7 Long Meadow in Woodbury, and it's before you because one of the applicants is a member of staff, and it's an application for a number of elements to it: single-storey rear extension, a small front extension, side extension, and then a loft conversion with a dormer to the rear. You'll see from the report there's a parish council concerns about it being overdevelopment and the impact on the neighbour, and you'll see in the report Councillor Young's comments. So this is the location of the site of the bungalow here, part of a semi-detached pair fronting onto the road, and this is the elevations and the plan of the site at the moment. So we've got a traditional sort of bungalow floor plan with a garage at the side set back beyond a driveway. And then you can see that a sort of pitch at the front, no dormer to the rear. And then if we moved on to the proposed plans, we've got this dormer window full width across the back, although it only needs planning permission because of the cladding that's proposed. And then we get an extension, there we go. So we get a single story extension off the rear, and then the garage is here at the moment. That gets brought forward so that they can convert the rear. And then the dormer window allows them to do various works upstairs, and then filling in the corner or put a corner extension here to the front. So this is the view from the driveway of the neighbour. So you imagine this garage here comes forward at single story level on the boundary here to move the garage forward. These are the images from the rear. So this is the applicant's roof slope here. So you can see the relationship with the adjoined neighbour and their extension on the rear. And here's the garage. So extension to the side, dormer across here, and extension across the rear where this decking is proposed. And you can see that this property is raised above the adjoining neighbour, as you can see in that photo there. And you can see there's a number of secondary windows and door to the neighbour's property and a window here. And then from the street, you can see we've got different characters of dwellings here. So we've got the application site, the one it's adjoined to slightly different, and then the neighbour down the road is slightly different again in design. And there you can see them. So you'll see that the two main issues in the report are the visual impact and impact on amenity. In terms of the visual impact, we've got policy D1. Obviously, the small extension to the side here and bringing this garage forward will be visible from the road. But as you're seeing from the photos, there's different designs of properties along this row at the moment. So nothing that they're proposing in design terms is going to be out of character, and it's all single story. And there's no visual harm from the garage coming forward. It'll still be set back from the front of the property, and from the rear, given that there's dwellings around, you won't see the dormer from the public domain. So in terms of the visual impact of the proposal, it's considered to be acceptable. And in relation to the impact on the neighbours, there will be dormer windows in the rear that will overlook neighbours, but as I say, that would be permitted development if it wasn't for the cladding anyway. So the main impact the report addresses is on this neighbour and these windows here. As I say, the garage will come forward probably to about this point, so it won't block out the light to all of those windows. And obviously there's the driveway in between already. And it's also pertinent to note that the applicant could put up a 2-metre fence along this boundary anyway without planning permission. So if you imagine they did that, the impact from having this garage coming forward along this boundary is not going to be considerably greater than what they could do under permitted development rights from a fence or a wall. So in light of that, given the distance that's retained, given it's all single story, there's not considered to be any harm to amenity. So the application is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Colin Jeans, welcome to the meeting. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. Yes, good to go?
Yes, go on.
Yeah, hi. So yes, I'm Colin Jeans. I'm here to represent myself and my family in regards to this planning application. We've now entered our 6th year living in Woodbury. We moved into the village from Exmouth just prior to starting our family. And they've been 6 very happy years in our 2-bedroom bungalow with our 2 little boys, now aged 5 and 1. We love everything about our bungalow. Our only problem is we do not have enough space. And that is becoming more of a problem, particularly since our youngest son has started walking. As the boys grow, this problem will only increase, and it is therefore time for us to consider a bigger home. We have considered our options to resolve this problem, and of course we've thought about moving to a larger home in the village. However, the price increase for us will be significant, which is an unrealistic proposal for 2 public sector workers. Our experience has been that such properties are being snapped up at prices that are considerably above the asking price by people coming into the village with apparently much larger salaries than us. After much consideration, we've decided that the opportunity to extend our current home would be a better option for us. When considering what we can do with our property, we have been entirely sympathetic and considered other bungalows and extensions that have already been completed in our area. And we considered our neighbours and have lowered the rear elevation in order to ensure minimal overlook onto other properties. In relation to our neighbours at number 6, we've reviewed historical plans on our property to extend and have noted the same concerns from the same neighbours. Therefore, we have taken this into account and we have set the garage back as far back as we can and have kept a low profile regarding the height. We've also seen the exact same side extension being approved at number 13 in Longmeadow. And we can therefore see exactly what we are proposing, and we can see what we consider to be a minimal impact on our neighbouring property. To humanise the situation, we have close links with our neighbours at number 6 and love living next door to them. We respect their right to raise concerns, and we're entirely committed to ensuring we can work with them through this, as we have done so far by sharing our plans and talking them through prior to us raising this planning application. So our plans are entirely based on us growing our family in the village of Woodbury. We are not a developer, and we intend to live in our home for many, many years. There's no financial driver here. This is purely a move to meet the needs of our young family. We are 2 key workers. I'm a firefighter based at Exmouth Fire Station. My wife works for the local authority in a key frontline service. We don't want to have to consider moving out of the village to meet our housing needs, which we fear is a possibility if we're unable to extend our current home. Our 5-year-old son is thriving at the village school, and we have formed close links across the village with many families, and we actively involve ourselves and the children in the many village and community events. We never underestimate how lucky we are to be part of this amazing community at Woodbury, and we have and will continue to give back to the village in any way we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jeans. Now, do you have anything to read out, Wendy, from Councillor Young?
I do, yes.
Right.
Okay, so Councillor Young would like me to read the following. Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to speak on this application. This is an estate of bungalows built around the 1960s that provide a suitable accommodation with 2 bedrooms to cater mainly for the retirement population that at that time wanted this type of housing in our beautiful district. However, due to the high prices, there has been a substantial change with many of the younger couples purchasing these properties and later on extending them for their expanding families. Therefore, this treatment has been applied to many of these bungalows on this estate, and I fully understand the applicant's needs. I did have concerns as the neighbour had objected, but I am reassured by the officer's comments that this extension will not have a detrimental effect on its neighbour. Therefore, I withdraw my objection and now support the application.
Thank you, Wendy. Councillor Ingham, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Chair, on this one, this application will have an effect on the neighbours, but as Mr. Rose said, you could put a 2-metre fence up there, a wall there, and that would have exactly the same effect, you know. So that is the negative associated with this application. But outweighing that, I think, is the fact that the plan, I looked at it and I thought, what an excellent enhancement of that building with minimal effect elsewhere. I thought it was really nicely done. I did go around and I had a look, and looking at it, then I would say, you know, they from the photos we were looking at earlier, you could, if you were looking up the drives, you know, you would have the sun behind you. No, that one, yeah, you'd have the sun behind you. You can see there a shadow on that window, and that's going to be the morning sun from the east. Okay, so that will affect that light, but so would well, far more so would a wall, and this application will have no further effect than what building a wall would along that boundary that you can see there. So I think it's only appropriate that you do approve this application and let it go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, members. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I can remember a few years ago, I had an application in Orliscombe when I was represented Orliscombe at that time for somebody who wanted to have an extension to the home for their young family. And I supported that application then. And consequently, what it did is it ended up that family then got the planning permission, and then they moved out and bought a house somewhere else. And I felt myself, I'd done myself an injustice, because what I'd done is I changed the dynamics of what was an affordable house to make it a little bit less affordable for those young families coming forward. And the principle nearly sets itself here. But there's a marked difference. That was probably 10 or 12 years ago. And where we are today is we're in a position today with this young family not making too many dramatic changes to the home, but a young family, and they've actually looked at, and the young gentleman suggested just now that they tried looking for perhaps a little bit of a bigger house, which you can see when your families grow. But the impossible challenge that is in front of them is the house prices escalating at the rate that they are. I do think actually within the next sort of 12 to 14, 15 months, that may change, but where we are today. So in light of what Councillor Ingham has just said, and I am of the same opinion, I'm going to move a motion to approve, to go along with the officer's recommendations of approval with the conditions they put in place. I think it's commendable that there's young families wanting to stay in a village of which they absolutely obviously enjoy and love living there. And no doubt they wanted to move somewhere in Woodbury. And as he was suggested just now, the young man that it's just not viable. You just can't make it work on the salary that they got. I want to see young people thriving in our villages and doing the best that they can. They're making an investment into this home. It's not overbearing to the neighbours. They're talking to the neighbours. They're doing everything right in my book that they possibly can. And I'm going to be very supportive of it. So I'm going to move the motion for approval with the conditions that are put forward, and hopefully I'll find a seconder.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, I mean, really just to say, in actual fact, that the door and the window beside it looks as though it's got frosted glass in it, so it's not going to affect any of the outlook. And their main outlook is at the front anyway, so I can't see too much of a problem. And I mean, I think, you know, this is one of the things that's going to happen even more, that people are going to enlarge their properties because the price of actually buying a bigger property is out of the question. So more than happy to actually second that, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzard, anything to add?
Nothing to add, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, Anita.
Gosh, that was quick. So members, you have a recommendation in front of you to approve the application subject to the conditions as set out in the planning report. So if you could vote that you are for that approval or against. Wendy.
Thank you. Councillor Bloxham.
For approval.
Councillor Brown.
For approval.
Councillor Davey.
Support approval.
Councillor De Sarum.
Support approval.
Councillor Gazzard.
Support approval.
Councillor Key.
Approve.
Councillor Lawrence.
Support approval.
Councillor Pratt.
Support approval.
Councillor Rylance.
I support the recommendation of approval with conditions. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
Support approval.
Councillor Woodward.
Support approval.
Councillor Ragg.
Support approval.
Thank you. That's unanimous in support. So that's recommended for approval.
Thank you, Wendy. Agenda item 15, application number 21/1860, full Barrack Farm, Exeter Road, Ottery St Mary, pages 204 to 222. Like to welcome Martin Nanscoville and Ward Member Councillor Peter Faithful. Welcome to the meeting. Over to you, Chris.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so this relates to Barrack Farm, Ottery St Mary. So as members will recall, this was deferred at the April committee for negotiation on the size of the dwelling. Members accepted at the time the principle and the need for this agricultural farm building to serve this farm, and they accepted the location and the visual impact from it. So it is an application for a further agricultural workers dwelling at the farm. But as I say, it was deferred at April in relation to the large size of the property. So members may recall it was about 360 square meters, including some of the farm buildings. And there was a discussion about how really that should get down to more near the 200 square meter mark, which is alongside some of the applications that we had dealt with before. And I'm pleased to say through negotiation, and thank you to the applicant, that we've got to that position. There's 100 square meters less of floor space. There's about 200 square meters of living accommodation, which is the level that we suggested the members agreed we should try to get to. There's some square meterage in the building of office and boot room, and that for the farm, but that's acceptable. That's standard for agricultural workers dwellings. So Yeah, the applicant has amended the scheme, come up with a suitable design, reduce the floor in accordance with the Office of Negotiation and your views of the committee. It's still a traditional design. There's no other harm. So in accordance with the update report, we're recommending approval subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Now to the applicant, Martin Nanskaville, you have 3 minutes. Sorry, 3 minutes.
Oh, sorry, I just unmute. There again, and good afternoon. Thank you for letting it go to referral last time. We've had a little chat. I haven't really been in discussions very much. I don't think there's an awful lot for me to say now, really. We've, as said by Mr. Rose, that the regarding its size, we've amended the plans to the size that they're happy with, and they're forward for you to for hopefully you can make an approve them. I'm here really just if there's any questions, you can fire at me if you like, and we'll go from there. But that's all I've got to say really. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Faithful.
Thank you, Chair. Thinking I'm not sure there's much for me to say. Apologies, I did miss the registered declaration of interest. I had conversations on the original planning application, but not on this part. Just to say that I think Mr. Rose has pretty well said everything. He started out with too big a house and he's brought it down to size. So thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Johns has sent him a statement. Can you read that out, Wendy, please?
Yes, of course. So Councillor Johns would like to say, this planning application originally came in last year, and I originally supported the application, even though it was built in the open countryside, outside the built-up area, as it was for a farmhouse to assist the farmer in his day-to-day dealings with his business. Since the application has been submitted and supported by both EDDC councillors and the Town Council, the applicant has put his land forward to EDDC in the recent call for sites. If the land is then chosen by EDDC, the farmhouse will not be located within the farm itself, but on the edge of a new housing estate, which would negate the need for a farmhouse on that site. I did speak to Central Planning about my concerns, and I was advised that I could only go on the planning information put in front of me, and yet I feel it is my duty as an EDD councillor to point out the above. This particular piece of land is an important piece of agricultural land and is always the green belt between Ottery and West Hill. The local neighbourhood plan makes much of the green rolling hills that leads into Ottery, and they will then be obliterated in this land if this land is used in the call for sites by East Devon, forever changing the access route and landscape of Ottery. With regards to this particular application, I have no concerns that the original application was a farmhouse to assist in the day-to-day running of the farm, as it is surrounded by the agricultural fields, barns, etc. But that will not be the case if the area is turned into another housing estate. The fact that the Town Council has asked for an agricultural tie, I agree with completely. However, However, as I have said, I do have grave concerns about the need for a farmhouse where there doesn't appear a farm will be staying. These are my views with the information I currently have in front of me, but I withhold the right to change my mind if further information comes to light. End of statement.
Thank you. Now, Ward Member Councillor Pratt.
Thank you, Chair. Following on from what Councillor Vicky Johns has said, it would seem quite incompatible to propose to build a farmhouse to support agricultural land, which was at the same time being offered for disposal under the HELA scheme. And also, since the last meeting, the garage, there's evidence that from residents nearby that 400 strong herd of cattle at the Barrack Road site is not true, and that very little presence of dairy cattle has been seen on the farm for over 2 years. Now that's something which perhaps the applicant ought to explain. But quite clearly, it seems to me that there's a doubt whether the provisions of policy H4 of the local plan are being complied with here. The other point I would like to raise is that when it comes, if it does come, that is to the conditions relating to the planning permission, then I think the policy H5 should also be a condition. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pratt. I'd like to go to the applicant now and give him the opportunity to respond to some of those comments. Mr. Dunstable.
Yes. Firstly, there's the dairy cows haven't been there for, shall we say, best part of 19 years, probably maybe a little bit longer, not a lot, but that is all in the, if they read the appraisal, it was all in there. All the numbers are correct. In fact, the numbers are going up, if anything, because we've got 20 plus extra cows now, so that'll be an extra 40 cattle over 2 years, which takes 2 years from the grow and go back into the dairy herd or go into the beef, whatever. As far as going into the Haler, it's not something we're pushing. I think it's only something which every landowner would do if they was in that situation. I think if any counts, anybody in the same situation would do the same, but hand on my heart, it's not something we're pushing. What was the other main questions? But yeah, is there anything I missed out? Just fire back at me, please.
Thank you. I'd like
Chair,
to
may
bring
I
in
just,
Mr.
Chair, may I come back?
Yes.
In the original hearing of the application, you
Hello?
did say there were 400 cows at the Barrack Farm, located at Barrack Farm.
18.
Yeah, we quite easily house 400 cattle up there, but it depends on your definition of cows. I mean, cows is a broad statement. We've also got heifers, yearlings, stirks, beef bullocks, but for the general public, I think to call them cows, I think is a good average term. We've also got dairy cows, that's on another farm. If anybody would like to, see what we've got, I'm quite happy to take them about. It's not a problem. We run quite a reasonable size enterprise for the area. And the numbers are there, and the numbers are true and correct. And I can demonstrate that through the BCMS, which is British Cattle Movement System. And I think we're trying to, call my figures into disrepute, but I can substantiate those quite easily. Feel free, give me a shout. I'll meet you up there. All the buildings are used for agricultural. There's none for any other storage at all. It's all solely for agricultural. And no problems with that at all. But, yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Can I go back to Mr. Rose, please, for any comments he might have additionally?
Thank you. Yeah, Chair. Yeah, three things really. One, to say that obviously members discussed this last time, and although didn't make a decision on the application, did accept the principle here. It was about the size of the dwelling. which has now been addressed. We have independently, we have assessed the agricultural appraisal and the number of individuals and how many of those are young dairy and heifers, etc. So we are satisfied that there's a need for this and that it's justified. And just on the other thing on the HELA, we can't really use that, can't prejudge what might happen with that.
No.
We have to assess the application as it is today. There's a need for it in relation for this farm that's been justified. So therefore, we can approve it on that basis. If the farm if parts of the farm gets developed in the future, that will just mean that this house will be surrounded by other houses. That's part of an expansion of Ottery, but that's for future debate at a different committee and not for us to prejudge here.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Right, committee, Councillor Desarum.
Yeah, I was going to propose approval in line with the recommendations because I think we've clearly seen that the dwelling is much smaller now. And I congratulate everyone on this committee. And I think it was Councillor Skinner or one of the other colleagues that originally suggested the deferral. So I think personally, my view is, having heard the debate, we should go forward and approve it with all the conditions set out. Thank you so much, Chair. And obviously, I seek a seconder.
I'll second it.
Second.
Councillor
Who's that?
Woodward.
Yes, carry on.
No, I don't want to add anything. I think it's been said. I just second.
Thank you. Councillor Key, anything to add? New?
Yes, I mean, the thing is, I mean, if you've got 400 cattle there, I mean, then surely, I mean, one needs a house to actually look after that cattle because it's an awful lot of cattle to actually look after. The other thing that I would like to, I take it, Mr. Rose, that there will be an AOC on that property.
Yes.
Ah, right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rylance.
Thank you, Chair. So forgive me for asking what might be a silly question because I wasn't actually on planning until very recently. But why do you need a very long drive across the fields from West Hill Road, from the road to West Hill, when you've already got an entrance off Exeter Road?
Oh, you're speaking to me?
Sorry, it's for you, Chair. So
yeah.
Sorry.
Right, that is an entrance we've also used. And if you want to explain that, I put that in because we had to provide an entrance to the property. But to be honest with you, my wife doesn't like using the other entrance because it's too dangerous. And from the principles of a house, that's the one which we will upgrade a little bit and make it serviceable for my wife because she doesn't like me coming out on the other entrance because it's very dangerous and quite a fast road, as you can probably imagine. Yeah.
Is it not 30 miles an hour then?
It's a 40 zone. It's a 40 zone, but it's a 40 zone, but in principle, it's people go out past the 30 and put their foot down, and it's not as it is. So, that's why we've got the entrance coming in through there. But it is a designated entrance. It's that's all proper. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. Anything to add?
Yes, quite a bit actually. I had my hand up first, but obviously it dropped itself out, and I didn't realise.
It did drop itself out. I did see it there.
I didn't drop it myself. It does this automatically. I don't know why it does it because I'm getting quite heated about this. This is an update report, and councillors seem to, as councillors turned up here today, and they want to sort of revisit the whole thing. Well, you can't revisit the whole thing because actually the update report is the update report. We agreed in principle, Chair, that this application would go forward. The HELA process got absolutely nothing to do with it whatsoever. It doesn't even hit the radar, in all honesty, and why that was ever brought up as a subject matter, I don't understand. What we were talking about and what was agreed in principle, the house would go forward, but there was a discussion about, and I'm sure you remember, Chair, about the size of this house being slightly too big. And the debate went forward, and we just wanted to try to work with the officers. If I remember, the recommendation that I made was to just reduce it back a little bit in size, which was agreeable both with the applicant and with our officers. They've come back with an updated report. We've agreed what the updated report is, and now we're in a position of just agreeing that and principally moving on. Revisiting these things when it's all been agreed before and then wanting to start it all again at once upon a time is just not acceptable, Chair. It really isn't.
And there's nothing here that's changed other than the reasons what we asked for before, and then regurgitating it all again. It's just
All
not,
right, then
not right, no proper.
We'll stop the regurgitation and go to the vote. Over to you,
Please,
Anita.
please.
Thank you, Chair. So members, you have a recommendation in front of you for approval subject to the conditions as set out in the officer's report. So if you could vote for if you're in favour of that, or against if you're against that. Wendy.
Councillor Bloxham.
Support the recommendation to approve.
Councillor Brown.
Yes, support approval.
Councillor Davey.
Support approval.
Councillor De Sarum.
Support approval.
Councillor Gazzard.
Support.
Councillor Key.
Approve.
Councillor Lawrence.
Support approval.
Councillor Pratt.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Rylance.
I'm going to abstain on this one, I'm afraid, because I don't feel like I know enough about it from not having been on the planning committee before.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
Approve.
Councillor Woodward.
Support approval.
Councillor Ragg.
Support approval.
Thank you. That application is recommended for approval.
Okay, thank you. Right, and now we go back to agenda item 13, application 212246, full, the barn annex, 2 Lower Court Cottages, Fluxton, pages 174 to 189. I'd like to welcome Elaine Paget and again, board member Peter Faithful. Councillor Faithful, I'm not sure if I asked whether you had any interest to declare, but perhaps before you speak, I'll ask you then.
Yeah, not on the only one I had. I had the conversations with Mr. Nanskiville, but that's the only thing I've had. Nothing else.
That's noted. Okay, thank you. Over to you, Chris.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, the barn annex in Fluxton, and we've got an application here which is change of use of an annex to the building to form an independent dwelling, and then associated with that is creation of its own access off the road. And it's here because it's contrary, the officer recommendations contrary to the view of the ward member. And we are a grade 2 listed building with the annex. So this is the grounds. You've got the annex at the moment and a garden area with some trees facing the road. And the proposal is to put this access and turning area in, use this as a garden, and then the annex here becomes a separate dwelling. These are the floor plans of it at the moment, over 2 floors, the annex area, and there are the elevations of the building, which is sort of attached to the house by this doorway, as you'll see in the photos. So we've got a pair of semi-detached here, then we've got this annex building, and then we've got the garden area that would become the garden to the new dwelling, and then the garden at the side is retained for the existing house. And this is the image of the annex. So there's the main house and there's the annex, and you can see it's connected by this doorway. So separate this off from the house to create a separate dwelling with its own garden. And it's through this hedge here to the left or to the right now where the new access is proposed. As part a way of history, in 1985, consent was granted for the annex, and that seems to be controlled by a legal agreement to say that it can only be used as an annex and not a separate dwelling, and by a condition due to the location of the site not being suitable at that time or now for open market residential use because of its unsustainable location. And they're now seeking to remove that restriction through a grant of planning permission that will create the separate dwelling. As I said, it's part of the semi-detached. It's a 2-story building, as you can see, no extensions or alterations proposed to it. And you can see here the garden that will be retained for the main house, and then in front of this, the garden for the new dwelling. There have been some comments from the parish council about the need for a listed building consent application, but there's no, it's simply change of use in effect, no external alterations, so no listed building consent is required. So you see in the report that the principles covered by policy D8, which members know and have dealt with a lot, and policy D8 allows the conversions of buildings in the countryside to residential use, but subject to a number of criteria. And the two that are key in this case is that the proposal should enhance the setting, and it shouldn't add to the need to travel by car, which is related to policy TC2 of the local plan, and the climate change agenda, which is to direct new houses close to a range of services and facilities, and preferably to within or edge of built up area boundaries in our main settlements, so that people don't have or can minimize the use of the car. In this case, there's no alterations to the building proposed, so there's not really any enhancement to the setting that can be argued. In fact, maybe you could even go so far as to say that creating an access in here might be harmful to the setting of the area through breaching the hedge. So there's no enhancement in terms of policy D8 that we can rely on, but more importantly, there's no services and facilities here. You can see we've got narrow lanes, no footpaths, no lighting, no public transport. So anybody that lived here would be reliant on the car to access those daily services and facilities. So in light of that, it doesn't comply with policy D8 and isn't a suitable location for a new residential dwelling. It doesn't comply with paragraph 80 of the NPPF either, because this isn't subdivision of a main house, it's conversion of an annex. With regard to the visual impact, there will be some impact on the character of the lane through breaching this hedge. The trees there look quite good in this weather, but the tree officers confirmed that they aren't of great quality, and behind this hedge I think is a fence, so it might look like creating an access here is going to have quite a visual impact, but I don't think it's going to be that harmful longer term, and there's no highway safety concerns from having that access put in there. And finally, there's no amenity concerns given the layout of the property and the way this relates to the main house. But despite those other issues being okay with the application, it's recommended for refusal because in relation to policy D8 and TC2, this isn't a location where the local plan supports new residential accommodation, open market accommodation, because of its unsustainable location. So because of that, the application is recommended for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we go to the speakers. Elaine Paget, welcome to the meeting. You have 3 minutes.
Elaine, you're currently on mute at the moment. You need to look for the microphone icon. There we go. Oh, you've muted yourself again.
Sorry. Hello, I'm Elaine, and thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I've lived here for 42 years. My son's been acting as an agent with this application, and he was going to speak, but he's at a wedding, so I'll do my best. I'm incredibly nervous. Sorry about that. I'd like to read just a couple of excerpts from the letter that I wrote, the covering letter to the application in August 2021. The application is to subdivide the existing annexed ancillary accommodation to 2 Lower Court, which was converted from a remaining section of an old stone and cob barn in the 80s. We've taken pre-application advice and have prepared the application in line with the suggestions made. Following the general guidance of the National Planning Policy Framework, 79D, which I think is now 80, the plan involves no material changes, only the creation of access and parking to serve the subdivided property. It was also advised that we seek legal advice regarding existing covenants. Advice was taken, and as expected, it pointed out that the legal covenant is between the local planning authority and the owner, myself. Therefore, if the LPA approves the application to subdivide, it would necessitate the revocation or amendment of the relevant covenants. I hope you share my opinion that the annex provides good opportunity to create an independent dwelling that will be of benefit to the local community. That's the end of the letter bits. From the outset, we've tried our best to follow the advice given. In respect of the policy to subdivide large rural properties, I would like to quote from the pre-application advice written up by Andrew Digby, reference 18/0214/pre-app. In functional terms, and as a consequence of the legal agreement, we consider the annex to be an integral part of 2 lower court cottages. Therefore, it would benefit from the provisions of paragraph 79 of the NPPF. Subsequently, we followed the advice of the planning officer, Nigel Barrett, and were informed that he had written it up for approval. It was therefore a shock to be advised several months after the initial application that it was going to be refused, and we've struggled to follow the conflicting reasoning provided since then, particularly the public transport access aspect. In summary, the application constitutes an attempt to organise my property in a way that will be of benefit to myself and my family as we look to the future. In going about this, we have put forward a proposal that sits in line with the national planning policy, whereby a straightforward subdivision with no material change to any building would see the creation of an independent dwelling which would serve to enhance the vitality of the local community. I hope you will look favourably on this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Ward member, Councillor Peter Faithful, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think I need that long. Yeah, to me, it's a bit borderline, but I think I lean towards the views of the officers as the location. It is already, I think it's was it holiday let at the moment, so it still is used, but full-time residential use, I think, is a different subject altogether. So I'm afraid I'm leaning towards the officer's recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And Councillor Pratt next.
Thank you, Chair. Chris Rose has mentioned policies D8 and TC2 of the local plan. The required development is located close to accessible services, and TC2 requires development should be located so as to be accessible by pedestrians, cyclists and public transport to minimize car travel. And that really, I think, is satisfied by the location of this building. The barn can offer realistic and viable alternative choices to the use of the car, as it is served by a regular bus service number 382, running between Sidmouth and Wimpole and stopping at Ottery St Mary, Tipton St John and at Fluxton. And in addition, the school bus for the King's School and Tipton Primary also stop at the village. Many people and groups cycle and walk between Tipton, Fluxton and Ottery. At Fluxton, there's an excellent farm shop, and all retail and professional services are available at Ottery and to some extent at Tipton St John. The barn annex is connected to the main house at 2 Lower Court, and as such is considered to be a listed building. The paragraph 80 of the National Planning Policy Framework, which Chris Rose mentioned, should be considered now regarding the whether or not this application can proceed. The following circumstances, if they apply, will grant the application permission. The development would, paragraph 80B, the development would represent the optimal viable use of a heritage asset, or would be appropriate enabling development to secure the future of heritage assets. Now, as this is a listed building, then I think 80B would apply. The other item is paragraph 80D, where the development would involve the subdivision of an existing residential building. My view on that one is that it's vague, because there has been a recent case which could go against that, but the circumstances are slightly different in this case, since the property was acquired back in 1985, so some 30 years ago. So if the committee approved planning permission, this will override the previous consent and legal agreements which Chris Rose has mentioned. Chris has put that in writing to me. So I would like to propose, Chair, with your permission, that this application is approved.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Although before I take a seconder, I'd like to invite Mr. Rose to come back, and it might just, you know, influence the proposal. Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so just to say in relation to, Councillor Pratt's quite right in relation to policy D8 and TC2 about the location, but one bus that runs Sidmouth to Wimpole and a school bus doesn't make enough services and facilities there to make this a sustainable location. People will still have to use the car for shopping, to go to work, to go to the doctors, for their leisure facilities. So that doesn't make this a sustainable location, and it would, we need to be careful what message we send to people about what locations are sustainable, as we've had discussions before. In relation to the pre-app that was mentioned by the applicant, yes, a pre-app was submitted, and this was following the MPPF, which added a part to paragraph 79, as it was at the time, that said that one of the limited circumstances where you could allow residential development in the countryside would be the subdivision of a dwelling. And we at that time thought that might apply to this case, and that they might be able to rely on paragraph 79 rather than the local plan as support for the proposal. But subsequent to that, there's been appeal decisions that have said that that paragraph doesn't apply to annexes. It only applies to the main dwelling itself. So that the applicant, unfortunately, because of those appeal decisions, doesn't benefit from paragraph 80 of the local plan. Of the MPPF. And the other thing that Councillor Pratt mentioned was viable use, because it's a listed building. Well, there's nothing to say that the current use as an annex to the main house isn't viable. There's no changes to the listed building. It doesn't look like it's in need of repair. So there's no argument there either under paragraph 80 that would allow an exception to having this residential development in this unsustainable location. Thank you.
Chair, can I just come back on that, please?
Yes.
What Mrs. Paget was mentioning was that Nigel Barrett, he did in fact invite the 3 ward members to a chair's delegation meeting on the 4th of May, only 2 months ago. And on that invitation to attend a meeting, which would have been taken place on the 13th of May, he attached a report recommending approval. So it was approved it was going to be approved two months ago. So I don't know what has happened there.
I suspect.
Shall I explain, Chair?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Nigel Barrett wrote up a report feeling that the policies D8 would allow the proposal in this case. That was looked at by his line manager and by me, and it was considered that recommendation and his argument was flawed, and therefore the applications come to committee.
Thank you. Right. So we have a proposal to approve this against officer's recommendation. Is there a seconder? There appears to be no seconder, so I go into debate now. Councillor Skinner.
I'm going to be fairly brief because we've got a lot to do to move on. But there is the issue here is it is a close, fine line, really. Common sense would tell you what's the harm, and we would be actually in some ways improving something for Mrs. Paget. I absolutely get what she says, but what Mr. Rose has outlined on more than one occasion, and whereby we have to stick with our policies, and we've had these come before, Chair, as you well know.
Yeah.
In fact, I had one in my own village, which was basically, it was just the same sort of scenario, really, and that was refused. So I think what I've got to do is I'm going to move the recommendation that's put up by the officers. It's a bit through gritted teeth because I can see the benefits of what Mrs. Paget is trying to do. But how many times do we come here, Chair and members, when we feel there's the right thing to do, and then there's our policies. And sometimes, of course, we override our policies and occasionally, of course we do, because that's the whole point of having a committee. Otherwise, the officers might as well just write it all up. We just would stay home. So there's always that reason for debate. In this particular scenario, I don't think that we can reasonably get over that debate. And I'm just going to go follow the officer's recommendation of refusal, because I think in this case, it is actually on balance, very slightly, it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll
Second,
second
please.
that, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Davey, would you like to speak? Anything to add?
Yes, I'd like to give Mr. Rose a chance to comment on this, because I do just wonder if this went to appeal, would an inspector say, well, the building's in existence already, it could easily be used by a member of the family who required to make daily trips by car. I fully accept it's in an unsustainable location, but would an inspector feel that actually the use of the building wouldn't result in a substantive increase in car journeys, because the building is there already and could just as easily be occupied by somebody who makes daily trips by car? I wonder if Mr. Rose could just advise on that.
I think the fact that he has actually mentioned appeal decisions which would support this recommendation. So anything to add, Mr. Rose?
Yeah, inspectors will look differently at an annex compared to a house, and I think that's reflected in the fact in that appeal decision in relation to the MPPF and subdivision, where through those appeal decisions it's come out that annexes aren't seen to have the same number of occupants and traffic generation as a separate dwelling. So yeah, I think an inspector would back us.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Key, do you have anything to add?
No, only that I seconded the application. So yes, no, nothing further to add, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Right, over to you, Anita. Sum up.
Thank you, Chair. Members, you have before you a two-part recommendation. First part, adoption of the appropriate assessment, and second part, refusal of the application for the reasons as set out in the report. So members, if you could vote to say whether you are in support of the refusal, or I'm going to get that the wrong way around, aren't I? In support, or whether you are against. Thank you.
Could I just check on that, Anita? I don't see anything about an appropriate assessment there.
Hang on, I'm working off of Shirley's crib sheet. Is that on the, not on this one?
No.
No, okay, sorry, it's a carryover from the previous one.
Okay.
Chris, just to confirm, it's just the refusal for the
No, it is two. It's the appropriate assessment and the refusal.
Okay.
Oh,
good. She didn't let me down then.
It's at the recommendation at the end of the report, but not on the front page.
Okay.
That's our error. Sorry.
That's fine. Okay, so it is the twofold assessment. Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you. Councillor Bloxham.
Support both the recommendations as per the report.
Councillor Brown.
Support both recommendations.
Councillor Davey.
Support officer's recommendation.
Councillor DeSarem.
Support all recommendations.
Councillor Gazzard.
Support recommendations.
Councillor Key.
Support recommendations.
Councillor Lawrence.
Support recommendations.
Councillor Pratt.
Against.
Councillor Rylance.
Support the recommendations.
Councillor Skinner.
Support recommendations.
Councillor Woodward,
Support.
Councillor Ragg.
Support the recommendation.
Thank you. That application is recommended for refusal.
Okay, thank you, Wendy. Item 11, application number 220616. It's an advert, and 220587 full. It's for Sainsbury's, Hines Street, Ottery St Mary, pages 149 to 165. And we have the ward member, Councillor Faithful and Councillor Pratt. Over to you, Chris.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, Sainsbury's in Ottery, and there's two applications in one here. One's an advert for the car park, which is outlined in red there, and the stores over here, and the other is for a CCTV camera to be put near the entrance of the store there to monitor cars coming in and out. The application is before you because the officer recommendations contrary to the views of the ward members, and I said there's a joint report here for two applications. So we've got the car park and the store here. The car park at the moment has a number of a number of signs in relation to 2 hours limited car parking and what the rules are. And the applicant wants to replace those with these signs that says controlled parking with a 2 hour restriction. As I say, there's similar signs that have a similar 2 hour restriction at the moment. Some on poles, and then at the front of the site here there's a camera on a pole that will monitor the vehicles going in and out, and I assume to monitor the time that they park in the car park. So you can see there's already 2 hour parking signs, so those are the signs there throughout the car park. You can see them here that will be replaced and with the new signs erected. So there's no objection. We're in the conservation area. There's no objection from the conservation officer to the replacement of these various signs, also the CCTV camera. They're of the view that it's seen in the context of a busy car park, so there's no wider harm. In relation to the advert, there was a number of objections when the application was first submitted, because although we can't control the wording on the advert, only the size and where they go, they did say originally that it was parking for Sainsbury's only, and that caused a lot of concern in Ottery about historically this car park has been used short term, not only for shoppers to Sainsbury's, but those that shop and then might go and use the other shops in Ottery. That caused a lot of concern, and that then led to this amended wording in the application, which confirms that there isn't a restriction on parking there. It's just a restriction on 2 hours of parking, which I think relates to the lease when the land was sold, in terms of encouraging some linked trips between the town centre and the store. But as I say, so it's replacing existing signs. There's no harm. There's no wider visual harm from those. There's no highway safety and no amenity concerns from them. We can't control the wording on there. It's been 2 hours restricted previously. They're proposing 2 hours now. And there's nothing in the planning permission that means that they can't restrict the hours that the car park is used. With regards to the CCTV camera, it's one pole at the front, number plate recognition, again, not considered to have any visual harm, no other wider harm, no harm on the conservation area. So in light of that, both applications are recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, ward member, Councillor Faithful.
Thank you, Chair. As Mr. Rose did say, the issue is partly about the amount of who was allowed to park in the car park. There's also the issue of the time period on when the parking restrictions took place. That has been changed on the signs. The town council and residents are really concerned of whether this will stay in place long term. So we've been having correspondence with Mark Williams about all this. That is part of the issue. From Sainsbury's point of view, when I spoke to them, their concern is that you get all these people parking. They don't just stick to the 2 hours. We've got all these planning applications around the town where there's no parking provision, and they say, oh, well, it's all right, they can park in Sainsbury's car park. And Sainsbury's are getting really annoyed because they get people parking there 2 or 3 days at a time and not sticking to the 2 hour limit. And we're getting more and more cars parking in there because we're giving more and more planning applications for change of use without any parking provision for the new residents.
If I could just interject there, Councillor Faithful, that is not a part of this planning application. The planning application is for the signs, the positioning, not the wording on them.
Well, that is what the concern has been about anyway, Madam Chair.
I do understand that. I've been in touch with a couple of councillors from Ottery, so I'm well aware of that, but we have no control over that as a planning committee. Right, Councillor Pratt.
The issues over the signage, Chair, have been resolved by the council, and I don't think we need to discuss that any further.
Oh, right.
But I just should mention that the car park location is within the Ottery St Mary Conservation Area, and there are very close to that car park a number of important buildings: Grade 1 listed Parish Church, and the Grade 2 star listed Chance's House, and the Warden's House and Vicarage, both listed. The camera column and the signage, though, are set well back from Hines Street, and there is a very little impact as they are located within the setting of the car park. The listed buildings are protected by a sizable brick and stone wall, and which can surround the car park, which does surround the car park. And it is noted there is no objection from the conservation officer. Chris has got a photograph showing the car park with the wall. That's the one, Chris, thank you. And those buildings I just mentioned are well behind those trees.
Okay.
So, with your permission, Chair, I'd like to propose support for the officer's recommendation for approval.
Happy to second, Chair.
Thank you. Anything to add, Councillor Disarm?
Well, it's pleasing to see that the conservation area is being well safeguarded. And in this application, we're not going to have a loss of any spaces. So there'll still be approximately 129 vehicles that can park. So really, it's a win-win for everybody. And clearly, the Sainsbury's need this camera in order to make sure that the 2 hour limit is kept to. And I believe it's across the UK, these sort of similar situations. So it isn't actually unique to Ottery. It's a way of monitoring traffic flows and making sure that actually within that 2 hours, more customers can come to Sainsbury's, and thus they can continue their trade safely. So I think it's good that we've safeguarded the conservation area, and at the same time we've supported local business, or we've supported businesses which are local to an area. So for those reasons, I have absolutely no hesitation in recommending a second of this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner, your hand's up. Do you have something to add?
No, it's all been said, Nature. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, Anita.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, can I just check that both Councillor Pratt and Councillor Desarum were proposing and seconding both sets of?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect. Great, thank you, because there's two. Wendy, can we do these in two separate votes, please? So the first one is the advert consent, and that's a motion to recommend approval with the conditions as listed in the report.
Thank you. Councillor Bloxham.
Support approval as the report.
Councillor Brown.
Support approval.
Councillor Davey.
Support approval.
Councillor Desarum.
Support approval.
Councillor Gazzard.
Support.
Councillor Key.
Approve.
Councillor Lawrence.
Support approval.
Councillor Pratt.
Support approval.
Councillor Rylance.
She's not well. She's got post-COVID.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sinner.
Approval. Yeah, both. Thank you.
Councillor Woodward.
Support approval.
Councillor Ragg.
Support approval.
Thank you. That's unanimous. So that application is recommended for approval.
Thank you. Right, agenda item
Chair,
12.
sorry, Chair, we just need to do the second half of it, the second part of that one, which is the for the ordinary planning permission. So motion to recommend the approval with the conditions as listed in report, the second part of the Sainsbury's application.
Okay.
Thank you. So Councillor Bloxham.
Support approval.
Councillor Brown.
Support approval.
Councillor Davey.
Support approval.
Councillor De Saran.
Support approval.
Councillor Gazzard.
Support.
Councillor Key.
Approve.
Councillor Lawrence.
Support approval.
Councillor Pratt.
Support approval.
Councillor Skinner.
Support approval.
Councillor Woodward.
Support approval.
Councillor Ragg.
Support approval.
Thank you. That also is recommended for approval.
Thank you. Right, agenda item 12. We're jumping about a bit here. Application 220605, full Woods Farm, Bowd, pages 166 to 173. I think we've got Councillor Faithful back. So this is a bit of an unusual one. We haven't had this before. So over to you, Chris.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Woods Farm near Sidmouth. I don't think I've come across an application like this before either, but it's provision of donkey tracks between fields. So you can see the location of the site here. So we've got, as you'll see from the photos, farm buildings here. They want to put sleepers across the field here with fencing and gates to enable the donkeys, so this is part of the donkey sanctuary, to make their way from the building across the field at various times of the year. It's here because there's concerns from the ward member, the sites in the AONB. So at the moment we've got a yard and buildings here, and they move the donkeys across here through this gap in the field. And basically they want to put this track, lay this track, which is sleepers, into this field. And then as part of that, there will be fencing to the side. And then, as you can see on this part here with the red lines, a number of gates. This is needed to provide a clean and suitable surface for the donkeys to walk across. When you see the aerials, you'll see this area is very worn. So therefore, it's for the welfare of the donkeys. The area is overgrazed, the soil's compacted. Apparently, it's a slip hazard. It's a foot health hazard for the donkeys, and this also means this track that they can get to other parts of the field to exercise in the winter. So from that point of view, we feel the applicants justified the need for the proposal. So then the next part of the report deals with the visual impact. So this is the building and yard here, and you can see the worn tracks that they're talking about. So the new track will come across here where this worn element is, and then into this field. So this is a view from the road looking down. Here are the buildings here, and you can see the worn track. So it's just, but where this field ridge is, you'll see a track going across that field, and again from just further along, a track that comes across and then through that field there. But it'll be viewed in association with those buildings. And then so that last photo was taken up here, and then from the road, you can see there's a number of gates here already. The building's up there. There's already some fencing that goes across the land, and you can see the worn track, and that will follow down across this field here, through this field gate, and then into the final field at the bottom. So you will be able to see this track, and you will be able to see the wooden fencing and the gates from various viewpoints and those gaps in that sea road. But it's nothing that you wouldn't expect to see in the countryside or on a farm, and it's not considered to be harmful to the AONB or the wider area. So given that and the welfare benefits to the animals, the application is recommended for approval.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Faithful, please.
Thank you, Chair. As Mr. Rose said, the issue is visual impact, and the one thing I have requested is that it have a hedge put across it rather than just a fence, so that the hedge will act as a barrier and restrict the visual impact caused by it, as it's in a AOMB. That is what I've been asking for, and it doesn't seem to be materialising so far. But I'd ask if that condition might be put in. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Well, reading the tree officer's report, they have no objections at all. But anyway, Councillor Pratt.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The donkey sanctuary at Woods Farm has 198 acres of land, and the charity provides care for 442 donkeys. The donkeys have freedom to roam as long as the weather and ground conditions are favourable. The design and access statement and justification statement aim to ensure donkeys can access to a full extent to graze in pasture safely without causing injuries to themselves nor damage to the land. The grasslands are showing signs of compaction, soil erosion caused by being trampled and cut up with hooves. The construction of a track of concrete sleepers, timber and mesh fencing, and gates will alleviate grazing pressure, trampling, and serious injuries to the donkeys. When considering development in AONBs, great weight will be given to conserving and enhancing their natural beauty. The provisions of Strategy 46 of the local plan state that development is only permitted where it is conserved and enhances the landscape character of the area and does not undermine landscape quality. And finally, is appropriate to the economic and social well-being of the area. So in my view, these works suggested by the applicants comply with the provisions of Strategy 46. There is an obligation to consider how land designated as an area of outstanding natural beauty is used. In this case, farm buildings and pasture lands have been adapted by the Donkey Sanctuary to form a charity to provide welfare and care for rescued donkeys. The visual landscape impact, when weighed against the benefits with regard to the land management and health of the donkeys, is considered to weigh in favour of the application. So with your permission, Chair, I would like to propose to support the officer's recommendation to approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
I will, yes, I will
Yeah.
support it.
Anything to add?
Well, I do really, because it's quite a bizarre one. I mean, I've been farming all my life, and I've never ever known concrete sleeper road ever in anything. Oh, well, yeah, I've seen concrete sleepers. They put rail tracks on and run trains over them. But for concrete sleepers, would this be? Could I ask Mr. Rose, would this be acceptable if they put in a concrete road, because it's the same thing?
It would be the same assessment on the visual impact of it and whether it's acceptable or not. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be. I suppose I suppose it can run, but it's just isn't it bizarre how we had an application only earlier where a member of this committee was almost very much against a concrete road going just along the top of the field to go to a house, which you could actually understand what that was about. And here we are putting concrete roads across for donkeys to walk on. I mean, I'm a bit bizarre anyway. But listen, at the end of the day, if I understand where the donkey sanctuary coming from, and I can understand that being a charity and looking after donkeys and all the rest of it, they're trying to do the right thing. So if there's no material impact per se, and there doesn't seem to be an issue with that, then we'll go with it. But it's just sorry, Chair, it's just a bit bizarre, really.
Yeah, it's a bit like watching Donkey out of Shrek. You can imagine him walking along there saying, "Are we there yet?"
Chair, could I mention something, Chair, please?
Yeah.
The sleepers are there because when it rains, the rainwater will seep through the joins in the sleepers.
Right. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Well, to be honest, just to be honest, like just to be devil's advocate, so why then wouldn't you put down like wood chip? Unless there's a reason why donkeys, I don't know, different to cattle, but why not wood chip then? Anyway, we are where we are. Let's move
Yeah.
on. Let's back on.
We've,
Sorry,
it's
we are.
been proposed, seconded. Councillor Gazzard, do you have anything to add?
No, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, Anita, for the vote.
Thank you, Chair. So members, you have in front of you a motion to recommend approval with the conditions as set out in the report. Wendy.
Thank you. Councillor Bloxham.
Support approval.
Councillor Brown.
Support approval.
Councillor Davey.
Support approval.
Councillor De Sarum.
Support approval.
Councillor Gazzard.
Just came up. He just left.
Oh, okay. Councillor Key.
Approve.
Councillor Lawrence.
Support approval.
Councillor Pratt.
Support approval.
Councillor Skinner.
Yes, support approval.
Councillor Woodward.
Support approval.
Councillor Ragg.
Support approval.
Thank you. That application is recommended for approval.
Right. Agenda item 16, 220757 full Elmwood Residential Home, Swan Hill Road, Colliford, pages 223 to 236. Over to you, Chris, to present your report.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, this relates to Elmwood residential home in Colliford, and the application is before you because it's a departure from the local plan, although you'll note that there's support from the parish council. We've got a care home on the site here that you can see outlined, and what they want to do is put staff accommodation in off their existing car park, which is here. So it will be used for staff to manage the facility, or if that's not required going forward, then it will be used for residents. So it's a small unit for staff. The applicant has advised, so this is existing layout with the car park, and they've got a sort of amenity garden area here and other garden areas around the building, and they want to put the unit in there, as you can see, off the car park, using the car park. So part of the site and the facility, just a bedroom living area for a manager. So just down here at the end of the car park in that site there. So yeah, the applicants advise that they're having recruitment and retention problems. We've heard that in other parts of the industry, and that's certainly the case for care home and nursing staff. And the applicants advise that they feel that they'll be able to get a manager and staff better if they've got somebody living on site, which all makes sense and is logical. But this is proposed in Colliford, where there's no built-up area boundary. So from that point of view, a new residential accommodation going in, although it can be restricted to the nursing home, there's no policy support, so it's technically a departure. But given the benefits here to the nursing home from having the manager and the staff, the links to that we can condition it's related to that. And in fact, Colliford does have a shop, 2 pubs, a hall, and decent public transport. So it's not that badly located anyway. It's small scale, single story, suitable design, won't harm any of the neighbouring properties. You can see the boundary treatment there. So although it's a departure, we feel that there's benefits here to the business and the nursing home and the wider community from having this facility and enabling the care home to be staffed. So in light of that, we're recommending approval.
Thank you. Right, there are no speakers, so this is pretty straightforward, I think. Councillor Woodward.
Just propose approval.
Thank you. Second, please.
Yep.
Councillor Skinner. Anything to add?
No, thank you.
Right, over to you, Anita.
Gosh, that was quick.
Yeah. We get tired.
Getting to the end of the day. So members, Elmwood Residential Home, you've got a motion to recommend approval, subject to the conditions set out in the report. Wendy.
Thank you. Councillor Bloxham.
Support approval.
Councillor Brown.
Support approval.
Councillor Davey.
Support approval.
Councillor De Sarum.
Support approval.
Councillor Key.
Approve.
Councillor Lawrence.
Support approval.
Councillor Pratt.
Support approval.
Councillor Skinner.
Support approval.
Councillor Woodward,
Support approval.
Councillor Ragg.
Support approval.
Thank you. That one's recommended for approval.
Right, and in answer to a previous question, are we there yet? Yes, very nearly. Item 7, application 22-1117, full application, Higher Northcott Farm, Blackborough, Clumpton, pages 237 to 241. It's before you because the applicant is a relative of a member of this council. Right, Chris.
Thank you. Yeah, so High Northcott Farm, as you say, it's here because the applicant's related to a member, and it's an application for a general purpose agricultural building. So for storage of dry fodder, straw, concentrates, machinery to service the wider farm here. Members may recall a couple of committees ago, there was an application from the same applicant for a very small store to extend one of the existing buildings. They need this building in addition to that small store. It's a very successful farm that seems to be growing. It's quite well located where they're proposing it, next to the road between the buildings that are related to the farm. It's a typical agricultural storage building. Timber clad, dark roof, open fronted side. And you can see the location there off the road and close to the existing buildings. It's in the AONB, but you can also see that they've located it adjacent to hedges to minimise its visual impact. And there's support in the local plan from policy D7. There's growing need for the farm. We've been out, there's no other buildings that they can use. So they've justified the need for the new building. There's no harm from its location. There's no wider visual harm from the proposal. So it's in this field off to the left here. So it's enclosed by these boundary trees. Close to buildings, no wider harm, no amenity harm to people. So we're recommending approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brown, you wish to speak?
No, just recommend approval. I mean, everything's been said on.
Well, hold on, because Councillor Key as well. Do you wish to speak?
No, second approval.
Okay. So it's been proposed, seconded. Councillor Skinner, anything to add?
No, thank you. Crack on.
Oh, we are nearly there.
Yep.
Thank you.
Are we there, Chair?
Over to you, Anita.
Thank you. So members, High Northcott Farm, motion to recommend approval subject to the conditions listed in the report. If you could vote for if you are for, or against if you are against. Wendy.
Thank you. Councillor Bloxham.
Support approval.
Councillor Brown.
Support approval.
Councillor Davey.
Support approval.
Councillor De Sarum.
Support approval.
Councillor Gazzard.
I'll abstain, Wendy, as my system shut down.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Howe. Oh no, he's not here. Sorry. Councillor Key.
Approve.
Councillor Lawrence.
Support approval.
Councillor Pratt. Councillor Skinner.
Support approval.
Councillor Woodward.
Support approval.
Councillor Ragg.
Support approval.
So the final application of the day is recommended for approval.
Thank you. That brings our meeting to an end. I'd like to thank everyone, including members of the public, for their attendance, to officers for their support, and to you members, because it's been quite a challenging day, shall we say. And can I remind you that until the Democratic Services team confirm that the live streaming recording has stopped, you can still be seen and heard, and any comments